This man has never felt the love of his family, but one day he will discover true love and fight for it in the future. His achievements on this remarkable journey will bring him worldwide fame. One unconscious person was carried away on a stretcher, while the police found another who had drowned in the water. Here's who the main character used to be. He seemed to drift through a world of endless long dreams. Then the main character doesn't understand what's happening. He only clearly feels intense pain, as if his head is about to explode. A small child is being bathed in a tub, but he really doesn't like it, and a woman is helping him with the bath. A mother brings her child, smiling warmly and reaching out her finger, but the main character doesn't understand them. Next, the woman sits at home by the fireplace with her child in her arms, while a man beside her watches the fire, and she wonders if it's all really happening. A woman who breastfeeds a boy every day is his mother, and the man beside him is his father. The main character wonders if he's still dreaming, but it's no use. He can't form a single word. Suddenly he remembers that he was actually walking around a store in his neighborhood that day. The main character clearly remembers spending entire days alone, playing computer games. Without friends, he was just wasting time playing games. But that day, for some reason, he wanted to go outside. He had quit his job, was living off his savings, and didn't even want to look for a new one. The noisy city and busy people in suits all seemed so familiar, yet he felt like he was doing something wrong. By the way, he noticed a child walking along the edge of the bridge and wondered what she was doing there, when suddenly a truck appeared on the road. A child walking on the bridge tripped and fell right into the water, and the main character saw it happen. He hesitated to help, knowing he might die himself, but then he realized he had no unfinished business, and no one would miss him. After these thoughts, the main character rushes to save the girl and successfully pulls her ashore. A terrible cold pierced through him, but even in his half-conscious state, he felt everything was happening as it should. He calmly accepted his death and began to sink. A child with sharp ears looks surprised. If this is true, it means we're all born with memories of past lives, and maybe there's some kind of mechanism that makes those memories fade over time. A father picks up his child and says they will name him Yuri. The main character notices their sharply pointed ears and realizes these are definitely the same people he remembers, but their lives are nothing like the present. Who are they, and what do they do? The main character believes that first and foremost he needs to figure out the diapers. Beautiful birds fly across the sky as a boy looks out the window, thinking it seems like the countryside, with no people around and only the sounds of birds and animals filling the air. He's curious about the outside world. A year has passed since then, and although he was bored at first, his new life and surroundings have shown him many exciting things. He spent time with family and learned to walk. They won't understand his words, but listening to stories aloud always helps with language learning, and he's curious about who all these people were before. He remembers what they were like and imagines different people walking down the street. A little boy approaches his parents and says his first words for the very first time. Mom and Dad are amazed, but he still doesn't understand how others see the world. The father and mother look at each other with joy. Then all three share a happy hug, while the boy wonders if this is what love really is. Behind the private house stands a shed, surrounded by a forest, and a boy sits with a bucket, staring straight into the water. The main character looks at his reflection in the water and suddenly sees himself drowning in a past life. Startled, he throws a stone into the water. 3 years have passed, but neither the memory of him nor his spirit has faded. It seems he will continue living on, under a new name. A man calls the boy Yuri and holds someone on a leash. Luke Howe suggests they go together because he wants to show him something. The bird he was holding on a leash, the main character asks if they're heading to Kakadori, and Luke tells his son it's very interesting, asking if he wants to see it. Then they quickly race together across the hills on the bird, with the main character looking ahead in amazement. The man says they've arrived, and this is exactly where he wanted to show something. The main character is surprised, and they stop. The man says this is his farm, where birds roam freely, and beyond the hill, there are 3 buildings. Then they go for a walk together on the bird, and the father asks Yuri what he thinks. Yuri asks his dad why he built it here and if he built it all by himself. The father smiles and says it's true. He built it all from scratch, while the main character is amazed and thinks it must be a joke since the man is probably not even 20 years old. The man reminds them of his question, saying the animals won't disturb the neighbors with their noise, and since he keeps livestock himself, such sounds usually don't bother him. This place is surrounded by mountains, so there's no wind here. Where it's often windy, birds don't grow well. A boy asks his dad if he does everything here by himself, but his dad replies that no, he has employees to help him. Gakudoru is mainly raised on hay mixed with millet, nuts, legumes, and other grains. Everyone works. While herding livestock, they hunt rabbits and eat them, usually not given meat on purpose to avoid aggression unless there's a special order. A guy asks about a special bird, and the man explains that some of their clients like birds with personality, so they raise them by feeding them mice and other small animals. Soldiers highly value these tools because when used skillfully, they can be very effective on the battlefield and take out many enemies. These are battle animals, and even though he might have to ride them eventually, it's better to avoid that experience if possible. However, since he'll have to inherit one anyway, it's important for him to understand them well for his own safety. A man calls his son over, and they stop together in front of a building with 2 birds painted on it. While Yuri wonders what it might mean, a man removes the board from the door, opens it, and encourages his son to come in confidently. Then the main character enters and immediately notices a huge black bird perched on a wooden beam right in front of him. A man tells his son that the horse is smart and gentle, and once he gets used to it, Yuri will also have to learn how to ride it, which scares the boy. A father asks his son if he still remembers where the story about the Heavenly Knight comes from, and the boy says he understands. He never quite understood the knight's exact role in the story. The man blew his whistle, and the little bird fluttered its wings. She approaches the boy, who steps back in fear. His father calms him, assuring he's right there, as it's a family tradition for a child to ride the royal eagle together when they turn 3. A man smiles and winks, saying his father is the best rider in the world on a royal eagle. They both climbed onto the eagle and put on special gear, and the man told his son to listen carefully and remember, never open your mouth during the flight. They soar through the sky, and the main character reflects on this view, realizing it's a whole different world than what you'd see from the small windows of a tourist plane. A boy wonders about the world, when suddenly his dad makes a move, and a little bird swoops down even faster. Suddenly, the eagle soars sharply upward, while the boy just sits calmly. The man explains that some boys can't ride the royal eagle at all because they're afraid of heights or feel other similar discomforts. He's just trying to figure out how he's doing, but it seems like everything's fine. He feels no fear, especially since this is something he'd love to experience every day. They continue flying over forests and hills, then stop, and the main character takes off his glasses. He looks down from above, over the bird's shoulder, at his father and wonders what to do next. Should he just come down? After all, he's alone again, just like before. A man turns to his son, asks what he's thinking, opens his arms and tells him to jump, promising he'll catch him for sure. The main character jumps off the stretcher right away. His dad catches him, and he realizes this is something new for him. The mother also waves happily at the son, and the main character thinks about wanting to live in this world with them. A boy sits at the table in front of a plate and a mug, seriously saying that he's turning 4 this year, and asks if he can have a new clean notebook for writing. The parents are surprised and ask the boy why he even needs it. The guy confidently says he wants to keep a journal, or rather jot down his thoughts, so it would be great if it were thicker. A man asks his wife how she's doing with reading and writing, and she replies that everything's fine and she can't teach him anything more. The guy agrees, admitting he hasn't really learned much from Suzui. His mother grew up in a farming family and never went to school, learning all her skills from her father through close interaction, while Luke comes from a noble family and, for now, sticks to reading signs and ads instead of difficult books. But he still remembers his past life and everything he learned in Japan, so he wants to write it down before he forgets. The guy says he's asking for too much and doesn't need a birthday gift next time. The girl suggests Mush buy it for himself. It's the first time he's asked for something, even though he always helps out and keeps everything in order. The man says it will cost around 4,000 to 5,000 lugs, and the girl is very surprised by the amount. Yuri doesn't quite understand the local prices yet, but from his mom's reaction, he knows everything here is expensive. The books are made from animal leather, which could cost 40,000–50,000 yen. And although his father is a nobleman, he left the family. So Yuri lives with his mom and one other person in a small house, living modestly. The boy looks at his father carefully and agrees, but first he decides to help his mother, and from now on, he will also help his father on the farm. He feels happy and thanks his parents. A boy and his father are flying on a bird. The boy asks about Sibiek, and the father explains it's the main city of the Chalta kingdom, where they're taking the royal eagle. And the boy will also get to pick out a book and have a great chance to see the city. They keep flying. The father points down to something below, and a city comes into view beneath them. They fly right over him, and the father warns his son that they're about to descend, so he needs to hold on tight. A man with sharp ears watches a bird in the sky, then they both land. A father helps his son down from a bird, while a man behind tells Luke he landed perfectly again, then notices Gala, smiles and waves. Luke says he's here with a delivery, and Gala realizes the eagle order must be from Her Majesty or someone important. The eagle is impressive, but using a child for this isn't right. This eagle was born in a cage under the watchful eyes of guards and is sure they would proudly call him the best royal eagle in the world. Yala says everything is fine but points out the little boy. Luke explains that this is his son Yuri, who just turned 1 this year, and the main character greets Yuri, saying he's glad to meet his friend's son. Gala gently pats the boy's head, telling him how grown up he is, and admits she hasn't met such a smart little one since the princess's birthday. Gala says his son is also 4 years old, but there's a big difference between them. Luke asks not to overestimate his abilities, and someone turns to Mr. Gala asking what happened. The girl announces that Her Highness Carol has arrived. The man is surprised and says she came straight to see the eagle. Luke asks about the birdcage, and Gala wonders if a permit is needed for that. Although his expression suggests that getting involved might be risky, helping him now could lead to a great friendship down the road. Several girls stand with their eyes closed as a little girl in uniform walks past them. Gala, Luke, and the main character Bo stand before a little girl who looks at them with a serious expression. The girl says she wants to see everything as clearly as possible. Her name is Carol Furu Chotor, and she asks if he is Luke Hood. The man says it's an honor to meet her. She's heard he did well on the evening shows. But Gala, who's here now, beat him. Carol says she also heard they bred majestic eagles, and asks what his name is. Luke replies he didn't name him because he thought you'd want to choose the name yourself. The girl asks if she can ride it already, but not yet. It's just finished a long journey, so today it's better to let its wings rest. Gala says that the princess is a great chance to learn more about horseback riding. First, you need to befriend the eagle. If you treat him well, he'll respond in kind, and the girl says everything is fine and she doesn't intend to hurt him. The servant asks them to give it to her. Carol smiles and thanks them, saying she will truly appreciate it. The main character asks his father who Gala is, the woman they just met. Luke explains she's from the Royal Capital Academy where they train to become knights together, mentions he'll have to go there someday too but dropped out halfway, and says Yuri will definitely succeed. They are in a store, and the man asks his son to pick something out for himself. The main character looks at several notebooks, asks if he can take a look inside, and the boy opens a notebook for him to examine. A woman asks if they are picking out a book for a child, and the man replies that yes, he needs it to write down his thoughts. A woman says that everyone has things they consider precious memories, things no one would want to simply forget or shut out. She says that even at her age, it's hard to remember what her father told her as a child, or how her mother cooked soup, and she regrets that so much has been forgotten. She believes this purchase will be useful for them too, because when he's gone, his child will also forget everything about him. A man is asked if he's sad, but he stays silent. Then the boy says he's made his choice and points to her. The woman says, "Are you sure? When choosing expensive items, it's better to pay more up front than regret it later. Other options have thicker parchment but fewer pages." A man asks if the book really costs 2,800 lugs and if he'll get change from 3,000, and the guy seems to know his stuff, so she'll make them a special offer. But she's afraid that as soon as she takes the remaining 800, they'll immediately ask her for ink, and things just aren't going well. Someone asks if they can borrow a bird, but these are royal stables, and by the rules, nothing is lent out unless it's for official state business. Usually you have to stop a random cart, look for a trading caravan, or rent a horse for a lot of money. The journey home is quite long. On their way home, they'll spend the night in a city and catch a different flight. So Yura agrees it's best to keep all important things with him. Evening falls as the boy happily eats at the table, while his father, sitting opposite him, praises his good work and says he must be tired after such a long journey. Unlike their flight on the Royal Eagle, they'll have to take a big detour to get home. Yuri realized this because while they were in the sky, he felt they were flying south of this place from the city of Yanumu. The father asks his son how he recognized it, and Yuri replies that when they arrived, the hill south of the city looked familiar to him. The guy thinks an eagle can't carry 2 adults at once and that it's just awkward, while the man says it's really dangerous and most likely they'd fall, so it's better not to fly like that. Yuri asks, if it's a girl, wouldn't it be the same? That only happens in novels, but sometimes foolish students imitate it, even though they shouldn't. Yuri asks again, what if it really is a girl? He says he's talking about the blonde woman they met today. A man drinks something and says this is Her Majesty Simona's daughter. She does have a younger sister, but he realizes that she will be the next queen. Suddenly, a man with a sly smile approaches the main character and jokingly asks if he might be in love. He tells him that the royal family isn't so simple. In his view, a woman like his mother would make a better match, but more importantly, how they first came together is something the man can't remember. At night, their house is lit. The main character sits at the table, with only a single candle glowing in the room. A young man sits lost in thought, reflecting on knowledge and memories known only to him in this world. The main character decides to write down all his stories in this book, making it a true treasure for him. And this will also become his strength. In his nakedness, images of people, the planet, and memories flicker. The main character flew off a cliff on a little bird. 3 years have passed since then, and now he is 7 years old. The main character arrives home, spots a bird, and realizes it's Hakudori. The boy hears a voice telling someone to leave. Then he looks out the window. His father is holding something in his hands and says he has already left the main house. He's not obliged to send such a letter and doesn't have to go to war if it starts. While the girl says Goku sent them an official notice that Luca is being drafted. The man has no choice. He silently looks at the letter while the main character reflects on the war. A guy walks into the room and asks the only other guy there if the Hakudori is ready, and he replies that everything is set for distillation. Looks like today will be a tough day too. He needs to pack his things carefully because he's going to see the head of the family and say goodbye to a coworker. The main character rides on a little bird, with 2 others following behind. The boy asks his mom if everything is okay, and she replies that all is well. He's riding so nicely, and the birds behind are so quiet. The guy says it's only his 2nd time without his dad watching, so he needs to be careful. And the girl asks if he's getting close to the city, and if he's feeling nervous. Yuri says it's not much for him since it's his first time at the main house, and besides, they were invited to a ceremonial march marking the start of the war, even though the city itself isn't very lively. The young man says it's good that his father refused their request to go to the front, and the girl agrees, adding that he prefers caring for animals over fighting. But every time letters arrive from the main house, she feels anxious, and Yuri starts thinking about the war again. This country is currently at war. It's the kingdom of Chalta, located deep within the peninsula and sharing a border with another country called Kirukena, where people of the same ethnicity, the Xians, live. Residents of Kirukena are also known as Kirukensha. The war is escalating and spreading across the land, so the kingdom of Kurukina, located in the heart of the peninsula, is inevitably drawn into the growing conflict. The Shani are used to the cold because their ancestors were northern people long before the continent was united into one state. Their empire, Shantil, disappeared after a war with the Kura people and split into several states, leaving only 2 today, Chalta and Kurukina. Whenever Kura's army attacks the kingdom of Kurokina, the kingdom of Chalto sends reinforcements provided by the Luca family, night warriors from the Hao lineage. Now another war has begun, and the current head of the family, Gokuhu, the father's brother, was sent to the front. The father refused to fight, but, because of his background, had to attend the official ceremony marking the start of the war. It's a good thing the older brother was so understanding. He really didn't want to say goodbye to their father, who was going off to war. The girl says they've already arrived. Here it is, the main city of the Hao family, Korakumo, where people go about their business just like always. The main character looks around in surprise, thinking the Gakudori is a night transport, while the woman with a child riding it seems suspicious. The main character and his mother are stopped by a guard with a rifle who asks who they are. They stop and fly off the bird. The boy says his name is Yuri. He is Luca's son, and he came here with his mother to visit relatives for the farewell of soldiers heading to the front. A man tries to remember Luke Gao's name when suddenly a woman runs past him, speaks to Suzui, saying they were expected here, and asks them to follow her. The main character leaves his bird behind and looks at the people, their shields and weapons, thinking it's all expected but still very impressive. A man tells Suzu he's very happy to see her. She bows and mentions it's been a long time since they last met. Goku asks her not to bow so deeply since they're family, and inquires about Luke, to which Suzu replies that Luke is running a bit late because he's currently busy delivering an eagle on order. Luke says it's wrong to just hand everything over to his wife and send her alone. The girl explains that their son actually brought her there. Goku asks the boy if his name is Yuri. Yuri confirms, and thinks to himself how strong his mom is. He asks his mother if she can handle Gakudori well, and she agrees. He also inquires about the royal eagles, which seem to be no problem either, while his mother is proud that he can read, write, and plays Dookie wonderfully, much to the man's surprise. In this country, Dookies aren't a board game, but more like Chinese chess, where you can only cross the river in the middle of the board by specific paths. Luke liked the game so much that he taught a boy the rules, and within a month, the boy was playing even better than him. There's still time before the celebration, so Goku suggests training together. The girl wants to object, but the boy agrees, and Goku reassures them not to worry, advising Suzu not to go have tea alone in a separate room. The girl agrees and asks Yuri to play here at least once, suggesting they try it right here. They are heading home. The maid tells the boy he can leave his shoes here. He agrees, and Goku invites him to sit down and make himself comfortable. The guy says the board is good, and so is the grid. The man replies that the guy seems to know his stuff, and asks if he's really never seen a board like this before, then suggests starting the game even though he's busy. The main character admits he doesn't spend too long on tasks, so he doesn't think this will drag on. Then the man decides to skip the hourglass and lets him go first, and the guy says he'll lend him the chest. Yuri was upset about the loss. He still lacks experience at this level. But the man says it wasn't that, just a bad tactic. Since the game ended so quickly, Yuri suggests playing again, and the man agrees. The boy gets upset again and says he's completely lost, and the man agrees that's how it looks, while Yuri thinks his strategy is brilliant. Though maybe it's a well-known move he just hasn't learned yet. The main character realizes the man in front of him is very strong, and suddenly the man stands up from the table and swings something at him. The sword stops right in front of the main character's face. The boy asks Goku what he's doing and if he was being rude. The man says this guy is brave, and we're going to have a great evening. A man asks if he will become his son-in-law, and the young man realizes that riding the royal eagle isn't the only dangerous family tradition. He says he wouldn't want to marry a girl he's never even seen. Goku advises him to think carefully. If he truly wants to unlock his full potential, he might have to give up more than he currently has. He'll be bored at a grown-up party anyway, so for now it's better if he plays with his daughter. In the evening, the maid leads the main character somewhere, holding a lantern. They arrive at the place. She wishes him a good evening. He thanks her and then knocks on the door, waiting for a response. The main character peeks through the door, apologizes, then notices a figure sitting at the table and wonders if it's her. But the man goes inside, greets, and asks if anyone's alive, while the man at the table stays completely still. A guy approaches a girl and gently touches her cheek with his finger. She frowns and asks if he thinks that's not rude, while Yurko is surprised she's even alive. Yuri asks the girl if she has any hearing problems. She says no, so he wonders why she didn't respond and asks if she's upset because he distracted her. But she replies no, she just can't focus today. He asks her what she's working on, and she says that even if she told him, he wouldn't understand. Yuri replies that maybe so, but until she explains, he can't be sure. She says it's a waste of time, but Yuri replies that if she finds it hard to understand, she should let him try, and asks her not to take everything so seriously. The girl asks if he would leave if she asked. The boy gets angry, and the girl says she's curious if they could multiply endlessly. The guy believes it's a combination of two words from the Shan dialect, one meaning essence and the other repetition, similar to prime numbers. Yuri asks if she's stuck on 2, 3, or 5, and the girl, annoyed, says she knew he wouldn't understand and tells him to leave. He says he understands what it's about, while she looks at him in surprise, and Yuri adds, "First, let's take any number and that is 2 or greater." The main character is overwhelmed by a deep nostalgia, imagining a classmate standing before him as he pictures himself alone with that person in an empty classroom by the board. A classmate asks him if he's heard that his dad might have been fired from his job. He and Yahata weren't really friends. Their parents just worked together at the same factory, and his dad calls to ask if he even shed a tear for his son. The main character asked what had happened and what went on there. The man had trouble with the police over theft from the company, while his father was accusing old employees to get rid of them. He's being asked again about the theft, specifically what he stole. After his divorce, he found a new partner and plans to focus on work so he won't have to pay alimony. The father said a few threatening words, mentioning nails and metal parts. He was neither a good dad nor a decent businessman. A man reports a theft, no matter how big or small. And theft is theft, with dismissal often used as a disciplinary measure. The guy asked if firing for this was fair and insisted on it. A young man starts drowning in his problems like an iron, while his father sternly tells him over the phone not to boss him around, and asks why keep paying a high salary to an employee whose skills are already outdated. The main character started choking and called for help, reminding the boy that he promised to help him once he became a doctor, and shouted the boy's name loudly. The main character suddenly wakes up gasping for air, wondering if it was all just a dream, possibly because he keeps a diary about his past life. After all, Yagata never became a doctor. Then the boy looks away and walks down the stairs. Hearing some noises behind the door, he asks, "Who's there?" A hooded man outside the door calls himself Shun, a servant of the Ho family. The main character is surprised he's from the main household, and Yuri explains he can't open the door himself and will go wake his father now. A man sits by the fireplace, stoking the fire, and is surprised when Shen appears, first offering to check his hands and feet. The guy says he's fine, but Luke replies that it's not up to him to decide if he has frostbite. Sometimes people can't tell themselves, and Shuna agrees. A man takes off the boy's shoe and reassures him that everything is fine and there's nothing to worry about. The boy sets down some food, saying he'll leave it there if that's okay, and he's very grateful to the man. Shun starts eating and drinking a hot beverage, and when Luke asks if he had breakfast, Shun admits he was busy and skipped it, but agrees it's unwise to rush out in such cold on an empty stomach. Macing Boverse's face turns serious as he asks the man what happened, and Shun delivers the news that Mr. Goku died in battle, leaving the man deeply shocked. Shun explains that Goku launched into an attack and flew forward, riding the royal eagle that was given to him, and since Luke Hao already knew about it, Goku handled the situation perfectly, and was even happy about it. The main character is shocked that Goku died in battle, especially since he's his uncle, and they hadn't seen each other for only a few days. Luke grabs the guy and asks if he's joking. He says no, but adds it's probably just a rumor, though almost everyone is sure he's really dead. Although his body was never found, the girl throws down the bowl, apologizes, and says she needs more hot water, so she'll take care of that now. A girl cries out loudly, asking if her brother really died, while a boy gently places his hand on her shoulder. The guy hugs her and says he's come to ask her to join a family gathering tomorrow, and she promises she'll definitely be there. The master says he'll put him up in the guest room, give him food and rest, because he doesn't want him to die too. And if misfortune strikes on the way home, he must drink this in memory of his brother. On the grounds of the Hao family estate, called Katakumo, the main character and his father sit silently. He approaches Luke, tells him he brought the list of meeting participants. Luke thanks him and starts reading it but finds something confusing. He says there's no raccoon's name here. They explained he refused to help, so he was removed from the list of participants, and he added that a coward like him doesn't deserve to be called a knight. But even after such an act, people don't stop being knights. They say they can bring their son-in-law to the meeting. Raccoon Aku's homeland is very powerful and well-known, gaining fame when they were entrusted with managing a large city on the outskirts. It's surprising they won't be at the meeting. Luke says he understands and thanks the person who asked to step away. The man sighs and says he really has no right to say anything, so they'll just stay silent. The main character asks if he's the grandfather's younger brother. Doesn't that mean he can speak? He says that in their family, without a knight's title, there's almost no chance. Even leading others isn't allowed. He left the academy and never became a knight, and the boy asks what an attack by the royal eagle means. The man says it's time to learn about this. A fighting technique where the enemy is attacked from above. At dawn, the knights must make a sudden landing on enemy territory, unsure if only enemies await them. But despite the life-threatening risk, they have no choice but to proceed. If everything goes wrong, we'll have to take the general's head. That's a desperate move reserved only for when all hope is lost. The guy thinks it's terrible and asks why it's so cruel. The man replies that no one can guarantee everything will go perfectly, but his older brother managed to get through it. Yuri knows his own strength and asks if joining this is mandatory once he becomes a knight. But that's not true. It's a voluntary choice. No one can force anyone. It's considered an honor to spend the night like this. Someone knocks on the door, a maid enters to say all the guests have arrived, and she will guide them inside. Luke walks away, and the boy wishes him good luck, which surprises Luke. Then the boy shows a note and reads what's written on it, and Yurko leaves too. Look, his name is on the list as well. The main character is surprised by this, and soon they both follow the maid, who stops at the door and invites them inside. Several people are already waiting at the table. 3 men, all with the same pointed ears. The maid asks them to sit down. The hero, of course, knew there would be elderly people here, but he didn't expect almost everyone to be grandpas, with hardly any young people around. The girl tells Mr. Yuri that he needs to sit right here, and the hero is surprised because it's a place of honor. The man bows and says he's glad to see his sister Satsuki, and she smiles, asking him to just call her Satsuki. The man agrees and asks the boy to say hello. The boy says his name is Yuri and calls her grandma. The girl says Sham praised her, but Yuri insists she's even better. Satsuki is happy and invites him to sit down. Everyone took their seats, and the girl thanked everyone for coming. She believes everyone already knows that her husband died heroically in battle against the enemy. Now they need to decide what to do next. Yuri realizes Shama isn't nearby, and feels a growing sense of unease. Fortunately, her husband took care of the family and left a will. She shows everyone the sealed envelope. She thinks she can watch it right now. Everyone is surprised, and she opens the envelope. She conveys his words. As the 27th head of Goku-Ho, he appoints his brother Ruho as the next leader, and that's it. Everyone is surprised, even Rak can't believe it. The girl says she understands everything, and if he wants, he can continue living as before. She takes the boy by the shoulder and says they have no problem if his son becomes the leader, and when Yuri gets the title, he is very surprised. Ruho asks why he became the leader when there were other candidates, and the girl replies that Gook chose him, so he should accept it with pride. One of the men points out that Ruho doesn't have a knightly title. The girl says they have nothing to worry about because they've already received special permission from the kingdom for their leader to be without the title of knight. Even so, it won't be hard for him to earn this title. All the necessary documents are already there. It just takes a bit of time to gather and prepare them, and he'll get it. whose land lies far from the kingdom of Kurekina and has enjoyed a strategic natural location for generations. It's the Hao family who tried to defend these lands when the Kure people took over. But after prolonged battles, their warriors are exhausted and in need of help. The young man understands why only elderly people are at the meeting now. Actually, there's no real need to appoint an elder as the leader. But since many young people often die, there's no one else left to choose from. In Siam, there's a tradition where only women rule and men serve in the military. It seems she plans to use the Hua family's influence for her own ends, most likely sending them to defend the capital. What will come of it? The main character had no idea that it was all planned in advance. Both he and his father got into trouble, while his grandfather's family always thinks ahead. The man stands up and says he'll never make his son a knight, let alone a leader. Satsuki replies that all boys dream of becoming knights. But even if that's true, he's only 7, and it's too soon to give him such a big responsibility. If, after finishing the evening academy, he still lacks the qualifications to be a manager, he'll remain a candidate simply because he's AIM's son-in-law. The main character realizes that this woman has thought everything through carefully and looks very serious. The man asks for time to think, and Yuri realizes his father will come up with something to stay in charge until he finishes the academy. The situation is complicated, and Yuri honestly has no idea how to get out of it. Is this really a will? And how will the decision be made? Will Dad just have the final say, or will all the elders vote? If it's the second option, I'll have to show my worst side. I'll try this tactic and see how it goes as he turns to his father. Suddenly, someone bursts into the room and asks the girl to step aside and not get in the way, leaving everyone surprised. A man angrily shouts, asking how they dared to hold a meeting without him. The dark-haired girl tells him he has arrived, because this is the head of the Yakni family, Rakuno himself. The guy realizes the name sounds familiar. Yes, that's the same person who was kicked out of the meeting as the main candidate. Rakuno turns to Satsuki and asks how she dared to twist her husband's last wish, and she replies that whoever says that is just a coward who ran away from the battlefield. A man yells loudly that it's not true, and he doesn't know what she's already told them, but he asks them not to believe her, while the boy notices that the man is acting strangely. A man asks what the paper is told it's Mr. Hook's will, is offered to take it, and smiles as he reads the document. Then he suddenly slams the paper on the table and tells the girl it's just a fake. A man exclaims that women are so tricky, he just wants to pull something real out of his pocket. He takes out the envelope, lifts it high for everyone to see the real will, leaving them all stunned. In the last will, there is a request for Raccoon Iku to become the new head of the family, with the hope that he will find a good job and bring a bright future for everyone. The raccoon asks how she feels about it, and if she knows what to say, and the girl replies that she can't believe someone like him could be part of their family. She yells angrily at the man to stop talking nonsense and asks how he dared to pass off a fake. After the leader died, he quit the job and told everyone he had been removed from the candidate list. But the man was surprised and asked what was going on since Goku had personally handed him the note. The girl says this will was brought by a trusted member of the Ross family, because they once cared for him too. The man says that's not true. Maybe she's softened, but where's the proof she wasn't deceived? Silence falls as the hero wonders if he might have accidentally brought the fake, while Satsuki looks very angry. She's clearly angry, emotions are running high, and staying calm won't solve anything. Compared to her, Raccoon seems more composed and able to argue his point. I want to verify the authenticity of these 2 documents, but it's impossible. This whole situation benefits Raccoon, who won't argue with the elders, and they know it well. Raku isn't a knight, and compared to Satsuki, they come up short against him. The main character tells his father he can rest because he wants to go to the bathroom himself, and the man is surprised by this statement. A man suggests to Satsuki that they take a short break. Her sister says she needs to use the restroom, which the guy thinks was unnecessary to mention, while the girl is surprised but agrees. They come out, and the main character asks his father if there's a free room nearby. The father looks at him surprised and asks about the bathroom. The young man confidently tells his father that it wasn't true because they urgently need to talk. They stayed alone in the room, and the man suggested starting by asking what they were going to talk about, while the boy asked his father if he would be the one in charge. Rook says everything depends on choices. He's not too thrilled about it, but since it was his brother's wish, he doesn't want to let him down. The guy says the contents of those wheels were completely different, so it's clear that one of them is fake, but with just that information, they can't tell which one it is. If things keep going like this, it looks like Raccoon will become his enemy. This is turning into a real political war. Rook didn't think he'd go this far. Yuri says he's heard many similar stories, and they all started just like this. The father gently pats the boy's head, telling him not to worry because he'll figure something out. And the boy grumbles, asking him not to get angry. He steps outside and sees a girl, Both are surprised. She asks what they're doing there and says they need to move on, but more quietly, and Yuri asks if he can talk to her for a minute. Two guards stand by the door as the main character approaches and says his name is Yuri, the son of Ruko. The guards ask in surprise what happened, and the young man says he came here on his orders, then asks if Rakuni is home, to which the guard replies that he isn't there right now. The guy says he has something really important to do. Can it wait until he gets back? The guard sitting in the chair asks again about the night at the academy, and says he wishes he could go back to those days. Unlike the capital, there's plenty of space here, and if you have friends, you can train as much as you want. This is youth. They definitely wouldn't have liked the main character's past. Suddenly, someone unfamiliar enters the room. Both look surprised, and the raccoon angrily asks what they've done. The guards report they're watching him. The raccoon tells them to shut up and mind their own business, then asks the boy what happened. The guy admits that his dad asked him to find out something about Satsuki's secret. A skull lies on the grass. Death is the same for all living beings. It levels everyone, and likewise, the return to life should be equal for all. For example, the main character, stepping out of eternal darkness, seems to start a new life and remembers himself as a baby. The last thing he remembers is a girl drowning and a heavy weight in his body. Despite his rough life, he has no regrets. And these people, his new family whom he loves and values deeply, helped him forget his painful memories. Now that Hukao's manager has passed away, his will names his father Rukao as the heir. But at the meeting, something unexpected happened. Raccoon Axe showed up with a note from the boss saying he was the next one. 2 documents are up for a vote, and the real political battle begins. The raccoon must choose his family's future, while Yuri struggles with the fear of losing his loved ones. The man asks again about Satsuki's secret will and why Rook didn't come to him personally. The young man explains that several officers are following him, and that he was sent in place of someone else. The man suggests not wasting time and getting down to business, when suddenly the young man draws attention to himself. He hands him the envelope and says that the will of Satsumi was written on the same kind of paper. The main character carefully holds the paper and brings it close to the fire in the fireplace to reveal something. A man looks at the boy in surprise as an image of 2 birds begins to appear on the paper. The boy asks why the color is so dull, saying that with a little more time it will definitely work. He brings the paper closer to the fire, which starts to burn, and Yurko says it's already too hot for him. He throws the papers into the fire and looks back worriedly. The boy apologizes, but the man says it's nothing and asks what it means. The main character admits that something important is hidden on this piece of paper, and the man quickly snatches it from his hands. Information transfer sheet, continue treatment as before. We are looking for Saruna's statement, fold the top right corner correctly. The man wonders why he's writing to him like that, and the boy explains that his father doesn't want to be a leader. He's just an ordinary resident, and Satsuki is the one doing the writing. A man takes the paper, sits down, and happily says that this is exactly why he sent it. Yuri admits that yes, when Satsuki showed it to him, he did steal another slip of paper. But instead, the man reads a note asking to continue the treatment. He smiles and agrees, adding that he promises. The main character clearly understands what he has achieved. The main character believes that if he wins the vote, his family will be safe. The man understands about the right corner and says they're done, so he can leave. The guy steps out and says goodbye. The main character stands out because of his size and dislikes acting like a child. Didn't he find his own behavior a bit strange? To be honest, my dad would never have thought of doing something like that. He never solved problems that way, so he wouldn't have done it then either. The father must not find out, but the main character is very tired and just wants to go to sleep when suddenly a man appears before him. He asks his son where he has been. The boy asks his father why he's still awake, and Rook replies that he can't sleep until his son is home safe at night. The main character says he was nearby, but the man asks him not to lie since he knows the area well, and there's no point in trying to be clever. The main character apologizes and admits he was really busy. Yurko tells his father he just wanted to help, and his father puts a hand on his shoulder and sits down beside him. He tells his son not to worry because he promised to protect him, asks if he doesn't believe him, but the boy denies it. The father presses his forehead to his son's and says that he is truly talented and may have come up with a great solution, but right now the most important thing for him and his mother is their son himself. He tells his son that this is more important than his own life and his mother's, more important than any land, so he asks him not to take any more risks and asks if he promises him. The main character promises something to his father but secretly crosses his fingers behind his back. And the next morning they meet again in the hallway. The girl wishes everyone a good day and says that today the fate of the family head will be decided. She asks everyone to be honest with themselves and, most importantly, fair, as everything is now ready to finally deliver the final verdict. The girl confidently says there's one sure way to tell a fake letter from a real one. Everyone is surprised by the news. The girl apologizes for keeping it secret and says similar things have happened before. Just burn the will, and everything will become clear. Here lies the will Sard and Hao left for the previous chapter, and now they'll use it to show how everything works, though unfortunately they couldn't prove it yesterday. While they were talking, you insisted they were real, and if it turns out otherwise during the trial, you'll have to answer for your words. The man confidently says, "Yes, please," and the girl with a serious expression replies that they will take him first. They bring the will to the girl, who shows the paper to Raccoon and asks if it's really genuine and truly his last wish. The man speaks firmly, saying there's no room for discussion and urging everyone to finally get started. This time, their chef will be cooking. The man is nervous, but says it's still better than having the raccoon's assistant do it, and the main character knows the options are limited. The girl says they'll start with Saruna's documents, and after the fire, everything will become clear. A man takes a burning stick and holds it up to the fire while the main character watches. A man looks at a woman, who asks him to begin, and he brings the stick to the paper. On this page, nothing happens. The raccoon is shocked, everyone is surprised, and the main character is smiling. Everyone understands that nothing is happening. There's nothing in Satsuki's document. But what about Riken's document? The raccoon sees the word fake written on the paper, and the man is very surprised by it. The girl says it seems they've figured out who was lying. Rook asks what happened, and the main character thinks everything is going according to plan, noting that yesterday, after Raccoon left, he made the same note. And Satsuki only started the meeting once she was sure the one who returned had gone into Raccoon's room. They had prepared everything so that when the truth came out, everyone would understand he couldn't be trusted. The man stands up angrily, calls the boy a scoundrel, and blames him for everything that happened. The father is shocked. The young man says everything he told him yesterday was a lie, but it turns out it was just a small act. The main character left in the middle of the meeting yesterday to prepare a special liquid, and after taking the Ho family seal from Satsuki, he completed all the preparations. The main character turns to Raccoon and asks if he wants to say anything, maybe even apologize. The man angrily insists it's not a fake. He's sure a thief broke in yesterday and swapped his documents. Yuri asks, "If you're so sure, why are you here instead of chasing the thief? You just said you have no doubt the will is genuine." A man demands that the boy come up with his silly excuses and slams his fist on the table. Then he freezes in place and says he'll never forgive him for that. At first, this man wanted to get rid of Hook, and his hands would have been stained with blood too. Though his plan failed, he still decided to keep pushing forward no matter who got in his way. They're doomed if a guy like that becomes the head of the family. Now only his father deserves that role. And Yuri tells him that this bold young man, as he called him, has beaten him. A man loudly calls his son by name and asks him to stop doing that. The main character looks at his father in surprise and apologizes, when suddenly someone claps their hands. It's a girl. The girl tells the raccoon that if he has nothing more to add, they will announce their decision. She says, "If you think Ruka should be the next leader, raise your hand." And everyone must raise their hand. Then they decide that Guho's younger brother, Ruho, will become his official successor. Then the guards arrive, and the girl orders them to detain Raccoon, who stands up and denies everything. One of the guards places a hand on the man's shoulder, asking him to come along. But suddenly the man shouts something loudly. Suddenly the raccoon pulls a dagger from his sleeve and swiftly turns to attack the guard. Blood drips from the guard's throat as the man turns to the main character and says he will kill him. Rokonusan looked at them in disbelief, surprised they dared to attack him. A frightened man asked if anyone was there, but he was clearly hiding something. In shock, someone called security for help. He watched what was happening, unable to understand how it all came to be. His father said he promised to protect him, so there's nothing to worry about. The hero asks Satsuki to step back and keep an eye on Yuri. The guy noticed that his posture had changed. The guy realized he wants to stop the enemy's advance and believes Rakunia understands everything too, but right now he's having a really hard time. The man says he's just an ordinary farmer who has never even seen a battlefield. He notes that this man is very strong. The man asks to handle the injured person carefully, as he is still breathing, and orders to carry him out. The father calms Yuri down and asks if he was scared, to which Yuri replies that he's fine. The girl says everything was wonderful thanks the man, and admits they never expected this at all. A boy points to his father's sleeve, and the man jokes that his wife will have more work fixing the ruined suit, asking his son to cover for him when they get home. The main character recalls that at that moment, it didn't really matter. He drifted back into the past in his mind, started wondering what might have happened, but never finished the thought. The man advises Yuri to take his time, eat slowly, and not force himself, assuring him it will make things easier, and Yuri agrees. The girl notices that 18 years have passed and asks the master why he doesn't like to fight. The hero says he doesn't like fighting, which is why he left knighthood and chose a different path. The woman reminds him that she already asked at the meeting if it was okay to leave early, and then asks if he really intended to make Yuri a knight. after which the man asks if she will take the lead. She admits it's wrong, but promises to keep a low profile as much as possible. A girl asks a man to promise he'll write to her if anything happens, and he agrees. The maid offers to clear the dishes for Yuri, who agrees and wishes everyone a pleasant rest. A child asks the hero if he wants to go look at the stars together. The main character asks again in surprise about the stars. The guy happily asks if they're leaving now, and they check if he's okay with that. The hero asks his mom for permission, but she says he needs to finish eating first. You turn to his father and ask if he can leave. The man smiles and agrees, but the hero, noticing his expression, suspects he's up to something again. The heroes are told to stay inside the mansion and not go outside. The researcher claims to know the best spot for observations. The guy is surprised because he had never even heard of such a place before. The girl offers to share her secret spot and admits she doesn't really know much about the stars. The hero agrees that the sky is beautiful and always brings peace to the soul. She reflects that this cluster of stars resembles the Milky Way, and concludes that this world has its own galaxy, adding that the people here seem just like ordinary folks, so not all is lost. After a while, she asks again if he's listening, then explains that the third star orbiting this one is called Mirura. Yuri thinks the girl might mean a satellite, and he wonders if locals really know much about the sky, since this star is special and now there are only about 5 like it left. The girl asks if he knows what this sign means, and he replies that he does, but wants to find out what these 5 stars represent. She explains that signs of winter are starting to appear, divided into summer and winter signs, and points to the stars, naming them the bull, the lyre, the cat, and the dipper. The hero pauses, realizing he doesn't understand anything at all. He recognizes this as the Big Dipper constellation. The boy also notices that Orion is beneath the bull. The guy wonders, if this is another world, the stars here should look completely different. Everything feels strange because the same stars can't shine in different worlds at once. And he even starts to question whether the constellations in this isekai could be the same as those in his home world. The main character thinks he might actually be somewhere on Earth, and now he needs to figure out why this happened. The girl says that's all and asks if he remembers. Yura is lost in thought, quietly mumbling to himself, while the girl asks if he's fallen asleep. The guy apologizes, says he just remembered something urgent, and suggests wrapping up for today, while the girl sadly replies that she knew he wouldn't like it. Yuri says he liked everything but suddenly remembers something he needs to check, promising he definitely won't run away next time. She seems to understand and asks to hear more later, but leaves the sentence unfinished. A smiling girl wonders what on earth he was thinking. He turns to Setsuki-san, apologizing for the trouble, and asks if he can take a look at the map. The woman asks about the map once more, then points out that such an item can't be found in Ruka. Yuri explains that if possible, it's best to have the most detailed map showing all the boundaries of the area. Satsuki says that if it's the biggest map, it's probably from the late Empire era, and suggests they go and retrieve it. The main character reflects on how restless his thoughts are, and recalls that the current Celtic kingdom once stood where the great Shantira Empire thrived, adding that although the empire fell 900 years ago, the land itself has changed little since then. He decides it would be helpful to take another look at the map. The girl covers her face with her hand and says it's still very bright here. Satsuki shines her flashlight around, thinking the map should be somewhere nearby. A woman points to the map, saying their country is somewhere around here, and the main character notices that the area really does look like Scandinavia. He looks at the map and notices the shapes of the territories seem strange but understandable. Realizing that the Shantira Empire is located somewhere in the east near the Ural Mountains, to the west by Scandinavia, and to the south around Ukraine, with the boy guessing that Shantinia is on the Crimean Peninsula. The main character exclaims in surprise that it's Earth and can't believe he didn't notice it for a whole 7 years. The woman explains that the country's center was closer to the east, so the map isn't very accurate, suggests looking for a map of the country in her husband's office, and Yuri asks if he can see it. A boy looks at the bookshelf, amazed by how many books there are, remembering he once thought the opposite. A girl replies that if you live here, you can read as much as you want. Satsuki suggests sitting down, and the main character looks at the map in surprise, saying it's the Kingdom of Celta. Yuri notices the map is well drawn, showing names like the Kingdom of Kirukina, the capital Shibyaku, the Weldon Fortress, and Karakumo. The girl points to the map and says that Grandpa Hook fought somewhere around here. A guy approaches Satsuki and asks her to pretend tomorrow that he's going to propose to her. The woman asks if he really thinks he'll fall into that trap and warns him that it's very dangerous to go there alone. Yuri asks if she believes she can win without doing anything. The girl smiles slightly and says she doesn't think so, but they have many allies, so there's nothing to worry about. The hero looks at this woman and asks, "Then what's the point of this victory?" The woman asks what he means and explains that being a leader doesn't mean doing whatever you want. The guy asks if they can keep Rikun after the victory. He says that if Rikuna is left alone and returned to him, he'll start plotting against her, and he won't care if Eku's family is sent abroad. The young man then asks if she really thinks he's so easy to defeat, since he's not someone you can take down easily. Only a very strong blow could do it. And he also wonders if the local feudal lords will come to their aid. The woman admits she doesn't know herself and asks if they might be worrying too early. The boss says he won't just sit back and will do everything he can to make things difficult for her, adding that her whole family is unlikely to succeed, and asking if she can hold on for at least 10 years. Satsuki thinks that if their decision gets out, things will only get worse, so she apologizes and says she won't join. Yuri looks at her and asks if she doesn't trust him. She says yes because he's still little. The hero looks at her and asks, "Isn't this strange?" The guy replies that she knows well. She's received invitations from her uncle before, and he says it was meant to keep him with the whole family, adding that if she can't trust Grandpa Hook, she won't be able to learn the full story. Yuri looks at her in surprise and asks why she's trying to fulfill her late husband's request. The woman apologizes, saying she was lost in thought, and the boy thanks Satsumi-san, who smiles and says she was happy to help. She watches Yuri Ko and thinks about what an interesting child he is. They say that in the end, everything happened just as he said, and it all turned out well. Yuri tells Setsuki-san that everything now depends on her and wishes her a good night. A woman wishes him sweet dreams and looking at him thinks about Hook and what he saw in this boy. In the morning, the servants brought Yuri fresh clothes and greeted him as they entered his room. Yuri thanked them for the clothes they brought. He was told that the Suim-sama was waiting for him, which surprised him. He promised to hurry, but admitted he still wasn't used to such attention. The main character recalls that 3 years have passed since his dad became a manager and they moved. Now he's 10 years old and his life is completely different from before. The guy believes there are many hardworking people around who are happy to see him. Yuri reflects on how he is always cared for and notices how different his life is now compared to before, as the servant greets him warmly. The guy remembers how his dad trains every evening, even though he's busy working all day from morning till night. The hero believes his father has almost completely entrusted Yuri with management, so he only comes on weekends. The girl asks if it's a lesson now, and he replies that it is. She shows how much food she has gathered, and then invites everyone to eat together. Yuri thanks her and says he'll be looking forward to it, noticing that his mom hasn't changed at all since she still wishes him good luck. The main character enters the room and is suddenly attacked. He managed to dodge the blow, and the attacker noticed his quick reflexes. The man teaching him says they will continue working the same way. The coach encourages him as he keeps pushing forward. Yuri falls during training, and a man mocks him, saying that at this pace, even the hospital staff will be laughing at him. Tom Imhao advises him to know his limits. The hero reflects on how Satsuki-san is teaching him various skills at her request. The young man thinks about how Salim is already 90 years old and enjoys being his coach, while also recalling how he lost his son and grandson during the war. The guy thinks he could have been cornered or wounded on the battlefield if he had retreated or missed the second spear, and he's surprised that the coach is already so old. The man says enough talk and orders Yuri to attack. Yuri says he understands and gets ready to attack. A woman asks if her lesson is really that boring. The main character looks tired and fights sleep, promising to stay awake but admitting he's very sleepy, recalling how he studied in the morning and then ate. The teacher explains again, points to the board, and says we need to remember the lanterns and the winter snow. He tries to understand what's being said, and strange images start to form in his mind. She patiently explains the grammar rules, saying that I am the subject. The verb is in the present tense, and the object can be a man, woman, foreigner, thing, land, or royal family, depending on the context. Satsuki is teaching Yuri the ancient Shan language, but Yuri finds the rules too complicated and illogical, especially since you can often leave out the object, making him wonder if it's even worth learning. He thinks it's just an old language, not a spell, but Satsutsuki-san explains that only the chosen ones have ever been able to speak it. She says that knowing this language is important at least for reading the classics and wonders why Yuri finds it so hard to learn. The girl firmly asks him to listen carefully and promises to help him read all the books, while Yuri looks at her with concern, surprised by her seriousness. Satsuki-san says that without knowing this language, it's hard to be seen as educated. She scolds him, advises him to write, try to memorize, and not to sigh. Yuri wonders how much longer this torment of repentance and suffering will last and says he needs healing, something to calm his soul. He walks into the room and sees a girl. The main character marvels at how soft her cheeks feel. He asks what she's thinking about, and she replies, surprised, calling out his name. The girl says she studied Kepler's laws and can explain a lot using them. She admits that she used to struggle with one model, but now she's amazed at how simple it all is. Yura asks again which model it is. The girl explains that the moon orbits the Earth, while the sun looks like a second moon for our planet, and other planets like Mercury, Venus, and Saturn orbit the sun like satellites. She admits it's a bit confusing, but this explanation clears up a lot. She happily says she was able to understand everything thanks to Kepler's law, and Yuri adds that he's happy for her. The hero wonders why she finds joy in such small things, and asks himself if he ever felt the same excitement, then answers no. He invites Charm to step outside, saying he wants to show him something interesting. Yuri says it's already winter outside. The girl notices he talks like his dad. He wonders if he's acting like an old man and gives her a task, then asks why it's so cold here. The girl asks if it's because they're in the north or due to pressure, and he explains that both at the equator and in this country, the number of sunny days per year is the same, with the clue being the sun's height above the horizon. Yuri explains that the amount of heat you feel depends on the area facing the heat source, comparing it to a stove. Holding your hands vertically close feels hot, but holding them horizontally feels less hot. He says that where the sun is lower, the surface looks smoother, and just like with hands, it gets colder there. The girl is surprised and says it's very interesting. Now she's even more curious. The main character moves on to another question and asks why trees shed their leaves. She explains that if trees freeze, new leaves won't grow in winter, so some plants shed their leaves to survive. But if the cold isn't too harsh and the leaves can retain heat, they don't fall off. Though this is rare. And even then, the leaves usually don't survive. He also adds that closer to the south, warm-loving insects live that can feed on leaves year-round, but they need to be controlled, as observations confirm. He thinks Sham is very curious and imagines he might have had a daughter like her once, but now he acts like an old grandpa. The hero looks at the trees and dreams that these days will never end. At dinner, Yuri anxiously asks his father if he's tired, and his wife suggests he delegate some of the work to someone else. A boy asks his mom if she has gotten used to their new life yet. Yuri's mom says it was a bit strange at first, but she soon made friends with everyone and even got a spot for a garden, so now everything's good. The boy thinks they're lucky his mom is a farmer, and it wouldn't be right to force her into military duties. He also believes Mrs. Suzia attends various meetings, so that's not an issue, though it still worries him a bit. The father admits he never thought it would be easy, but he didn't expect it to be so exhausting, while the boy says he'll be able to rest a bit tomorrow. The man says there's some kind of disease spreading in the south, and Yuri asks, surprised. He is changing his plans for tomorrow. This is about a disease called smallpox. Yuri had heard of this disease. He knew people called it a curse and that many chances had already been lost to it, so he couldn't let his father go alone to such a dangerous place without proper scientific study. The hero tells his father not to act that way, but the man replies he can't do otherwise, explaining that people are confused and, as the owner, he must keep moving forward because waiting for a miracle won't change anything. The father says his son is, as always, worried. Yuri asks what will happen if dad gets sick, but the father doesn't believe it's that easy to catch the illness. Yuri confidently says he'll go there, as catching anything won't be that easy, and he asks his father if it's true. Eri's mom tells him he's too young to go with his dad, but Eri asks for permission because he wants to see and learn everything on his own. The father agrees, but warns his son that he must obey him, and the boy agrees. Yuri hands the fabric to his dad, who asks why he's doing it. The guy explains that you should hold the fabric over your nose and mouth to reduce the risk of infection. The father says that in such a situation, a manager's reputation could be ruined, but the son objects. Are you trying to get sick and then have everyone else suffer too? The man realizes everything is happening too fast, and they have neither medicine nor any essentials. He wonders how this could have happened since everyone lived in peace, and why such a disaster struck them. The main character realizes that people see it as a curse. The guy explains that the name pox comes from the ancient Kura. People in this world don't know about viruses, so all they can do is pray to God. The men say they've gathered all the sick here, but the healthy are taking care of them. Yuri's father says they'll go inside now and asks to close the door behind them. Yuri looks at the sick man in horror, realizing things are even worse than he imagined. The boy asks his dad not to touch the sick person, their belongings, or the walls under any circumstances, and the dad nods, showing he understands. He sees the patient groaning and asking for water, so he suggests waiting a moment and promises to bring some right away. The son takes him by the hand and leads him to the exit, but the man asks to stop, explaining that the sick need water. Yuri demands the door be opened immediately, and everyone looks at him in surprise. The father asks in surprise what's going on since they just came in, and Yuri insists they can't stay here or he'll catch it too. The man doesn't believe things are that bad and thinks his son is exaggerating. He believes he just understands what's going on. He believes that smallpox is a virus with a very high death rate, and once someone gets infected, it quickly spreads to their internal organs. The hero believes the source of the illness is the pus from the patient, and when scratched, the blisters burst and spread contamination. So touching the patient's belongings is forbidden. The father insists he must save them and promises to help the hero. The man says that first, we need to gather people, prepare food, water, and a change of clothes. Yuri explains that trying to save these 100 people now would only make things worse, causing 1,000 more to get infected. People wonder what he means by here and whether he really wants to give them up. They are outraged and ask if he really expects them to silently watch their families fall ill. The father apologizes to everyone and asks them to calm down, assuring them that he has no intention of leaving. Someone is asking to see something. They see so many dead that they can't even bury them properly. Yuri's father first thought it was smoke from a signal flare, but it was just fires. People are outraged that he brought this helpless child here, while the man pleads for help, explaining that this ancient world is already on the brink. Yuri realizes his words have deeply affected them, but they don't yet grasp the full global significance of it all. He knows his words don't carry much weight because he's still a child, but he's sure that if everyone listens to his father, the virus will spread across the whole country. The main character imagines a scale with a village, land, country, and family on one side, pondering which to choose. Yuri apologizes for his harsh words and asks his father to listen to him. Father says he understands and this is the last time, then lets his son speak. The young man confidently says he knows how to save the residents. A man asks in surprise why anyone would go to a farm just to look at cows, saying the farmers are healthy and cows are raised nearby anyway. The guy says he thought so and asks if it was just a coincidence. The main character replies that no, he's already developed immunity because he milks cows. He points to the cow's udder and says it's chickenpox. The man explains that this disease is similar to smallpox, but cows don't die from it, and even if people catch it from cows, it's not dangerous for them. He believes most people have already been exposed to it, so it should be mild for them. The father asks why this is happening, and Yuri explains that they developed immunity, which is why they survived, adding that Japan once had cowpox, which was used to create a vaccine against smallpox, and now they want to do something similar. He explains his plan. They will transfer cowpox to a person's arm using a needle, making a small scratch that draws blood. If all goes well, the person will be able to withstand smallpox without serious effects. Dad says he's never heard of this treatment method and doesn't know what books Yuri has read. His son understands why his father doesn't trust it. The man thought for a moment and said, "If you're sure, let's give it a try. I believe in you." The main character thanks his father. It is reported that 4 days have passed. Yuri says that he and his dad got vaccinated, so even if they get sick, it won't be a big deal. He says that everyone in the village who hadn't fallen ill was vaccinated, and they decided to isolate the village until the virus was completely gone. In the end, his plan worked successfully. The main character and his father doused themselves with alcohol, and he says they immediately wrapped their clothes with something to isolate them, with his father doing the same. Yuri says he's very grateful to his father for trusting him even in the toughest situations, and that means a lot to him. The young man wonders if he can protect his loved ones, even with the knowledge from his past life. He even wonders what would happen if he found himself in a hopeless situation, and a few months later, reports about it start appearing in the capital Shibyak. The guy says he's not sure if they should go with him and asks if they really need to be there. Dad says it's just a meet and greet ceremony, and Mom adds that they want to be close on such an important day. The man tells him not to worry, everyone will come with their parents, and she adds that they will support him. Yuri says he'll give it a try. Father says that maybe among these boys, some will become his friends in the future. He realizes that a new chapter is beginning in his life. The guy thinks this newcomer will start training at the Night Guard Academy. Yuri clarifies again that this is the Night Watch Academy and wonders what those two subjects are. The father explains that besides the Academy of Knighthood, there is also a humanities school, and together they are simply called the school. He adds that the Academy of Knighthood is for boys, while the School of Humanity is for girls. The boy explains that at the Academy, boys become knights, but he doesn't get to finish talking about the School of Humanity. Dad says the Humanities University mainly trains people for government jobs, so it's mostly witches who enroll there. Yuri asks in surprise about the witches and requests an explanation of what is being discussed. Father explains that this term refers to government officials serving the royal family, and that training for such roles takes place at a humanities school attended mostly by students from wealthy families, though some, like Satsuki-san, come from other backgrounds. He goes on to explain that the Academy of Knighthood trains students in warfare, and the title of knight is their diploma. Without this title, they aren't recognized as knights and can't take part in battles. He also adds that mostly children of knights go there, but there are girls who enjoy it too, and they have a chance to become knights for royal families. Father tells Yuri that he can decide for himself where to go, and can refuse right now if he wants. promising that both he and his mother will always support him no matter what path he chooses. Yurko wants to find a way to avoid going anywhere, but his father believes he'll manage anyway. He notices everyone looking at his father, the new head of the Who family, and asks what's going on, then realizes that without the title, rumors about Nietzsche will definitely spread. The main character realizes that many troubles lie ahead, and this worries him. Yuri's parents wish him success and say he will do great. They're told to wait in another room while Yuri is brought out. Yuri walks into the hall, and his parents encourage him, saying they're worried about him. He is asked to come forward, and he thanks them. He walks into the classroom and realizes with horror that the test has already started. The main character notices that some people are already handing in their work and their answers are visible to everyone, which surprises him because he thought the tests were supposed to start at the same time, and there didn't seem to be any time limits. The teacher asks him to sit down and says she'll get everything ready, and Yuri agrees. The boy is surprised that he has to write on a tree and sees a task where he needs to name a country, also to name a neighboring country, solve a problem, identify the cardinal directions, name the queen, explain why Shiro wanted money, and make a sentence using the words Kuro, Shiro, and U. Yuri is surprised by the tasks, finding them too easy, and asks why he spent 3 years training with Satsuki-san if that's the case. He says he's finished, and the teacher checks his work. The teacher asks to take Yuri to the maximum room, wondering if there will be another quiz and what exactly maximum means. The teacher announces that the exam will take place in a different room, and Yuri reacts with surprise. The main character realized what's going on and believes that first, they should just do a quick assessment of abilities before the real test begins. The guy finally understood everything. He believes that the idea of elementary school simply doesn't exist, so there are many applicants, some of whom have studied ancient languages while others lack even basic knowledge. This was necessary to understand everyone's level, and now he realizes why his father never talked about it. Yuri notices fewer people like that, meaning many didn't score top marks, and he thinks maybe the Night Academy doesn't focus much on this knowledge. The boy asks when everything will finally start, and the teacher enters the room, apologizing for being late. She says that the real test is just beginning now. The girl asks him to sit next to her, and Yuri agrees. He notices she's blonde, which strikes him as unusual, and remembering that Carolina from the royal castle was also blonde, he begins to wonder if it's her. The teacher says you'll be handing out sheets of paper now, and time will be up when the last grain of sand falls in the hourglass. Yuri looks at the hourglass, wondering what it is. He sees tasks that even he finds tricky. Explanations of military terms, descriptions of knights' movements, math and geometry problems, plus some history questions. The boy realizes these tasks aren't meant for 10-year-olds, and he decides that he understands everything. The hero believes there isn't a single task here in the ancient Shan language. Yuri mumbles something in an old language, and the teacher asks him to speak louder and clearer. He thinks that if it's not on the test, maybe it wasn't worth studying so hard. The guy realized why Satsuki-san had really taught him that language. But unfortunately, it was too late to use it now. All that was left was to complete the task as quickly as possible. The main character says he's already finished, even though there's still time left, and asks if he can turn in the work early or if that's not allowed. The teacher says no, but he can't go back now. The boy confirms he completed everything without any issues. And he says he's leaving, while the girl looks at him in surprise. The father asks if that's all Hera is capable of. The man replies that he also calls himself a spearmaster. Yuri asks his dad what he does for a living. The opponent laughs and says he got distracted, adding that it's been a long time since we last saw each other. The guy replies that they haven't seen each other in a long time, is also glad to meet, and recalls that the last time they met was at the castle. He asks if Yuri did well on the exam, and mentions there's still an hour left. Yuri replies that he wrote it okay, though he's not sure if it was his best work. Gara-san says he'll soon meet his son and ask him to be friends, adding that his son is a bit of a troublemaker, unlike him, and asks Yuri to keep an eye on him. Yuri then asks his son's name. The man calls himself Dora Godwin, and the main character realizes this, hoping he didn't inherit his looks, because if he did, things aren't looking good. Sin tells his father it's time to go home. Rak asks if they really have to leave now, and the boy says yes, everything's over, and mom is upset. The woman feels abandoned and went out for a drink, while the man tells Yuri he's right and that it's time for them to leave. The event is reported to take place the next day. Eri says the road today is different from what it was yesterday. The father asks if he mentioned that the ceremony will take place in the royal castle, and the boy wonders if that means the queen will be there, to which the father replies yes, because it's a very special event. The man asks why he's sighing and says he didn't expect he wouldn't like it. Yuri says he doesn't want to leave his family and isn't expecting to make any friends. Dad says it will be easy for him to make friends since he himself became friends with Shem. The main character replies that she is an exception to the rule. The mother cries, saying she won't see him for a long time. and Yurko is surprised. Rook wonders what she means, since they're not saying goodbye forever. The son agrees and says he'll come back home as soon as he can, and when Mom asks if that's true, Yuri confirms it. The hero feels that, for the first time in his life, he managed to calm his mother, and now he can't let them down. He understands he must try even harder from now on, but he never imagined he'd get slapped by a girl. They say the opening ceremony is about to begin any moment now. The events take place in a royal castle. Yuri came to the Knight Academy ceremony with his family, feeling a bit nervous. When asked if he's from the House family, he confirms it. A woman asked to speak with Yuri's father for a moment, and he agreed. Yuri's mother is surprised that the conversation turned to her son, and the man confirms it. His father tells him to go with this woman so she can take him where he needs to go. Yuri asks, "What happened?" And his father replies that everything is fine, but they need to hurry. The girl says she was the one who brought him here. Yuri wonders where he's being taken and feels something is wrong. He is being asked to come in. A guy asks if he is Yuri Hao, and the man replies that yes, he is. The woman asks him to sit down. The main character notices Carol and starts wondering what will happen next and why he was needed here. People introduce themselves. She is Isabeau Marmoset, director of the Humanitarian School, and he is Libero Rube, director of the Academy of Night Science. Yuri believes that Marmosa and Rub are strong family names. The Marmosa family leads the witch families, while the Rub family, like his own, is one of the 5 knight families, with their lands bordering another country and considered the foremost in military matters. He remembers Satsuki-san saying their families were friends, and he also notices that Carol is silent. Isabelle Marmoset announces that Carol Full-Charter and Yuri Hao will be the head students, and will represent the pupils to the queen. The main character, surprised, asks again if he is really in charge here. She says there will be a short rehearsal before we start, and a lot to remember. The guy asks if he'll be the second student after Carol. The director of the Academy of Knighthood says that Yuri will be the leader representing the academy, while Miss Carol will represent the School of Humanity. He adds that from now on, questions should only be asked with permission. The boy, surprised by what's happening, asks if she hasn't already taken the Night Watch Academy exam. The woman says that's it, and now it's time to head to rehearsal. The teacher says we should first memorize the phrases she gave us, and only then try practicing using them, and he realizes that's quite a lot. He explained what needed to be done. Stand up, bow, walk with Carol to the podium, bow to the audience again, step onto the podium, say the oath, kneel and kiss the queen's hand, then return to their seat, bowing to the audience once more. Yuri is surprised that Carol remembered everything so quickly. He wonders why she is smiling. The guy is frustrated that it's impossible to learn this so fast. He says he's ready to start rehearsing, but he's feeling unwell. He's already feeling tired, even though the ceremony hasn't started yet. Carol tells him that he's really no different from anyone else. Yuri is surprised that she immediately starts insulting him. He asks what he did to her, and she replies by questioning his manners, saying he's making her look foolish just because he got a better grade. The main character realizes they were in the same room and asks why she chose the Night Knights Academy. Carol announces that she's finishing 2 schools at once. Yuri understood. She regrets passing the exams but also can't represent the Knights Academy, and he says he didn't even know that was possible, wishing her good luck. The hero says he never wanted to go anywhere and would have refused to take the oath if he could. Carol angrily asks if he has any conscience at all. She calls him a fool, an idiot. He's surprised and doesn't understand why she reacted that way. Yuri thinks getting a slap from a girl on the first day is bad luck, and if his dad finds out, he'll definitely laugh. The guy then asks if he is the real Yuri. The guy introduces himself as Mayaro Gudenwil and says he's glad to meet you. He asks what happened to his cheek, and Yuri replies that his name is Yuri Hu and wonders how he knows his name. The man says he has an interesting life, but the hero replies that he's just an ordinary person. Mayaro says that an ordinary person cannot become a representative. He remembered slapping her and realized he had hurt her pride. The main character believes he hasn't changed much since the past. He acts cleverly using knowledge from his previous life and thinks he might not even deserve half the effort she puts in, so her frustration with his behavior is completely understandable, and he should try to see things from her perspective. Ivra believes that smart people don't always succeed, and those who are wise beyond their years aren't always recognized as outstanding. Mayaro Gudenville agrees and says they don't know anything yet. The guy agrees and says they still have everything ahead of them. The man announces that the opening ceremony is about to begin and asks everyone to be quiet. He announces the start, and the representatives can begin taking the oath. Ira's parents look at him, and her mom says he has grown up so wonderfully. The father says that this is their son. The queen sits on the throne during the oath ceremony. As Yuri takes the oath, he quietly tells himself he's been waiting for this day for a long time. There's no need to worry. Just focus on getting through it smoothly, and if he forgets something, he'll quickly adapt and handle it. Then he says he promises to study hard, falls silent, and the floor passes to Carol, who says she's by his side and supports him but doesn't finish her thought. The guy notices this with surprise, but she stays silent. He's surprised and thinks Carol forgot the lyrics. She keeps talking about support but suddenly falls silent. Yuri realizes she's forgotten her speech. He wonders why she made such a face back then, and she still remembers how she tried to hurt him. Carol starts to cry, and Yuri looks at her in surprise, remembering that he also read her message and gently reminds her of it. The girl agrees and promises to study diligently. Yuri thinks he managed to fix it, but he didn't finish his sentence. Mayaro asks if he wants to join him for lunch later, if it's convenient, speaking calmly about Yuri. He replies that he wouldn't say that and apologizes, explaining he made a promise to his family. The guy says it's a shame, and the heroes hear someone calling out a name. A girl calls Yuri and asks him to leave. He asks her to wait a moment and let him say goodbye, and Carol agrees. The main character apologizes, says he needs to step away, and adds that it was nice meeting her. Mayara replies that she enjoyed it too and wishes him all the best. Carol hurries him along, pulling his hand, but he says he understands and asks her to stop pulling. Yura doesn't understand anything and asks what it is and what happened, while the girl starts to cry. She says she's upset because she competed against him and lost, and she believes she lost precisely because he reminded her of one particular phrase. The main character is struck and realizes that what she meant was shame. The guy thinks she tried to compete with him because she scored lower on the test, even though he believes she actually has more talent than he does. Paral says she wanted to thank him, and he asks if that's why she called him. She says she managed to finish her speech and thanks him. The girl says that's all she wanted to say, and Yura asks her to stay a little longer. He says he didn't mean to hurt her feelings and admits he didn't treat her well. She says she got angry because he lacked the honor of a true knight, and believes it was humiliating for a future ruler to lose to someone like him. The guy thinks that if she's a ruler, her vassal should swear loyalty to her and doesn't understand why she's competing with those of lower status. He believes a ruler should be stronger and smarter, and when Yuri says he doesn't get her, the girl replies she just doesn't want to lose. She calls him a scoundrel and says she'll be even worse. He agrees and says he doesn't care about the exams, so he challenges her to give it a try. Here, I'll ask why he says she'll never be able to beat him. He says not to worry, he won't even try. If she resists, it'll only cause him trouble, and he adds that he'll find a way around it. The girl yells at him, calling him stupid and pointless, and says she already regrets thanking him. She says she's not going to give in to him, and he adds that he never loses. He thinks about all the trouble this ceremony has caused. The next morning at the Howe family home, the GM asks Yuri if it's true that he's leaving. She says she'll miss him, and he replies that they'll see each other soon. Chumnaiva adds that from Earth, the moon looks very close, and the boy says she'll be studying too starting next year. The guy says he'll give her a task. The main character says that thinking helps her feel less lonely. The girl says she promises. Sham agrees to wait. The man says he's already packed his things and now needs to figure out what to do with them. Since he can't carry everything at once, he's thinking of hiding them for a while. The young man says no one will steal it, when suddenly my arrow flies to him and calls him by name. The man says that Yuri is lost in thought. The hero greets Mayaro and admits he didn't know where to check in, or where to put his things. The guy explains that the belongings should have been sent ahead and offers to show him around, leaving Yuri surprised. The young man offers to help carry the bags and suspects something happened to his father since he hasn't sent the things. Mayaro shows the hostel is nearby. Yuri thanks him and says, "Let's go." The hero asks if everything is okay. The boy says he's struggling, and the girl calls for the next ones. The man introduces himself as Yuri Ko. He was informed that his first room was on the second floor and was asked to use the safe in the room for storing personal belongings. Miro says he has another room, and the main character replies that he's lucky. They're neighbors. He thanks him for his help and adds that it was really valuable to him. The guy says that only newcomers live in this dorm, and adds that he'll be glad to work with him for the next 15 years, to which Yuri replies that he feels the same. The main character believes that Mayaro Gutenville, heir to one of the 7 great witch families, is a good guy and is sure they can become friends. Yuri thinks it's his roommate, greets him, and introduces himself, but he doesn't understand why the guy is acting so aggressively. They tell him it's nice to meet him. He replies that he didn't hear. The room was filled with a heavy silence, charged with tension and uncertainty. The neighbor snapped his fingers sharply, breaking the long silence and drawing the newcomer's attention. Yuri frowned, studying his neighbor's face carefully, wondering who this rude young man could be. Gathering his courage, he confidently grabbed his things and approached the locker with his name beautifully carved on the door, symbolizing a new chapter in his life. The guy didn't want to talk to the new neighbor, so he kept his distance to stay independent and protect his personal space. He started to get annoyed by the young man's persistent attention, and wondered how much longer this silent watching, invading his personal space and peace, would last. Mario's situation was completely different. Yuri already believed everything was going well, as if fate was guiding him and pushing him in the right direction. He then firmly decided to leave the room and start exploring the new dormitory space to quickly get used to and adapt to the unfamiliar surroundings. He already had 3 diaries in his bag. Since he wrote in Japanese, he figured that if anyone found even one, they'd get suspicious, so he decided to lock the 2 completed diaries. A young man gently closed the cabinet door, carefully turned the key in the lock, securely locking everything inside and making sure his belongings were safe. Then he calmly walked over to his bed, feeling the curious gaze of his neighbor watching his every move, as if trying to figure out what he was planning. Taking an empty table, the young man carefully placed his favorite diary and inkwell on it, ready to jot down all the new impressions and important thoughts gathered over the past few days. Suddenly, the silence of the room was broken by the sharp voice of a neighbor, who was urgently addressing the young man, speaking clearly and genuinely concerned about what had happened. He asked sternly and authoritatively who had allowed them to take that table, making it clear that such actions annoyed him and he would not tolerate breaking the established rules. Yuri looked disdainfully at his neighbor, trying to figure out the reason behind his hidden aggression that made him lash out so sharply and openly show his displeasure. But he reminded me there were only 2 tables in the room, and someone's stuff was on the other one, so he asked if he could sit at the free table, and they said yes. In this case, it was important to remember one rule. You could only use the furniture with the neighbor's permission, so every step had to be agreed on and extra responsibility taken. Yuri froze in surprise, feeling both shame and disbelief, as the other person's demands turned a simple request to leave his belongings into a need for constant permission from the main authority in the room. The guy politely asked the new acquaintance's name, but such a simple question annoyed him and clearly spoiled his mood during the conversation. Yuri quickly explained that he had mistaken him for someone of noble birth by accident, and politely asked him to speak more calmly to avoid arguments and unnecessary noise. The neighbor firmly stressed that one shouldn't overestimate their authority, as even the top position doesn't give the right to act without oversight or break dormitory rules. Yuri once again chose his words carefully to avoid escalating the situation and to keep a calm relationship with the irritable young man. Suggesting to bring a third person into the conversation, the guy insisted on an open discussion to find a compromise that would satisfy both sides and allow them to live together comfortably. But the neighbor flat out refused to talk, which really upset Yuri. He was frustrated that the roommates wouldn't acknowledge the problem or try to calmly resolve the conflict. The speaker formally introduced herself as Dora Godwin, immediately signaling her intention to set clear boundaries and emphasize her importance. Yuri suddenly realized that standing before him was Hara Godwin's son. Suddenly, he felt both excitement and anxiety at once. Even though he had long known the man was bad, it was hard to believe they had lived side by side for 15 years. A young man shyly shared how he met the father and carefully asked if Dory himself knew about their connection, wanting to gauge how much he knew and what consequences revealing this secret might bring. The neighbor was surprised, wondering why this should change anything at all. He said the father simply praised the boy, which only boosted his confidence. But Yuri replied that things were actually very different, and he had no idea what he had gotten himself into. Dora suddenly knocked the ink off the table and, annoyed, called her companion an insulting nerd, accusing him of thinking too highly of his skills and achievements. The young man boldly declared that this place was made for those who want to become true knights, ready to sacrifice themselves to protect their homeland, and that's exactly why he came here to learn. The young man confidently declared that to defeat the enemy, you don't need pen or paper, just a strong spear, a sharp sword, a sturdy shield, and unwavering strength. I also don't think Yuri was excluded just because of his high achievements. He saw those accomplishments as worthless and didn't consider Yuri his equal. The offended young man persistently urged his opponent to finally speak up, or just admit that he was simply afraid of the upcoming fight, and too ashamed to openly state his position. Unable to hold back his anger, the boy suddenly reached out and quickly grabbed the book lying on the table, not even realizing he was holding something new, meant to be kept secret. Yuri was stunned by the surprise and strong emotions, amazed at how quickly things spiraled out of control and took a completely different turn. Dora sneered with contempt and loudly guessed that the book was brought just for training, but she was immediately sharply told off and firmly ordered not to touch the book again. An outraged neighbor shouted loudly, genuinely shocked by the guest's behavior, demanding an immediate explanation of who he thought he was to act so boldly and familiarly. Yuri pleaded earnestly for the priceless book to be returned, emphasizing how important and valuable it was to him personally. But Dora looked at him with surprise and confusion, genuinely wondering why he would give orders if he couldn't show strength of character and stand firm himself. An angry young man harshly threw a valuable book onto the dirty wooden floor, completely ignoring Yuri's feelings and worries. Then he mercilessly stomped on the poor book with heavy boots, trying to turn what was once a valuable manuscript into a pile of torn pages and a broken cover. Yuri barely held back a wave of anger and frustration, feeling deep pain and despair over his inability to stop the destruction of an artifact that meant so much to him. He was overwhelmed with panic and anger, knowing that everything he had gathered and learned over 10 years could vanish forever along with that one book that had become a part of his soul. Yuri sarcastically asked Dora if he looked like a dog who couldn't understand human words, hinting that if so, he'd start responding the same way. After all, if he's just a dog who can only bark, maybe he should attack too, prompting Dora to immediately strike back. The young man reacted instantly. With one swift move, he blocked his neighbor's attack, quickly disarmed him, and showed he was ready to defend himself and his dignity. With one swift, precise move, he pinned his opponent onto the cool wooden floor, heightening the tension and drama of the moment and revealing the inner emotions of both fighters. Blinded by rage, Yuri began brutally kicking Dora, smashing her against the walls as if trying to force the tormentor back into stone. Meanwhile, Dora stood frozen in surprise, unable to believe her eyes. She never imagined that a calm student could suddenly turn into a real fighter. Consumed by uncontrollable anger, Yuri kept delivering powerful kicks, unleashing all his built-up rage and frustration, which only escalated the conflict and made the situation worse. By inflicting unbearable pain and deep humiliation on Dora, he delivered a harsh but just verdict, completely overpowering his enemy, who was engulfed in a storm of physical torment and moral defeat. Suddenly, Yuri felt an inner jolt, froze, and stopped the onslaught of destructive blows, regaining clear thinking and control over his emotions. He looked coldly at his defeated opponent and calmly asked if he had really provoked the fight on purpose, fully aware of all the possible consequences and risks. But sensing the threat, Dora sharply cut off the criticism, calling the newcomer a complete fool and ordering him to stop his verbal attack immediately, which was making him look bad. Overwhelmed by a sense of injustice, Yuri lost control and, despite warnings, landed another heavy blow, only making the situation worse and creating new problems. He looked down coldly and demanded an end to the pointless objections, insisting on a clear answer to a simple question. Did he start this conflict or not? Dora gritted her teeth and admitted the winner was right, gloomily confirming that he had started the fight, driven by circumstances and his own weakness. Yuri struck him hard in the face once more and asked what he meant by saying he was ready for this, reminding him that he had already warned about how important this book was to him, and insisting on a clear, polite answer. Dora once again confirmed that he admitted his guilt, and Yuri glared angrily at his defeated opponent, asking if he minded that the winner intended to end the duel with the loser's death. Finally, exhausted from the blows and emotional strain, the defeated Dora fainted and collapsed to the floor. Suddenly there was a soft knock at the door, and Yuri, forgetting his recent adventure, quickly opened it to find his wise mentor standing there just at the right moment. Before the woman lay a sad sight, a pale, dirty boy with blood-stained clothes and a face marked by deep exhaustion and emotional strain. The teacher, filled with worry, quickly approached the child, urging them to focus and try to regain consciousness. Upset by what had happened, the woman asked a nearby student to quickly go to the medical office and bring a doctor to help the injured person. Yuri tried to calm her down, explaining that nothing serious had happened. Dora just fainted briefly, and any unnecessary movement could make things worse, so it was best to wait for the doctor. The teacher looked sternly at the teenager and sharply asked what caused the fight and why it had started. Yuri explained that he showed no aggression himself. On the contrary, it was Dora who struck first, forcing him to defend himself and respond. The woman was unhappy with this version of events and insisted on more details, but the guy said he had already told everything and had nothing more to add. The teacher looked closely at him and noticed that the teenager's face showed no sign of regret or remorse, revealing no inner struggle or pain. Yura realized that now it was the mentor who would have to feel the discomfort and guilt, take responsibility for what happened, and fix the mistakes that led to the conflict. He explained that when she assigned students to rooms, she sent him to the one with an aggressive dog that was actually a serious threat. The young man added that the same dog had attacked him with its paws, and if he hadn't been able to defend himself, things could have ended much worse and more tragically. The young man confidently stated that under those circumstances, he simply couldn't feel the guilt the mentor was trying to force on him to shift the blame for what happened. The teacher said everything would be postponed, and strongly advised him to tell his parents what happened and go straight home. Yuri quickly packed his things into a bag, turned away from the tense atmosphere, and left the stuffy room, picking up his pace. As he was heading for the exit, his friend Mayaro quietly called him back, asking him to stay a little longer to discuss important matters and hear some advice from a close companion. One of the friends noticed a small trickle of blood on his face and wisely suggested wiping it off quickly, pointing out that it wasn't right to show up looking like that. Yuri sincerely apologized for the inconvenience, emphasizing that this situation doesn't require extra attention and won't affect how things proceed. The students quickly headed to the nearest water source to refresh themselves, wash away the traces of the event, and maintain their dignity and calm. Mayaro, with genuine care, gently scooped water from the wooden bucket and softly poured it over his friend's hands, helping wash away the dirt and marks from their fight. Yuri sadly said they had only spent a few days together, and now circumstances are forcing them apart, leaving a bitter feeling of unfinished business and worry. He honestly admitted that he never imagined he could be expelled from school for such a ridiculous reason, especially given how clearly unfair the situation was. Myrtle firmly dismissed the idea of expulsion, assuring her friend that a typical boys' quarrel couldn't possibly lead to such serious consequences, and expressed complete confidence that everything would turn out fine. Yuri responded positively, quietly acknowledging that his friend's optimism and support unexpectedly brought him relief and helped him unwind a bit after a tough day. The young man was sure that Mayaro was truly kind and caring, genuinely looking out for his friends and always advising them to stay calm, even in tough situations. Meanwhile, in the large house of the Hao family, Yuri instinctively hid his injured arm behind his back, worried and wondering how his family, who were watching him, would react. The mother met her son with a stern look full of disappointment and pain, deeply feeling his failure and causing him great distress. The mother firmly and insistently asked her son to show his hands to make sure there were no injuries or signs of violence that might worry her. The father tried to lighten the mood and calmly explained to his wife that it was just a typical school argument and nothing to worry about. But the powerful Azua impatiently cut off her husband, firmly telling him to be quiet and wait while she handled the situation herself. The mother looked closely at her son and asked him directly if it was true that he had gotten into a fight with a classmate named Dora. Yuri nodded hesitantly, accepting the accusation, and silently waited for the trial to continue, bracing himself for tough questions and the consequences of his actions. Suddenly, the angry mother raised her hand and struck her son hard on the head with her fist, clearly showing how upset and irritated she was. Mom firmly believed that if two people argued, both were equally at fault, and both had to take responsibility for their actions. Suzuya believed that if guys share certain traits, like a tendency to argue, it can actually help them connect and become friends even if they seem different at first. She insisted that her son make peace with his rival as soon as he returned to school, but Yuri couldn't understand the point of this upbringing, especially without considering the reasons for the conflict or the feelings of the one who was hurt. Realizing arguing was pointless, he agreed to his parents' terms, hoping to end the unpleasant conversation quickly and avoid more fights at home. Several hours have passed, a new day has begun, and you're heading back to the dorm. The driver kindly said goodbye to the young passenger, wishing him success in his endeavors and a happy future. Yuri understood from his parents' stories that Goran was indifferent toward his son, showing little interest in his upbringing and development, which created a psychological distance between them. Dora stood still by the building entrance, watching her classmate approach, and noticing how much he had changed since that event. Yuri was surprised to see a guy waiting by the door, and couldn't understand why he was there or why his rival had shown up earlier than usual. Angry at the sudden appearance of his old rival, Dora straightened up, lifted his head proudly, and confidently declared that he had not lost the fight for his honor and dignity. He confidently declared that their conflict was just beginning, hinting that the open struggle would continue and that he intended to regain lost ground and power. Yuri calmly asked him if he felt like a failure, and if not, how he defined his own defeat. After that, Yuri decided to admit that he was the one who lost this battle. Dora warned that their story was just beginning and advised them to prepare well and be ready for the next round of this battle. Although Yuri didn't want to keep arguing, his persistent opponent wouldn't give up. He was sure the next fight would bring him a complete victory. Dora asked with a smirk if he planned to run from the battlefield, saying that defending his honor and dignity by fleeing instead of fighting head-on was quite the strategy. Yuri honestly admitted that in a real fight, the enemy would have long since left the arena, completely defeated and with no chance of resistance. For him, fighting meant surviving, and a careless attitude toward competition only made the path to victory harder, turning the dream of winning into something almost out of reach. Yuri confidently stated that with this approach, the chance of beating him was almost zero, highlighting the weaknesses and flaws of the chosen strategy. Determined, Dora said she would try again this time because she was well prepared, and her opponent reminded her that running away isn't the best way out. Yuri advised him not to waste energy on hatred and grudges, but to focus instead on personal growth and developing positive qualities. Dora loudly declared she would never allow such treachery and warned Yuri not to underestimate his opponent's strength and ambition. Meanwhile, he went into his room and firmly closed the door to escape the noise and chaos of student life. Looking around, Yuri noticed the old floor had been replaced with new flooring, and the broken inkwell still lay in the same spot along with the other belongings, meaning no one had really lived in the room yet. Suddenly, the great bronze bell rang loudly, signaling lunchtime, and the students rushed to the dining hall, eager to enjoy the delicious food. Suddenly, the teacher announced that to graduate from the academy, you need to score 300 points and strongly advised checking the notice board for the latest information. Yuri immediately realized that half of the required 300 points come from mandatory subjects for the upcoming final exams, while the physical fitness test accounts for about a third of that total. Choosing subjects was very important. Some courses, like the art of caring for royal eagles, were available only to a select few with special talents and a natural gift. Yuri scored the remaining 150 points in familiar subjects like math, history, and languages, including a special course in the ancient Shan language he studied on the side. But there was one subject that caught his interest even more. This was the language of Kura, and the young man never expected to find such a subject in the curriculum. But knowing the language of a potential enemy during wartime is a huge advantage, making that person a valuable asset to the country because they hold crucial information. The teacher clearly explained that today there would be a test allowing those who want to skip mandatory subjects to do so. Anyone who felt these courses were unnecessary could take the test and get failing grades, and she asked everyone to follow her instructions carefully. Yuri saw this as a real stroke of luck, knowing his 3 years of lessons with Satsuki-san had paid off. After sincerely thanking his mentor, he admitted one difficulty. Learning the complex Shan language was a real challenge that demanded incredible effort and focus. A young man began tackling his urgent tasks one by one, wisely managing his energy and time. It's been dark outside for a long time now. Yuri's stomach growled loudly, as if demanding food and reminding him that his owner was hungry. He knew the whole day had been filled with intense inspections, but he was glad for the progress and that the workload had been cut down to just 40% of what it started as. Suddenly, the young man noticed Mayaro standing quietly to the side, watching him with curiosity and a wish to talk again. He politely asked if he could sit next to her, respecting etiquette and trying not to invade his friend's personal space. Mayaro warmly gestured to the empty seat, inviting his friend to sit beside him, and Yuri sincerely thanked him for his kindness and care. At first, he said he was really scared when he heard about the 300 units, but then he realized the system was a good idea. After that, he asked his friend if he was released too, and his friend said he was let go after 93. Yuri genuinely admired his friend's success, finding it truly impressive, and admitted he never imagined how well his friend had mastered the material. Mayoro asked Yuri about his test results, expecting to hear grades that would show the boy's success, and Yuri replied that he scored 120 points. My friend was simply stunned, eyes wide open, when he saw the results. He realized the numbers far exceeded his expectations, leaving him both shocked and amazed. Miro admitted he had studied before, and if it helps him finish faster, that's a plus. Yuri agreed, since evening academy usually takes a long time to complete, because they study not only theory but also combat skills. The training lasts about 7 years, so if everything goes well, they can finish by the age of 17. Mayaro strongly objected because the release process was getting even more delayed. The final task, which determined the knight's qualification, was only given at 20 years old. Among other things, young specialists were usually sent straight to the front lines, where they faced real combat tests, toughened their character, and honed their professional skills. In a humanities university, you can finish your studies very quickly thanks to a special system. The earlier you graduate, the better. It's nothing like the Knight's Academy. Yura was amazed at how much his friend knew and, curious, asked where he got all that interesting information. Mayaro hesitated, unsure how to explain that such knowledge comes easily when you've grown up in a family of real wizards. It's just a normal part of their life. His family is one of the 7 most famous mage families, traditionally meant to serve the king as his hands and feet, but in reality, they often used their power as they pleased, even breaking the law. Mayaro explained with an example. If they trust someone to work with ships, they hire loaders to loot vessels from other countries. Stopping this is impossible because those meant to enforce order allow the theft and even force people to take bribes. So, wallets keep getting filled with money and working becomes really easy. You just need to follow the unspoken rules of the system. Yuri realized that stevedores are workers who unload ships, and for them, it's just a regular job. But dealing with such dirty tasks really harms the reputation of the whole profession. Every country has corruption. That doesn't make it bad. But if the 7 most powerful mage families have held power for so long, it means corruption was never truly fought here, and those families are deeply entrenched in it. Mayaro explained that his family is in real estate, owning large plots of land and building luxury properties, but they serve only aristocrats. ignoring the needs of most people and profiting from inequality and privilege. Yuri noticed that Mayaro reacted negatively, probably because he's a guy, and his friend believed his family was way cooler since he was going to be the head of the household in the future. The comrade felt the heavy burden of being the heir to a wealthy family, all the while dreaming of dedicating his life to entirely different pursuits. He was asked if his friend was okay, and Mayaro was surprised by the question since that name is usually linked to wealth and influence, but in the end, they couldn't sway the child's choice. He knew his friend was already involved in family matters, so he asked with surprise, "Isn't education supposed to prepare him to lead the family business, grow it, and take over power and influence from the parents?" Yuri firmly declared that he would willingly give up the role of head of the family to his cousins, as his main focus is doing what he loves, caring for the plants and animals on the family farm, which brings him peace and true happiness. Mayaro was sure his friend had all the qualities of a true leader: responsibility, confidence, and vision, making him the perfect choice to lead the family, protect them, and grow their wealth and reputation. Yuri enjoyed his calm, steady life, but admitted that if he met a special girl for a serious relationship, everything could change suddenly, and then it's hard to say what might happen next. Maybe he'd even take the lead. A young man advised his friend to check the class schedule and look for shared activities so they could spend more time together, strengthen their friendship, and get more out of learning and exchanging experiences. Yuri decided to take advantage of his day off and was about to stroll through the city streets when he suddenly noticed a crowd of students rushing toward the nearest university cafeteria, drawn by the delicious smells of food. Yuri was walking ahead, lost in thought, when he suddenly caught sight of Carol out of the corner of his eye. She radiated confidence and charm, drawing everyone's attention. He became genuinely curious when he saw her dressed in men's clothes and wondered why she chose to disguise herself as a boy and appear so unusually among the students at the school. Carolina suddenly changed. Her eyes showed sternness, worry, and tension, throwing her off balance and making her switch to a formal, businesslike tone. Yuri grew cautious and decided it was best to leave the girl alone, sensing that getting involved now would be inappropriate and even risky. A young man decided not to bother Carol and continued walking through the city. Then Yuri decided to go to the market, drawn like a magnet by the bright displays, the smell of fresh produce, and the lively buzz of people. He noticed that the capital was alive and buzzing, people rushing everywhere, constant movement, with voices and laughter filling the air. The young man decided that wearing the uniform would make him stand out too much and attract unwanted attention, so choosing to change clothes was the right call. Then the young man decided to walk through the dark alleys of the city, where the streets grew quieter, the sounds faded, and a mysterious silence enveloped the place. He looked around and realized he had entered an unfamiliar place. Yuri was also surprised to see locals already drinking alcohol actively from early afternoon. Then the man started fighting, and the young man was shocked by the aggressive atmosphere. He just couldn't get used to scenes like that and decided it was best to stay away from places like that. Soon Yuri heard a loud scream from a woman nearby. The man roughly ordered the girl to stay put and held her firmly, while the young man recognized the detained figure as Carol. All of this was happening under the leadership of the gang's boss. Carol begs to be saved and released, calling for help, but the people just watch indifferently from their windows, whispering among themselves without daring to intervene. One of the men hit her hard in the face. He sternly ordered Carol to be silent immediately. He got annoyed by the noise the little girl was making and, losing patience, harshly ordered his men to tie her up tightly and make her be quiet. Suddenly, the man looked at us closely, as if he had noticed something important. He immediately noticed her beautiful golden hair. He asked sharply and suspiciously if she was really from the royal family, studying her face closely, trying to find a resemblance. The other kidnappers couldn't believe that such respected people were walking nearby and anxiously wondered what punishment awaited them for abducting someone so important. Yuri genuinely believed that Carol was causing her own problems. He didn't understand why she had to come here alone, take unnecessary risks, and drag others into trouble. He noticed the kidnappers hesitating and wondered if they wanted just anyone, or specifically this girl. The young man hoped they'd run away once they found out who she was, but he had a bad feeling about one of them. As soon as the bandits spotted him, they told him to leave, but the boy said the girl was his servant and asked if they really intended to kidnap her. The men were surprised to hear that Carol was supposedly his maid, and asked with interest when they could expect the ransom money. Yuri said his parents would pay the ransom, but added that they'd be very worried, knowing that 3 ordinary robbers wouldn't stand a chance. But the real leader of this group turned out to be someone else entirely, a person with a unique perspective. From this look, the young man realized he was facing a former soldier, recognizing the same cold, lifeless, and chilling gaze he had seen before in his own family. The man approached him with determination and confidence, standing very close, almost chest to chest, and looked straight at him with a stern gaze from beneath his brows. He suddenly pressed a sharp knife right against the young man's neck, so close the blade nearly touched his skin, holding the weapon firmly as if ready to deliver a deadly strike. He was mainly curious, who was this mysterious girl? Yuri made it clear that if he answered the questions honestly, the kidnappers promised they wouldn't kill him. But the man added with a grim look that the girl would be taken anyway, since her fate depended entirely on the truth of his words, though the final decision would still be made by their leader. Yuri quickly suggested taking him along, explaining that the criminals would demand double the ransom, which would greatly increase their chances of a big reward. The leader smiled knowingly, fully aware of the boy's game, but keeping his true intentions hidden. The man said thoughtfully that they would see if they could get the promised riches, and added that, for now, they were sticking to their plan. Suddenly, one of the bandits began to beat the prisoner brutally, raining down a storm of painful blows. Carol tried to say something to show her worry and anger about what was happening, but she was quickly snapped at and strictly ordered to stay silent and just watch. The kidnapper shouted angrily that he would once again question who she really was, demanding Yuri answer honestly or things would get seriously bad. The guy quickly lied, saying he didn't know and had already forgotten, then started twisting his words, hoping to confuse the person he was talking to. However, the other kidnappers angrily demanded that the abuse stop. The leader firmly ordered a separate investigation of each of the two detainees to uncover the truth about their meeting and understand the role each will play in the events to come. The kidnappers carefully spread the boy's personal belongings on the table, closely examining every little item for valuables or documents that might reveal something about his family or situation. The leader suddenly noticed a key on the table with a strange engraving that looked very much like the crest of a powerful noble family. He quickly realized that the key belonged to the famous Hao family, so the girl was likely a relative and possibly an important figure among the aristocracy. Yuri said he understood everything quickly and added that the girl was the boss's daughter. Sham Hao silently apologized to Sham, knowing he had no other choice. The leader had heard that the Gao family had a daughter, but he knew well that blonde hair was always seen as a sign of royal blood. Yuri shared that her ancestors came from noble lineage, so she carries royal blood, and she knew well that any mistake now could cost them both their lives. The offender decided to temporarily go along with this idea, but in an instant, he grabbed Carol by her long blonde hair, sternly warned the young man not to try to deceive him, and demanded that she tell the whole truth honestly and immediately. And he also wanted to find out if the girl had really inherited only blood from her ancestors. Yuri loudly insisted he was telling the absolute truth and urged the chief to personally verify his claims by checking the signs or documents proving where the prisoner came from. But the bandit warned Yuri sternly not to lie, and added that he was going to send her straight to the castle so she could learn the whole truth from the local authorities. The young man insisted he was telling the absolute truth, and emphasized that the girl was the daughter of the former head of the Gao household. The leader suddenly froze, then burst out laughing loudly. He never imagined that fate would bring him together with the daughter of the powerful head of the Hukolampa. Yuri wondered in surprise if this man really knew the head of the hellish family, and the man apologized, asking not to take offense. But his life was no longer the same, and he admitted that no matter how bravely he fought, he still remained in the shadows. And he felt very hungry. The leader firmly ordered the guys to stay quiet. As he left, he threatened to personally check every word and ordered the other bandits to watch the prisoners closely, making sure they didn't even think about escaping or resisting. Carol sat on the cold wooden floor, sobbing bitterly with her face buried in the ground, overwhelmed by fear and complete helplessness. As the heavy wooden doors closed behind the last guard, Yuri quickly turned to the girl and whispered urgently, trying to get her attention and ask an important question. He quickly whispered, asking her to get down on all fours as carefully as possible so no one would suspect anything. The young man felt relieved to see the bandit leader had moved far away, and most importantly, the terrifying man was no longer nearby, giving him hope to escape alive. Yuri sincerely apologized for using her to get ahead and promised that now he would also set her free. He quietly asked her to stretch out her hands so he could gently free her from the ropes. He added that he always carries a small knife for situations like this, and finally, it came in handy. Carol wondered why the guy helped her, since if he had just walked away earlier, he would have been far away by now, safe from danger and the risk of becoming a hostage. Yuri explained that they've known each other for a long time and admitted it was his fault for not noticing the surveillance, so he couldn't warn her in time and now has to fix this mistake by sacrificing his own freedom. Besides, the girl was kidnapped, and the boy hoped the guards would soon notice her disappearance, start searching, and manage to rescue all the captives. The young man also mentioned that he comes from a family of warriors, and understands that news of the ransom attempt could damage Carol's reputation. The girl said with disappointment that she now feels guilty for bringing shame to the Hao family, sincerely regrets it, and apologizes to us. She squeezed her hand tightly. Carol thought she could handle them because of her long training, but the loud screams froze her body, and for the first time in her life she felt real fear. The view from the castle window always reminded her of a beautiful painting. She never tried to see him from another perspective, focusing only on outward beauty and ignoring the hidden threats and dangers behind the facade of prosperity. Carol couldn't understand how Yuri managed to stay so calm and composed in a tense situation, keeping a clear head and calmly assessing everything happening around him. She gently asked if he felt no fear at all, considering he found himself in such a risky situation, essentially becoming a victim of his own actions. The girl remembered the gang leader's cold gaze, full of cruelty and ruthless cunning. This memory has stayed with me forever and still fills my soul with true horror. Yuri realized that Carol was still just a child and didn't fully grasp the complexity of the situation, so he hesitated a bit, choosing his words of support and advice carefully. He tried to find the right words of support, but realized he had never helped anyone deal with stress or fear before, and had no experience in situations like this. Recalling his father's wise words, the boy quietly said that training is very different from real life, and everyone is scared the first time they face real challenges. During his first fight, he was really scared. His heart raced, his legs shook. It felt like the world was collapsing around him, and he was completely lost. Yuri guessed that the gang leader probably used to serve in the army, but since the state abandoned him, he might have come from the kingdom of Kurokina. He said that many guys like that gather in places like this, and when they first came here, they were too naive. And the boy realized that if the girl didn't pull herself together and get a grip, the darkness of despair would completely consume her thoughts, destroying her last hope and faith in the future. The young man added that on top of everything, she is a true princess. Yuri knew his limits well and realized that the gangster's blows hurt less than that girl's slap. He suggested turning back. Carol wondered how they could get out of here. She gently asked if he was ready to try breaking the window. Harry doubted they could escape unharmed after the jump since they were on the second floor, and the fall could have serious consequences. Suddenly, he started looking at the girl closely, and she got confused, wondering what caught his attention or if maybe she was dressed wrong. Yuri confidently asked if he could check something. He was glad she had strong, well-trained legs because if they had to run, she could easily keep up and wouldn't be the weak link. Suddenly, one of the bandits shouted to his gang, and everyone immediately went on alert. Suddenly, he opened the door and called the guys over firmly. There was only one girl sitting in front of him, tightly bound with ropes. She looked at him silently with a heavy gaze, her eyes filled with fear as if trying to guess what awaited her next. A man asked a girl, trying to find out where the young boy had gone, whose sudden disappearance had caused concern. Yuri suddenly kicked the bandit hard, using the moment to distract him and make his escape. The guard, caught off guard, fell hard to the floor, clutching his injured spot and writhing in pain. But the young man reacted instantly. He quickly pulled out a knife and slashed the man's leg hard. Then, without giving the enemy a chance to recover, he plunged the knife in again, pressing even harder, and finally took him down. The young man bravely charged at the second attacker, ready to act decisively once more to fight his way to safety. The second robber, panicked, quickly reached for his belt, pulled out a hidden knife, and tried to defend himself against the rapidly approaching enemy. But Yuri was faster and landed a powerful strike instantly. The weapon slipped from the bandit's weakened grip after a powerful blow. A young man took advantage of his opponent's confusion, swung his arm sharply, and landed a powerful blow right on the jaw. The blow was so strong that the man lost consciousness and collapsed to the floor, showing no signs of life. Suddenly, the young man noticed another pursuer. He caught a glimpse of movement behind him and realized the danger was still close. The bandit was thrilled, convinced he had completed the mission. He felt a great sense of relief, and suddenly, the man sharply realized that Yuri was standing right in front of him. He was struck by the enemy's unexpected speed and the danger of the moment. The guy launched his attack lightning fast. With a sudden swing, he kicked the kidnapper hard in the head, knocking him out and sending him crashing to the floor. Carol peeked cautiously from behind the door, carefully scanning the room to make sure there was no new danger nearby. One of the gangsters lay on the floor, motionless and writhing in pain from the blows Yuri had dealt him earlier. The second lay nearby in a deep unconsciousness, showing no signs of life. Before the third man, who remained silent, stood Yuri confidently, without moving an inch. Carol stood watching in awe, genuinely admiring the young man's courage and quick thinking as he handled the danger. Suddenly, the fourth robber grabbed her tightly by the waist, and she cried out in surprise and fear. The girl tensed instantly, ready to defend herself, her muscles tightening and her gaze turning sharp and focused. She reacted instantly and struck the kidnapper right on the leg. He doubled over in sharp pain. While the man was trying to recover, Carol was already preparing to deliver an even stronger blow to finish the fight once and for all. The girl quickly sized up the situation and struck the attacker right where it hurt, making him drop to his knees, clutching the injured spot. The kidnapper struggled in vain to catch his breath. writhing in unbearable pain and feeling completely powerless. Carol asked Yuri with concern what he thought about her actions, and if he was surprised that she stood up for herself in that situation. The young man carefully handed the family sword to the girl. He was genuinely impressed by her courage and quick thinking, saying he respected and was proud of how she handled such an important moment. Yuri noticed that all the things were still in place, and no one had taken the money. The spot wasn't great, but if they moved to a busier street, everything would be fine. The guy firmly urged her to run away right now while no one was stopping them. The girl immediately agreed to the offer, knowing that hesitation was dangerous and decisive action was needed. The guys carefully started opening the door, listening closely to the sounds outside. As soon as they were sure they were safe, they immediately ran away from that cursed place. The gang leader froze in shock, unable to believe his eyes as he just stared at what was happening. Yuri glared at the boss with fierce hatred, ready to defend himself and his friend to the very end. At the same time, he held the girl's hand firmly, not letting her stop for even a moment. The young man confidently led every move, clearly showing the way and choosing the safest, fastest path to freedom. The group leader didn't hesitate for a moment and rushed after those who were running away. He growled menacingly and threatened that he wouldn't let them go, vowing to get back what was stolen no matter what. The boys ran fast through dark alleys, trying to lose their pursuers as they weaved between narrow streets and the shadows of buildings. Carol saw poverty all around her. Dirty streets, homeless people in worn-out clothes, and run-down buildings that starkly revealed the harsh reality of the city. She was completely confused and had no idea where she was. She was plagued by doubts. Were they really in the capital, or had circumstances thrown them into a completely different, unfamiliar place? Yuri advised her to take a closer look around, adding that you can't see views like this from a castle window. Yuri explained that they found themselves in the dark side of the capital, a place hidden from prying eyes, where poverty and hopelessness rule. Carol admitted she never imagined this city had such a dark side, full of dirt and the suffering of ordinary people. Suddenly, the leader shouted loudly that the fugitives had finally been found and trapped once again. He proudly declared that this yard belonged to him. The man said sarcastically that the game of tag was already over. He stood his ground, saying he wouldn't let the guys go until he got the promised reward by any means necessary. Yuri shouted loudly, suggesting to take the money, and threw a pouch of coins right into the bandit's face. But the man quickly cut open the bag with a sharp blade, and the coins spilled onto the ground. All the passers-by immediately rushed to gather the scattered coins, instantly forgetting everything else as chaos and commotion broke out. They quickly rushed to the kidnapper's leader, trying to grab the money. Yuri explained to Carolina that they needed to spread the bait wider to distract the pursuer, and she immediately agreed with his well-thought-out plan. The leader sternly ordered the man to retreat immediately, emphasizing that he was only getting in the way and causing unnecessary obstacles. An angry man suddenly noticed something strange and stopped abruptly, staring into the distance. Suddenly, he realized those guys were no longer on that dark street. The leader grew angry and shouted in outrage that they had vanished without a trace. Finally, they both stepped out onto the noisy, crowded street. Carol is struggling to catch her breath after a long, tense run from her pursuer, her heart pounding loudly in her chest. Yuri truly believed that now, blending into the crowd, they were more or less safe, but the anxiety still lingered. The girl carefully started looking around. She recognized the familiar cityscape. Before me are joyful, smiling people strolling through a cozy town bathed in warm sunlight, filled with harmony and positivity. Here it is. The familiar capital city that has kept its unique atmosphere, warm memories, and beloved places that have become part of its soul and heart. Carol couldn't understand how such a deep, sneaky, and destructive darkness could hide behind the calm and carefree appearance of the capital. The girl couldn't hold back her strong emotions, quietly crying as she let out her pain and fear. Yuri immediately noticed his friend's mood had changed and turned to her with concern. But in a moment, he took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, decided to set his emotions aside, and focus on what was coming next. The young man felt a surge of anxiety, and as soon as the fear passed, his body immediately made itself known. He was hit by an intense hunger that he couldn't ignore. He suggested grabbing a bite somewhere because his stomach was loudly growling, hinting it was time to eat, which surprised and even shocked Carol given the tense situation. Carol couldn't understand how Yuri stayed so calm in a dangerous situation. To her, it seemed unbelievable, and even funny that during a chase, all he could think about was food. The guy explained that it was his first time in such a situation, so it felt natural for him to calm down and distract himself with food. The girl nervously clenched her fists, trying to hold back the growing waves of anxiety and doubt. She thought of herself as very immature, always crying. But Yuri quickly disagreed, reminding her that she had also fought back against the kidnapper. Carol thought she did pretty well this time, but her husband asked her to stop at just a slap, saying he couldn't take another hit, to which she replied she never intended to hit him at all. The girl didn't understand why the endless conversation was dragging on when suddenly someone called her name, breaking her train of thought. The guards rushed to her, alarmed by the princess's sudden disappearance, trying to quickly make sure she was okay. One of them asked in surprise where she got so dirty and what had happened to her recently. Carol tried to explain it simply, saying she got a bit carried away on her walk, got lost her balance, and accidentally fell. Another guard was very worried and believed it was very dangerous for a woman to be alone outside her home or dormitory. The second guard confidently said they would return soon and listen carefully to the girl's explanation along the way. The guy is kindly asking them to stay a little longer. Yuri shyly asked for permission to say goodbye, but the girl firmly refused, explaining that any conversation here was inappropriate. Then the young man carefully took out the antique item, proving that he came from a noble family and belonged to the aristocracy. He introduced himself as Yuri Hao, claiming to be the heir of the influential Hao family. The guards froze in surprise at the unexpected statement and looked at the boy with disbelief, unsure if he was telling the truth. One of them was deep in thought, trying to find the best way out of a tough situation while carefully weighing the possible consequences of every option. She politely informed the lady that she was arranging the carriage for the trip, and in the meantime, the lady could calmly say goodbye to her loved one. Carol admitted a bit awkwardly that she had to lie for her own sake, and Yuri confidently told her not to worry about it. The girl bravely reached out her hand to the boy. She believed she had hurt him deeply and sincerely apologized, while the boy thought the most important thing was that they were both alive and hoped to see her at the academy soon. Then Carol hurried in and settled comfortably in the spacious carriage. And then suddenly turning around, she unexpectedly called out to Yuri. The girl sincerely thanked the boy for his support and help during this difficult day. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Yurko was surprised that as soon as he walked in, he had already gotten caught up in a bunch of adventures that really wore him out. Dora hasn't turned around yet, and the other neighbor still hasn't moved in, even though classes start tomorrow. He remembered Carol's words and wondered if anyone had ever thanked him so sincerely and warmly. It reminded him of the past. It all started back when Yuri was a graduate student and found out someone had already brought his idea to life before he did. He really wanted to get a good job with that permit, but it turned out someone had already beaten him to it. After a few days of rest, he came to the lab but didn't find his computer there. A colleague said someone accidentally spilled water on it and it broke, but Yuri knew the computer had actually been stolen. The other workers were given a special permit under a silly pretext, and after that, everything fell into place. Of course, we couldn't fully restore the memory, but fortunately some of the information was saved on the flash drive. Yuri even hired a lawyer, gathered evidence, and took the case to court. In the end, he won compensation but lost his job. His girlfriend called him a bad name. She thought he had a terrible personality, was closed off, and only cared about his lab. He neither worked properly nor studied well. The girl insisted that every single one of her personal belongings be thrown away. Yuri said he had just enough money to start a new happy life, but since she said so, he decided to keep them. When the girl asked what it meant, she was told it was none of her business and that it was time to say goodbye. Yuri suddenly jumped up and sighed with relief, realizing all his troubles had been just a bad dream. But the silence was quickly broken by a strange voice asking if he was okay. Carol noticed he kept tossing and turning in his sleep, as if trying to escape something scary and unknown. A young man suddenly jumped out of bed. His heart was pounding wildly. He was breathing hard, and his eyes were wide open with fear. He wondered why she was even here. Carol said that this is her bed. Yuri started shouting angrily that no one warned them they'd be neighbors, since the room was supposed to be for guys only, and the girl thought he was acting just like everyone else. She asked him to respond better if he ever had a nightmare. The guy confirmed he dreamed that his girlfriend left him and he got fired, and Carol said losing a job is tough, but when the girl left, it seemed like he even sighed with relief. She thought this interrogator was a real scoundrel. Yuri was completely lost and overwhelmed by the sudden chaos that had unexpectedly hit him. Carol asked to be listened to carefully. It doesn't matter what your gender is, but if money and things are all you care about, then you're truly a scoundrel. She believed that people like that always betray others. But a good person, even if they lose their reputation, won't betray you unless they themselves turn bad. That's what her mother told her. She found it hard to believe because men often talk about love but are really just judging looks. Carol advised him to forget that unpleasant dream as soon as possible. Yuri found it strange that such dark thoughts could come at such a young age. The young man was worried about her and suggested asking to move her seat farther away. But the girl felt everything was fine and saw no point in joining the academy if she didn't make friends with future knights. Of course, she could have talked more with him, but that wasn't a priority for her. Meanwhile, she wanted to invite him to play an interesting game tonight because she thought he was strong. Carol started working with a teacher to test her skills and see how much she had learned. The girl fought desperately against her mentor, showing all her strength and determination despite the clear advantage of her opponent. But he insisted, sent her to the second group of students, and then called the next participant to show their skills. Next up was Yuri, who had been working hard to show his best skills in front of the strict mentor. He politely greeted the teacher and said he was glad to meet him. But the teacher got straight to the point and started a duel to test how well prepared the new student was. The young man immediately jumped into the fight, showing agility and quick reflexes as he tried to hold his own against the experienced opponent. He skillfully dodged powerful blows and expertly blocked the attacks. But in the end, the teacher still easily outmatched his abilities. With a swift move, he threw the boy to the floor, clearly showing his defeat. The mentor gladly noted that the student had done excellent preparation, deserving of respect. Then he directed the boy to the first group of strong students and called the next candidate to show their skills. Yuri took a deep breath, feeling both proud of his recognized skills and nervous about the challenges ahead. He began assessing the student's abilities. Carol moves well, and the other student has clearly improved their skills. Two of them decided to rely solely on their physical strength to overcome all challenges and prove their worth. Unfortunately for Mayaro, he was assigned to the fourth squad, which was reserved for newcomers and the least prepared trainees. Yuri realized he should have stayed calm and joined his friend. Suddenly, Dora approached him and told him not to think he had already won, reminding him that his team was truly strong and deserved respect. Eric realized he was talking nonsense again, and had deliberately set everything up just to show off. He had no idea what it meant or why anyone needed to get involved. The guy had practical classes in the morning and a math lecture in the afternoon. Because of many individual exceptions, his schedule was different from others, making him feel very lonely, until a boy suddenly approached and asked to sit next to him, and he agreed. A man introduced himself as Harold Harrell, and the other said he was Yuri Howe. Harold was clearly surprised to hear that name. Harold thought he had met a member of the famous Howe family, like stumbling upon a celebrity by chance, while Yurko couldn't believe what had happened to him, since it was the first time he'd ever heard the name Harold, and it sounded very unusual to him. The speaker said he's been attending classes for a year, preparing to take over the family business, and asked if the new acquaintance had missed any lessons, to which he was asked in return if he was a student too, since he hadn't been seen there before. The guy asked to be called Harold and said he's studying as an auditor. Yuri thought Harold was just an ordinary citizen, not an academy student, so he was surprised to learn that Harold knew nothing about the auditing courses. Harold explained that anyone can study at the academy, regardless of age, which made another man realize why so many adult students wore everyday clothes, and wonder why the young man chose that particular field of study. He was told that tuition here was lower, and the teachers much more experienced. Being a merchant's son, if he didn't master math, reading, and writing, his peers would think him not very smart, and without education, he wouldn't be able to engage with the nobility on equal terms. And if he ended up with a bad teacher, it didn't mean the teacher's knowledge was wrong. Yura agreed with that easily. With their diploma, they'll have the same knowledge as aristocrats, and can confidently conduct business talks with trusted partners without worrying about misunderstandings. Yuri asked his new acquaintance what he did and learned that he works as a sailor, trading while traveling between cities and countries. Harold used to trade mainly with the kingdom of Kirchner, but it was badly damaged by war. The places he sourced goods from were also destroyed, and now he can't easily access his competitors' territories, which is hurting his business. Irie agreed with the comparison, saying it's like taking over a company that's about to go bankrupt. You never know if it will pay off, and the risks are huge. He fully understood that in this world, there was no limited liability. If the company went bankrupt, debts had to be paid with personal assets, no exceptions. Yet this company was a family business that had been successfully operating for decades. They weren't about to give up that easily, and the guy thought it would be great to launch a new product. But simply asking the sales team to come up with something new made no sense. Then suddenly, he had a brilliant idea. The guy suddenly suggested that Harold learn the language of the Kura people and start trading with them directly, opening up new opportunities for the family business and strengthening its position in the market. He clearly understood that the trade ban applied only to the country of Kura, but nothing stopped their people from selling goods to foreigners on their own land. Usually, during a war, countries don't let their citizens leave or enter because crossing the border can put them right into the combat zone, causing many problems. But still, some are willing to make deals with Harold by any means. Harold hadn't even considered this possibility before, but the offer caught his interest, so he decided to take a chance, try a new approach to trading, and test his luck. Harold sincerely thanked him for the helpful advice, and was eager to see what opportunities the new idea would bring, hoping to avoid any problems with pirate attacks. While Yuri, noticing his enthusiasm, warmly wished him luck and success in this bold business venture. A few days later, Mayaro finally realized why Mr. Harold attended the lecture on the Kura language. He wanted to expand his trade connections and add a new direction to his business by learning the language of future partners. He strongly encouraged him not to be shy and to openly share his thoughts and feedback. The young man took this positively and realized that Mr. Harold's show Yuri was surprised at how much fear just a name could inspire. The man cautiously asked if Harold's trading house was well known and received a confident yes. It was a trusted, reputable, and respected company. Mayaro explained that Harold's trading house is a medium-sized business, but recently there have been rumors it might shut down soon due to interference from the powerful Marmoset family, one of the 7 great witch houses. Marmosets ruthlessly target traders who refuse to pay bribes, and Yuri admitted that these creatures are true criminals draining resources from honest business people. It's no surprise that Harold acts cautiously and reservedly when he's around members of such powerful and dangerous families. Harold listened carefully, trying to grasp the conversation. As Mayer explained, he was sharing a story about how he himself became a victim of blackmail by a criminal gang. Yuri explained that trading with the main group is still just an idea and asked his friend if he believes such a venture could succeed. My intuition was confirmed, and it added that there might be some challenges with behavior. In the end, the mission was to personally go to Kura territory to find trading partners, but if they ended up killing many locals, even in self-defense, it would be considered piracy, punishable by death. Yuri wondered if such actions could really be called illegal, since it's basically like waging a small private war where one side crosses another's boundaries for their own gain. My arrow thought that if Harold was skilled enough to get rare goods not found in their country, the reward would definitely be big. Then he carefully assessed whether the young merchant had enough courage and determination to take on a challenging and risky venture that promised a substantial profit. The academy also had a Kura language teacher, giving students a unique chance to explore the culture and traditions of the Kura people up close. It turned out she belonged to the Kura people, fled her country, and became a teacher at an academy to share the culture and traditions of her people. The woman greeted the listeners, wished them a good day, explained that she teaches at the academy thanks to Her Highness's special favor, introduced herself as Savino, and decided to talk about the shape of her ears. This unique feature allowed students to recognize whether a woman belonged to the Kura people, as they had distinct physical traits. She was thrilled to meet him, and Yuri realized that this girl was the special person everyone at the academy had been talking about. Mayaro noticed she was a very religious person who had been declared a heretic 3 years ago, and he wondered what made her leave her homeland and come here. His friend found the story strange, especially surprised by the shape of her ears. He had heard that modern Shan people couldn't have children together, and he was curious if their physiology was really that different, even back in the days of the Great Shan Empire, when they traded actively with the world, and no one could quite tell which race they belonged to. Savino announced with a great ceremony that she was about to begin the first introductory lecture on the Tarani language, which, by the way, is the official language of the queer people. The teacher says that the Terran language isn't always spoken by the Kurov people, but it is the official language across almost all of Europe, so learning Terran is the best choice. And Yura was also intrigued by how complex the language is. The course lasted only a year, and the young man felt it wasn't enough time to learn a foreign language well from scratch, so the classes weren't very popular and few students signed up. The teacher explained the unique features of the Terran language in detail, and the young man realized that the difference between his native tongue and the Saiyan language was as big as between English and Japanese, making the language barrier quite significant. The boy initially thought Mayaro had made a mistake choosing this language to learn, underestimating how difficult it would be to master, and the unique cultural nuances involved in communication and speaking skills. Harold looked carefree and confident, and Yuri thought he must have had experience with this kind of thing, which is why he felt so sure of himself. Savino ended her lecture with hopeful words about working productively with the students throughout the school year, while Mayaro doubted whether he had the strength and patience to handle such challenging tasks. To him, it seemed like octopus language, completely incomprehensible to ordinary people, just like many other complex sciences. Yuri calmly reminded his friend that learning takes time and advised him to be patient, relax, and enjoy discovering new things. Then he turned to his friend and asked how things were going with Mr. Gerald, aiming to keep the conversation friendly and show genuine interest in his friend's life. Harold honestly said he thought he understood how to set up trade with the people of Kura, but realized it would take a lot of serious work because the task was more complicated than he first expected. He decided to discuss it with the teacher at their next meeting to get professional advice and support, and Yuri also wanted to join the conversation to better understand the topic and learn as much as possible. A few days later, Savino became interested in the trade issues raised by the students with the Kura people and approached them to discuss possible cooperation and future prospects. Two young men sit on chairs in a narrow room that looks like a library, watching a girl in a poncho place an electric kettle on the stove. She warns that it's very dangerous but still possible. If they want to get started, she suggests choosing the Republic of Albion, even though she's never been there herself, while two young guys look at her, a bit confused and tired. A tall young man sits on a chair, explaining that this island nation lies off the continent's coast and sharing why it's worth visiting, while a scenic view and the country's flag appear in the background. A girl brings a tray with tea and says she's heard various rumors about these people, but they seem friendly towards Sean. The second guy, who had been silent until now, reaches out to take a cup of tea. The girl stands up and explains that their religion is called Itoshin, while the other group's is Karluge, and their teachings make no distinction between the Chans. Itis is a monotheistic religion and one of the main ones in Terran culture. The girl continues, saying that unfortunately, most people still hold prejudices against the Shans. The young man reflects. In his teachings, he scorned the Shans, calling them demons who supposedly destroyed the great kingdom of Shantila, though until then he had never even heard of so many different beliefs and doctrines. Yuri asks if these two sects have different sacred texts, and she replies that first of all, the writings never said anything bad about the Shan people. They simply described them as northern pagans with hairy ears. She adds that back then they didn't see the Kuras and Shans as separate peoples, and the girl's final remark really impresses the boys. A young man doesn't understand what it means because he sees the Shans as foreigners who must be destroyed. The Edit people formed an alliance called the Crusaders to defeat the Shans, and it was these Crusaders who began attacking the kingdom of Kirchner, which served as their protective shield during the war 3 years ago. The declaration of war stated that they are an army of God's sons, created to relentlessly attack demons defiling their holy land, and to cleanse it from this evil, they must be willing to give their lives. God, in his mercy, will grant them a share of his grace if they sincerely repent and ask for forgiveness. The Crusaders fought against the idea that justifies robbery and cruelty toward the weak, and these guys' uncle died fighting exactly those people. A young man asks the girl if this isn't completely opposite to what most people think, and she replies that yes, it really is, and unfortunately, it happens from time to time. The girl sadly lowers her head and, looking down, says this is true blasphemy. These texts were written 2,000 years ago in an ancient language and have survived to this day, and now we have their translation into the Terran language. Because of huge mistakes in translation, the chances turned from real pagans into demons. This language is very complex and is spoken only by priests. The official Catholic Bible is the King James Version, and based on this text, Shans are discriminated against, even though hardly anyone, just 1 in 10,000, can actually read the original. That's why, even if translations are incorrect, believers can't verify them against the original texts, which is how people often distort religious teachings to suit themselves. Medieval European girls saw themselves as part of God's world and viewed people from other countries as strangers or unbelievers, which led to prejudice and discrimination among all peoples. A boy quietly whispers to another that he doesn't want to interrupt the conversation, then asks the teacher if he can borrow the board for a moment, wondering where the Republic of Albion is located. He draws a map on the board with chalk. The girl and the second boy lean over the boy, and when she sees his drawing, the girl praises him, saying he made a really great map. The southern part of the Great Albion Islands belongs to the UFO's Confederation, a country that has been fighting for some time to reclaim its land. She points to 2 small islands and says they are called Albion. The Karlog sect, which split from them before their teachings were twisted, doesn't see the Shans as demons. They're known as pirates and are dangerous to approach, but dealing with them is still better than dealing with the Kuma, who are Catholics. Catholics interpret the Holy Scripture in their own way, influenced by their interests, so it's more accurate to call them a group rather than a distinct religious movement. This distortion appeared later, and was not part of the original Catholic doctrine. The young man asks which sect the teacher and Savino belong to. The girl smiles, places her hand on her heart, and says she is from the Watashi school. She explains that this faith is based on the traditions of the early Catholics, later refined through research, and adds that she once nearly died trying to convert others, so maybe her religion is all she truly has left. The young man stands up, closes his eyes, and says sympathetically that he's sorry this happened to her. The teacher clasps their hands, crosses them over their chest, and talks about the state. But when it's hard to sit still and weeks pass spent with the same people, that persistent idea feels completely unnecessary. She deeply regrets that faith is something that comes from within. She says the key is to believe in faith, which is the true interface of a person, while the young men look at her with surprise and a bit of confusion, clearly not quite understanding what she means. Mr. Harrell asks her to talk about the school if she doesn't mind, and the boy, surprised, asks since when he started caring about religion. The dark hallway of the mansion seems to swallow everything around. The silence, the shadows, while someone carefully moves the chess pieces. Two people are playing chess in a large, dark, and gloomy room. One stares thoughtfully at the board while the other suddenly gets a bright idea. His thoughts are clearly elsewhere. Right now, he's remembering the faith that once sparked within him. Once, in a past life, he was a simple explorer who believed in water and dreamed only of it. But someone else took everything and his dreams were shattered. He didn't trust others or expect anyone to believe in him. He didn't care, and after that, he lived alone within himself. But now he's changed. He believes in love and wants to believe in people. If he acts now, he might still have a chance to influence how things unfold in the world, and maybe even protect those he cares about. The second player keeps calling Yuri, but he doesn't respond because he's lost in thought. He suddenly snaps back to reality and asks if it's his turn. The girl, having already pulled off her clever plan, nods, and you take his king off the board. The girl says the guy is very strong, and he replies that the chances of winning are about 50-50. Then the girl asks what he's thinking about since it's clear he's not really engaged in the game. The young man replied that he was fine, just lost in thought about what to do at the academy, and the girl perked up, clearly intrigued by his words. The guy says he has almost no points and a lot of free time that he's trying to fill somehow. Living off internships and studying is fine, but Harold says it's even better to try something new. He has a business idea he's been thinking about for a while but hasn't had the chance to pursue yet. Right now, he can't start his own business or come up with a new product. The guy sits on a bench, hands clasped, looking a bit distant as he talks. The girl suggests talking about it tomorrow since it sounds just like him, and Yuri replies that he'd be happy to do that. Meanwhile, the girl who cheated wins and the boy is left angry. Another girl comes over saying she wants to play too, but the boy replies that he's going to bed. A young woman in a jacket and tie walks down a busy hallway, smiling at everyone and receiving greetings in return. She notices two smiling young people and freezes in surprise and admiration. She approaches the girl with short hair and greets her, saying, "Welcome to the Night Academy." And the new girl introduces herself as Shamu. Carol says that, at her brother's request, she'll walk her to the dorm and can be trusted to do so. Shamu seems enchanted, constantly repeating her name and thanking her, while she stands holding a bag, wearing funny striped leggings, her ears sticking out to the sides. It's a sunny day. The gates are open for new guests and visitors. And in one of the halls, yesterday's chess game is still ongoing. Carol approaches Yuri, who is playing enthusiastically, and asks why he didn't organize the game himself. Yuri replies that he would have loved to, but the guys aren't allowed in the girls' dorm, then asks Carol how everything went. The girl says that unlike her cousin Shamu, she is quite sweet, and these words deeply upset Yuri, making him feel ashamed and displeased. There's a moment when Carol introduces Shama to her roommate Lily, who is a very kind and caring person. Meanwhile, the second player, who was playing with Yuri, tells him he lost and asks if Yuri is seeing the princess, then says he'd better leave so they can be alone, leaving Yuri confused. Then the second player asks if this is really not a date, and Yuri says, of course not. His companion is surprised because it looks like a real date, but Carol and Yuri both insist they're not a couple. Meanwhile, they find themselves in a sunlit clearing, with Yuri steering a large eagle, and Carol sitting on its back in a special saddle holding the reins. A young man strokes the eagle's beak, saying it's a great honor to carry the princess on his back, then speaks to the eagle named Zoraya, asking him to be obedient, and the bird closes its eyes trustingly. The girl says her seatbelt is fastened, and the guy warns her to be careful with the eagle because it has a tricky temperament. She tugs the leash, and the bird straightens its back, glances around, flaps its wings, and takes off, leaving Yuri far below. A huge bird soars as Carol leans forward in the saddle, pulling the reins tighter to stay firmly on its back. A young man, standing on the ground and watching a large eagle soaring in the sky, says, "Everything is fine. They're flying straight, and even better, the little star isn't showing Carol's stubborn streak." He sees they've climbed quite high and hopes they'll keep going up. While Carol and the eagle are flying, Yuri decides to lie down and rest, since winter here is completely different. The weather is great, and there's nothing wrong with taking a short nap. Suddenly, footsteps echo from afar, and a young girl comes running towards the boy at full speed. She calls out to Yuri, who is sleeping, urging him to wake up immediately. He opens one eye and looks at the stranger in surprise. The girl stops and leans on her knees, trying to catch her breath, while the boy props himself up on his elbow, still confused. Finally, when the girl can speak again, she points at him and asks if he has seen her older sister. The guy looks at her with suspicion, realizing he's seeing her for the first time. She's probably new, and a blonde at that. He says he doesn't even know who she is and just saw her, so he probably couldn't have seen her sister. The girl, hands on her hips, replies that you can tell everything just by her hair. Her name is Kiria Full Charter, and she is searching for her older sister, Carol. The guy smiles smugly upon learning it's Carol's sister, adding that it's rare to see sisters who look so much alike. Truly a rare find. He introduces himself as Yuri Hu, the eldest son of the Hao family. Carol is his roommate and they've been friends for a long time. He explains that her sister now flies on an eagle, and that's it. While the girl looks at him with curiosity and slight annoyance, repeating his family name once again. Suddenly, Curiosity sits down while Yurko jumps up, his eyes full of questions. The girl suddenly and unexpectedly suggests they become best friends, her eyes flashing with a wild spark, while her strange gestures leave Yura completely puzzled. The girl cuts him off before he can say a word and says that if not, she wants to date him. Yuri, surprised and confused, asks why she feels that way. Curie says it's a great honor for her to be friends with someone like him. The guy is a bit surprised why him specifically and replies he'll hold back since Carol is more than enough for him. Then the girl asks if he's dating her sister. Yuri, clearly flustered, snaps back that he has no intention of meeting or marrying any of them. He's just not interested. Either she suddenly stands up, snorts, and says to tell her sister that she was looking for her and has something important to say. The girl looks at the boy strangely, almost a little crazily, and says goodbye, calling him by his full name. She walks away while the guy stays seated in a strange pose, wondering why she acted so oddly. He lifts his head, sees an eagle soaring across the sky, and thinks maybe it's just his mood coloring how he sees everything. Late in the evening, Carol appears in the same room to play chess. She stands with her arms crossed and turns to Julia with a complaint, asking if she knows her sister. The guy remembers he forgot to tell her that she was looking for him, and Carol is just furious about his forgetfulness. The girl raises her hand to his ear and quietly asks if he might be in love with her sister. Yuri says it's all nonsense. He only talked to her once the day she flew to Orly, and adds that her sister keeps telling everyone they're in love. A guy holding a glass says she's probably talking about her dream. Carl clarifies again that he's not in love with her, and when he hears no, he breathes a sigh of relief and says she can relax now. A young man finishes his bowl of soup and says he never thought Kira would start spreading such rumors, since she's not stupid, and why would he do something like that? Kira listens carefully as she sits down on a chair. She says tiredly that even though Kiri loves her very much, he still tries to be better than her at everything. Now it seems like she's upset that her sister helped Sham, and Kira asks why she even went with her and what it all means. The girl is screaming that the administrator usually shows everything and can't believe her older sister helped that girl. Carol asks her to calm down, saying it's just her friend's cousin. The girl scolded her sister, saying she was from a royal family and people shouldn't speak badly about her when she's not around. Carol grabbed her head, struggling to talk about what had happened. She hoped her sister wouldn't do anything bad to Shamu, while Yuri still felt like a fool for asking her for help. Suddenly, a burly man with a stern face appears behind them and orders the boy to stay silent while they talk to Carol. The guy adds that while running, the young man got such a stomach cramp that he ran into the women's restroom, then got so angry he started yelling, waving his arms and demanding him to be quiet. Yuri takes the tray himself and says he'd better go now, and if he doesn't get to eat, he can keep his girlfriend company. The girl suggests they eat right now. The guy asks if she minds, and Carol enthusiastically says she's all for it. Yuri walks by, watching them just as he expected, having fun together, laughing and chatting without a care. 4 years later, in the large house, Yuri sits at a table carefully writing something beautifully on a sheet of paper. Suddenly, Carol rushes into the room, calls the boy over and shows him a beautiful letter sealed with wax, saying it's a message from his mother. A surprised young man looks at the girl as she places her hand on her waist, hands him a letter and says they've turned 15. A carriage pulled by horses stopped before huge, beautiful columns, with a dense forest visible beyond. The coachman sat firmly in his seat, holding the reins tightly and patiently waiting for the order to move. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door, and Carol appears, telling Yuri she's here for him and asking if he's ready. A young man straightens his tie and says he's finished. A girl approaches him, gently taps his shoulder, and tells him not to worry. It's just an informal meeting. Her mom just wants to meet him and say thank you. He just needs to relax and have a calm talk with her. The guy looks confused and worried, not expecting to be called in over such an old matter, and it seems it won't be easy to get him to open up. He nervously adjusts his tie and says they're about to meet Her Majesty, asking if it wouldn't be rude to show up in academy uniform. The letter from Her Majesty states that Yuri Hao is to come to the palace for an audience, where he will be rewarded for his help and for creating a smallpox medicine. Thanks to memories from his past, he was able to stop the spread of the infectious disease in their lands, and his father had also taught him how to fight it, so the losses were minimal. Sitting in the carriage, the girl says she still can't believe Yuri is following proper etiquette, And Yuri replies that it's only natural since he's on his way to meet the queen herself. So of course he's concerned about it. Carol still can't believe he made it up. And Yuri doesn't know what the queen will ask, so all he can do is try his best to make sure everything goes smoothly. They arrive on Oho Island and find themselves in a luxurious castle with grand marble columns and huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Seeing the queen, the young man kneels on one knee, thanks her for the chance to meet, and is genuinely happy to see her, while Carl stands behind with a slightly sad and thoughtful expression. The queen sits with perfect posture in a beautiful dress, hands folded on her lap, looking at the young man warmly yet thoughtfully. She smiles, says she's glad to meet him too, and invites him to sit down. The queen looks a lot like Carol, something you can even see in her eyes. The woman says that, according to rumors, Yuri is very polite, and the young man bows and sits at the table, with Carol sitting down as well. The guy hints that all the rumors are true, and Carol, a bit annoyed, asks who he's telling this to, just as the maid brings in the drinks. The young man respectfully addresses Carol as Your Royal Highness, while she grows annoyed because such words give her goosebumps. The queen looks at them kindly and says they are wonderful friends. Carol thanks the maid, who places the kettle on the table and says she'll handle everything from here. The maid bows and leaves obediently, while Carol takes the kettle and pours hot water into the cups. The queen tastes the tea and praises her daughter, saying it tastes wonderful and she's gotten much better at brewing it. She adds that she's calmed down a bit and is ready to continue their conversation. She turns to Yuri and says that thanks to his idea on how to fight smallpox, many people survived, and she sincerely thanks him for it. The guy says he had been thinking about it for a long time and learned this method from a shepherd. Among them, it's a common thing, so for them it's like rediscovering something familiar. The queen thanks him and asks what reward he would like, and the man clarifies that it should be something tangible, like an object or money. The queen says that Yuri always thinks logically and sticks to common sense, yet still comes up with brilliant ideas. He says he wants to get a patent to protect his future inventions and ensure his profits and property rights are safe from theft. For example, if he invents a clock, he could make good money selling it, but if someone steals his idea and makes a copy, the invention loses its value. Back then, no one would have tried to come up with anything new, so he wants a system where users of inventions pay the inventor a percentage of the sales. It would probably be unfair for property rights to last forever, so it's better to set a term of 20-30 years after which the invention becomes available to everyone, benefiting the whole country by allowing anyone to use it. The queen thinks for a moment and says this is different from a regular patent. She wants to discuss this decision with others and believes that not only he, but also other citizens of the country could use such a system. Yuri says that as long as his opinion is considered, he has no complaints. Suddenly, Carol starts getting upset, waving her arms energetically, saying that Yuri is still just a schoolboy and questioning what money he's even talking about, not to mention his knightly duty. She tries to reach his conscience, saying that training and learning should be the most important things in their lives. But Yuri calmly sips his tea and replies that money is money, and you can never have too much of it, especially at night. The queen suddenly interrupts Carol and tells her to listen to Yuri. Maybe you don't need to earn money, but not everyone can afford that luxury. Most people in this world have to work to live. The queen never said the girl should quit school. In fact, the boy is smart and the top student, so Carol's arguments don't hold up. And besides, if people start earning money, their country will become wealthier. The girl became very upset. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she felt ashamed. Yuri looked at her with pity, but said nothing, knowing the queen was telling the truth. He tries to calm her down by suggesting she just ignore it, but Carol snaps angrily, feeling like he's mocking her. The queen steps in again to put her daughter in her place, and she bursts into tears. In the quiet of the dorm at night, Yuri thoughtfully scratches the back of his head, reflecting on everything that has happened. He tells his friend that he just got involved in this matter and immediately ran into so many problems that he no longer wants to deal with it. But his friend reassures him, saying it's normal and that to trade, he'll have to deal with witches anyway. In the heart of Shibuya's economic life, witches run the show, and if someone sells a truly unique product, they'll quickly flood the market with thousands of copies. Besides, they poison anyone who tries to stop them from controlling things, destroy other markets, and even steal goods. So no one wants to launch a new product because they know it's a lost cause. The guy says that if they start selling, they'll just get crushed like bugs, so having a patent would make things safer, when suddenly a girl appears at the door and calls him. She shows the letter with a sly smile and says it's from her mom. Inside the letter is a royal document announcing that Yuri's invention is the first patent granted in the country, and the young man is overjoyed by the news. The girl hands him a pouch and says it's his reward. The boy opens it to find it filled with shiny gold coins. Inside, there are about 30,000 coins, and while the man examines the money, He's told that 7 powerful witches have already started complaining because they can't understand why they have to pay to use the patents. Meanwhile, the girl points to the bag and says that although there isn't much money, it needs to be spent wisely. She walks away, and Yuri's friend, looking surprised at the bag, says that there really isn't enough money. They return to their business plan. Yuri says it's time to find employees, and another explains the kind of people they're looking for. Since they don't just resell other people's products, they need to hire employees who not only sell well, but also quickly learn new tasks. A friend told me that in situations like this, people usually turn to the trade guild. But in the capital, all guilds are controlled by 7 powerful witches who are unlikely to support the idea of Yuri trading there. A young man sighs wearily, complaining that those 7 witches are causing trouble again, meaning they won't be able to bring the workers from the capital, but another boy replies that then, he has only one person on his mind, Kafonet. He used to be part of a guild where his family often bought things, but after angering some witches, he had to leave the guild, and they managed to exchange a few words before that. Kafa just said how much he hates the rotten system between the witches and the merchants' guild, and his friends believed he could be trusted. Yuri pondered this. Suddenly, the second guy asks what product he got the patent for, and the guy starts explaining. He shakes the sheet right in front of the other person's face and says he got a patent for a product that's like a modern version of parchment. On that same island, a young man walks down a street lined with run-down houses, their windows boarded up. He greets beggars, walks past houses, strolls down empty, run-down streets, enters a building, pauses before the door, then sighs deeply and knocks. From behind the door, a faint sound can be heard as a young man cautiously steps inside, looking around carefully. On the couch with pillows already chewed by moths, a man lay sprawled in different directions, covering his eyes with his hand. The room was dark and an empty bottle rested on his chest. The place is a complete mess. Empty bottles everywhere, books scattered on the floor, and stuff all over the surfaces. Yuri says he came here on a friend's advice and introduces himself. A man opens his eyes, repeats his name, and starts groaning that someone set him up with an underage girl. Drunk, he says he doesn't have time to play games. It's only noon, and the man is already drunk. Yuri doubts Mayaro tricked him, saying he planned to sell new goods in the capital, but the man insists it's pointless. No matter what you do, the witches will steal everything anyway. The chief says that's just how things are done in the village, while the young man reassures him and reaches into his bag. Meanwhile, the drunk opens one eye and watches Yuri explain that the decree was issued by the queen herself, handing him an envelope as proof. Telia takes the letter, reads it carefully, gets out of bed with a smile, still amazed that this is even possible, while a young man stands across from him, waiting for his reaction. He looks at the boy with cloudy eyes, frowning, and roughly asks what this new product is. Yuri reaches into his pocket, pulls out a small box, takes a piece of paper from it, and hands it to KF. He explains that this is a sample of recycled paper, rough, but still better than parchment, and he's confident that through trial and error, they can create a finished product. The man examines the piece and asks what is expected of him. The guy says he needs to focus on making and selling products, basically doing what he's supposed to do, and Kaf asks if he really set aside time for him in his schedule. A young man says he's just starting to learn the paper-making technology, and the other man asks how he'll get paid for the job. Yuri promises a modest but steady salary, and if sales go well, there's room to negotiate a raise. The man sighs and considers the offer. He looks up at the man with a bored expression, and asks if he really thinks he can pull it off. If stable production of this product is achieved, parchment will disappear from the market within 10 years. But Kaf adds that the Parchment Makers Guild, controlled by one of the 7 witches, will definitely put up resistance. It's not just about throwing obstacles in his way. They might threaten him or even shut down his factories, since new products always pose a threat to the existing market order. If we set up production and cut down the abundant trees, paper could be made at half the cost of parchment. And no matter how powerful the witches are, they'll have to leave the market. The man just snorts, opens another bottle, takes a sip, and says it's all pointless arrogance. He needs proof that he'll actually succeed. Since Yuri had no proof, he decided it was a failure and that Mayaro was wrong. He headed for the exit, saying he'd find another trader. Even peasants need luck, and he challenged them to prove that driving witches out of the land could truly bring wealth, as he had a big goal ahead. She needs a partner to succeed, a skilled and experienced trader, unlike Koff, who still fears taking risks and works for pennies, hiding behind others. How can you call someone afraid to take risks when you don't even know how they really are? Yuri said Kaf left the guild because he hated the rotten system, but it seems Yuri got it wrong. The young man said goodbye and left, while the man lowered his hand holding the flask and glass, his head drooping wearily. A young man was walking down the hallway when he suddenly heard some sounds behind him. The man called out to him just as he was about to turn the corner and asked who had sent him there. Who was that man? The guy explained that this was his classmate, Mayaro Gudenville, and his words shocked and surprised the man so much he could hardly believe what he was hearing. Suddenly, he apologized, admitted he was wrong, asked to be allowed to help, and added that he probably had gotten a bit slow with age. The story continues in the same old ruined village. Yuri, carrying a large bag on his back, climbs the stairs, walks down the hallway, knocks on the door, introduces himself, and Kaf replies that the door is open. There are no more scattered bottles and books. A woman with a cough sits on the couch surrounded by buckets, her sweater sleeves rolled up, holding some items in her hands, and she says she has already prepared everything needed to make paper. He tore the collected fabric scraps into small pieces and sorted them by material. Yuri approached the large bowl and asked if it was normal for it to be so big, and was told that yes, it was usual. The calf got up from the couch and caught up with Yura, who was taking a big bag off his shoulder, and looking at the huge basin of water said it was time to start the experiments. He took an interesting tool out of his backpack that immediately caught the calf's attention. When the calf asked what it was, he was told it was made by a skilled craftswoman. Since they're experimenting today, they'll try working with waste materials, even though he initially planned to boil shredded wood in alkaline water to extract fiber, but the plans changed. The man is clearly manipulating prepared materials. He adds shredded fabric pieces to water and feels the resulting mixture. He rolls up his sleeves, hangs his jacket on the chair, picks up an interesting device, and lowers it into the water. The man sees true joy in the boy as he dives in, splashing and going deeper. A man explains how it works. This tool gathers long fibers floating in the water, twists them together at the bottom, and makes them thicker. He pulls her out of the water, lays her on a blanket without fully understanding what's happening, and asks if she's okay. The guy says he's right-handed, so the right side came out thicker, but it's starting to take shape. All that was left was to survive the water, let the paper dry, and it was just a trial. They definitely wanted to try again. When Koff heard there would be another attempt, he asked for a chance to try, and Yuri gladly agreed. A young man dries his hands with a towel and watches as the other man tries to stand. Realizing he worried for nothing, without alcohol, he seems to have more strength to get up, and now he decides he can rely on him. Suddenly, Telya calls Yuri and asks him to stop using the informal you with him, saying it's strange for a boss to speak that way to a subordinate. The man smiles, wipes his hands, watches his subordinate working hard, and says he won't do that anymore. A month passes. Yuri walks calmly down the hallway of the Night Academy, minding his own business, when suddenly he hears someone calling him loudly and grabbing his shoulder. It's an old friend he hasn't seen in a long time. The young man looks surprised at his friend's irritated face, not understanding why he's reacting that way. How long has it been since he traded with the people of Kura? Teacher Isa is really worried about them. One boy says he'll wait for souvenirs, while another asks what's new with him. Yere says she's planning to sell a new product in the capital and is currently developing it, and Harold is surprised and asks what kind of product it is. Then the young man hands him a sheet of paper, and Harold looks at it in surprise. The young man explains that he named it Ho, made from waste materials, and though it's just a sample, he's confident he'll soon have a full product to offer. His friend asks how to make something like that, and Yuri says he was just about to go to a new workshop so they can go together. He winks and says she's a bit far away right now, but he's really proud of her. And so, two friends ride a giant eagle, soaring over mountains and forests on their way to their destination. They stop by a small house hidden in the dense forest. Harold shares that it was his first time flying on a bird, and Yuri adds that there used to be a stable here, with a water wheel nearby that draws water from the river for the livestock. Making paper requires a lot of water, and since the river here is at the source of Shibuyaku, the water is clean, making this spot absolutely perfect. He warmly invites his friend in, opens the door, and the friend peeks inside, exclaiming in surprise. Inside the bar, it's spacious and clean, with a table in the center and barrels of water and buckets of ingredients on the sides. In the far corner, you can see a man busy with something unusual. Hera looks around in surprise, while Yuri thanks him, meaning he liked it, when suddenly someone calls the boy. Kef steps closer with the paper sample, saying it's their best option, when suddenly Harold recognizes the man and freezes in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Kaf frowned as he looked at the boy, gave his name, and asked what he was doing here. The other introduced himself too and fell silent. Then suddenly they both started speaking louder, almost shouting. Yuri approached them, explained that Kauf was his business partner, and asked if they knew each other. There was tension between the two men. Harold explained they were business rivals and the other had often gotten in his way, while the man said he was just doing his job, and added that Harold hadn't changed at all, still pushy and always flirting with women. A scuffle broke out between them as they started exchanging accusations, and their argument was on the verge of turning into a real fight. She was about to rush at the calf with her fists, but Yuri grabbed her by the collar and stopped her just in time. He suddenly let go of him, kicked his legs out from under him, and he cried out as he hit the floor. He grabbed him by the scruff again, pulled him close, and shouted at his friend, trying to bring him back to his senses. Yuria put on a serious face and firmly said she wouldn't let them make a mess here, while her friend struggled to break free, shouting to be let go and blaming Kaffa for everything. A young man, still holding him threateningly, said that despite everything that had happened between them before, this was now his workshop. He worked hard for many years to save enough money to hire workers and build a barn, even asking Lily to invent a new tool no one had ever seen, and all the materials cost him a fortune. If they want to destroy everything over some silly argument, Yuri told them to get out of here immediately. Finally realizing his mistake and accepting defeat, Harold apologized. The man turned to KF and said this concerns him too. If he wants to fight, let him take it outside. The men exchanged glances and KF apologized as well. They decided to get back to work, and Yuri suggested changing the topic and looking at a sample. The worker spread out what he called the best sheet of paper on the big table. Yuri thoughtfully touched the paper while Kaf anxiously watched him, eagerly waiting for his reaction, constantly asking if he liked the sheet, and finally Yuri nodded with satisfaction. He said it was excellent work and now he felt proud to sell it, which made the worker very happy. Yuri added that the surface was completely smooth, with hardly any fabric pieces visible, and he also asked Kaf how he managed to improve the paper. He explained that he changed the paper pressing process by sanding the rough wooden panel that presses the fibers onto the paper and coating it with waterproof wax. Yuri said that once they start making a profit, he'll ask Lily to upgrade the tools, considering the calf development, and then they'll look for new raw material suppliers. But for now, they'll make the most of the ingredients they have. Perel, watching their conversation, realizes how serious Yuri is and shares the story with enthusiasm. The young man replies that it's already clear, and adds that they plan to seize power and destroy the Guild of Parchment Makers. Surprised, Harold spreads his arms and asks if the witches will tolerate this, while Yuri, turning the paper over on the table, says not to worry because he has a patent. He sees the surprised faces of his friend and employee, who don't understand what he means, and explains that as soon as the paper goes into mass production, they'll immediately start making another product. Since he hasn't gotten a patent for his next invention yet, he can't talk about it, but he assured everyone he has 2 more great ideas, which surprised his friend. He turns to his employee and says that if there's enough paper production, he's generally okay with it. But suddenly, Kaf cuts him off sharply and says, "No." He hands him a towel with a big smile and says that if the boss is ready to move forward, he's ready to show what he can do. They bumped fists, and Yuri said he was counting on him. A few months later, a long line formed at the stationery store for the same eco-friendly paper, with girls clutching the sheets and chatting animatedly. The story unfolds in the northern part of the capital, near the Witch's Forest, inside a large, beautiful mansion hidden in the clouds and surrounded by dense woods. A girl walks calmly down an empty hallway, carrying a box of papers in her hands. She steps into a dark room lit only by the fire in the fireplace, surrounded by complete silence. On the coffee table next to the chair lie sheets of parchment, pens, money, and scrolls, while someone sits in the chair making strange noises. A girl knocks on the door and asks to come in, saying she brought the exact product. A hand reaches out from a chair, and she approaches to place a sheet of paper into it. Long fingers with black nails linger under the paper, quietly, and a bit eerily, whispering his name. The girl explains that this paper is very popular in the capital's stationery stores because it's much cheaper than parchment, quickly gaining market traction, and it's sold by Yuri Ho, the heir of the Ho family. The witch keeps feeling the paper as the girl explains that the boy is the son of the current head of the Ho family and Mayaro's classmate. Then suddenly the woman sharply throws the paper into the fire. She raises her fingers to her face and quietly says that the head of the entire family should also be invited to the upcoming events at the royal palace. The witch decides to teach him a lesson. The story takes place on an island home to the royal castle. A festive banquet is underway. People are enjoying delicious dishes like turkey and pies, chatting and dancing, when suddenly someone places a hand on a guest's shoulder and calls out his name. He turns around and sees a man in a black coat greeting him, saying they haven't seen each other in a long time. And suddenly Luke recognizes an old friend. It's Gala standing right in front of him. Luke apologizes to the girl he was talking to and goes back to his friend, who complains that Luke is always busy and never has time to go out for a drink, when suddenly a knocking sound is heard and a witch appears. She's dressed in a luxurious long fur coat, holding a cane in one hand and a fan in the other, with her assistant standing behind her carrying a paper scroll as the witch addresses Luke Howe. The men bow deeply to the witch and greet her warmly, relieved that she is safe. Her name is Lady Luista, one of the 7 great witches and the head of the Guden Vera clan. Gala asks her old friend to forgive her and tells him she has to leave them. Luke says he's glad to see him safe and well. Then Gala leaves while Luke approaches the witch and bows his head deeply. The witch says she knows her grandson Mialo and her son Luke live in the same dorm. Luke agrees and adds that his son is rarely home, so they hardly ever talk. The witch opens her fan and hides her face behind it, saying that he probably doesn't even know about the case his son uncovered, and the father looks at her in surprise, quietly asking what case she means. The witch says he's making an alternative to parchment paper, selling it cheaply and making good money, but the father doesn't see anything wrong with that. Adding this creates a threat to the stability of the parchment market. She says it's too much for a child's pocket money and that it will keep happening, and as witches, they can't ignore it anymore. Luke stands there confused, trying to make sense of what he just heard. The witch turns away and says she wants to talk about it with her son. She tilts her head slightly to the right and looks at Luke from under her brows, suggesting he might be playing with fire. The father understands the situation his son is in and sighs deeply, his gaze growing distant. Next, the scene shifts to the Ho family villa, where Yuri, just back from night school, embraces a short woman wearing a headscarf. With tears in her eyes, she says to him, "Welcome home." The mother looks at him and says he's grown a lot lately. But the boy laughs and says his classmates at the academy are so tall he doesn't even notice. Meanwhile, his father is waiting for him in the living room, wanting to talk. The living room looks great, with a large table in the middle and plenty of bookshelves nearby. A man stands in the center with his back to the door, hearing someone approaching from behind. Yuri walks in and says he's back. Luke turns to him jokingly, as if he hasn't seen him in ages, and Yuri replies that he's been a bit busy, while their father sits down at the table and says he needs to talk to him about it. Dad says he heard that he spent a lot of money and asks why he didn't tell his parents about it. Yuri apologizes, saying he didn't mean to bother him, but this is a project he started with his own money and wants to manage independently from the family. The father sighs deeply, saying he's just a student, but Yuri replies that he's already scored 90%, only has morning classes, and still has 5 years of study ahead. The father agrees that his son is right, but still has some reservations. Before Luke can respond, Yuri adds that he still doesn't know how to spend his free time and asks if it's even illegal. He notices his father looks strange, almost awkward and secretive, and when he asks if everything's okay, his father stays silent and just says it's fine. But then they still say no, and nothing ends up the way it should. Yuri immediately suspects that witches warned his father and asks what exactly they told him, whether it was about a bad reputation in trade or something else. Then the father says he was recently invited to a reception at the royal castle, and the witches just couldn't resist gossiping about it. Yuri said he tries not to mention his name when it comes to business, but his father added that for a family of witchers, it's still easy to find out what's going on. The guy said he takes his work seriously, but if it ever becomes a problem for the family, his father should tell him right away. Luke said it's all good, he trusts him and doesn't mind what he does as long as it's not harmful. But if he makes enemies, he needs to be ready for that. And remember, knights don't always guard the capital. The father also learned that his son was on good terms with Her Highness Carol, and the witch's family hinted that it would be wise to be cautious around him. Yuri was surprised that even witches complain about this. Luke said he keeps good relations with Her Highness because she's the future queen, but he needs to be more careful. And the boy asked again if she would really become queen. He added that there's also Princess Kura, but the father had heard she wasn't claiming the throne. Yuri replied that he didn't actually want his friend to become queen, which surprised his father, who wondered why that was a bad thing. Then Yuri said that she was the one who asked him out, and the father jumped up from his chair in shock. The guy found out she was telling everyone in the dorm they were dating, and that she was his fiancée, which started to annoy him. He politely declined, but Luke asked again if he was really okay. Next, everything takes place in the Devil's Cave during the Shirakawa festival. 2 young guys are gossiping. One of them learned something while visiting an upperclassman in the dorm to talk about a new project and even noticed that a silly book about him is being sold. The second person asks what kind of books these are, and if he has read their contents. This was a story about a love triangle between him, Mialo, and Dora, but he can't bring himself to tell his father. The Liberal Academy of Arts has a traditional magazine writing style. They approached a well-known author for material suitable for a newspaper, not realizing it was a BL novel. Once, someone wrote a BL novel about him and his father, and that story ended tragically. Back then, it was forbidden to write romantic stories where the author themselves becomes the hero and starts a relationship with a popular guy. The author broke the wall of silence by writing a novel featuring his father as the main character, which led to him facing ridicule and bullying from those around him. As a result, she began to harass his father, and when he rejected her, she couldn't handle it. Her brother challenged him to a duel, and that's when it all began. He was expelled from school for murder. He was the second son of a well-known family, a smart young man with a bright future. But after the murder, he realized that the nightlife wasn't for him. So he married his mother, a simple woman, to become the owner of a farm that bred living creatures. Yuri said it might be better not to tell your father exactly what's written in your book, so as not to remind him of his past troubles again. The father calmly said it was good to know about this and advised being more careful with girls, since a woman's heart isn't always easy to understand. Suddenly, a small, thin girl with braids and a headscarf appears at the door, clenching her fists and saying their meal is ready. Yuri turned around, thinking he hadn't seen her here before. He guessed she must be a new maid. Then his father stepped closer, placed a hand on her shoulder, and he imagined it was Boria. Manon, Susui's younger sister, who is actually his cousin. He exclaimed in surprise, asking why she chose to work as a maid, and the father explained it was her own idea. Borea bowed in greeting, said she was glad to meet them, and Yuri, a bit stunned, replied that he was pleased to meet her too. The father smiled kindly and suggested they talk later, asking the girl to leave them alone for a while. The maid bowed again and said it was no problem, as she was just about to go. When they were alone, the father's expression changed, and he grabbed his son's shoulder quite roughly. He squinted and said in a strange tone that it was unpleasant when a family member worked as a servant in this house, and his son agreed with him. He added that he'd heard Yuri's doing well and the business is making a profit. Yuri started to explain that they're currently at a loss but plan to ramp up production, to which Luke replied that this means they need help. The boy glanced sideways at his father with suspicion, squinting his eyes, and reluctantly admitted that he did need help with this matter. Luca loudly declared that everything was settled and Bureau would now be his new colleague, leaving Yuri surprised and full of questions swirling in his mind. In a calmer tone, since his son didn't object, the father said it was all for the family, and that everyone was counting on him. After a while, the young man and woman arrive at Kaft's house, where he's lying on the couch as usual, and greets them lazily, mentioning that his proposal is quite unconventional. He adds that the girl appearing next to Yuri raises a lot of questions. The guy still feels awkward around his colleague, but keeps explaining what happened. He calls her by name and asks where he can add her to their team. The girl shyly nods and says she can't wait to work with them, while Kaf, confused, asks again what exactly the boss wants from him. He strongly advises him not to mix work with relationships with women, warning it will only lead to trouble. But Yuri is unhappy with the advice and sharply interrupts him before he finishes. He explains that Borea is his cousin on his mother's side. She worked as a maid for a while but ran into trouble, so he took her in. And then, with a tired sigh, Kaf asks about a place to stay. Yuri honestly says he was thinking about a spare room here, but the neighborhood is unsafe for a girl. Kafa immediately replies that they'll just move then, which really surprises him. The man admits they actually want rumors about their good earnings to spread, and he has long dreamed of moving to a safer place. He adds that if Yuri decides to hire her, Kafel will consider it his duty to take care of her and teach her everything she needs to know. Then the young man puts his hand on his sister's shoulder and says, that would be a wonderful coincidence. He sits down with a sigh and says that his father found out about this, but maybe it's not such a bad opportunity after all. He says that from now on they will officially be called Ho Company. He suddenly appoints Kafa as president, and the girl who had been quietly standing aside barely even congratulates him on his new position. Kafka himself bowed his head to show his deep respect. Yuri appointed himself as the head of the board with oversight powers and suggests discussing the salary later. The man says he's happy to help, and the young man thanks him for it. Yuri says Kaf is overreacting, to which Kaf replies it's all about the mood, while the girl quietly smiles nearby. Meanwhile, in the witch's house, a heavy silence fills the air. The boy stands before her chair, hands behind his back, his whole demeanor showing nervousness and worry. He asks his grandmother what she wants him to do, and she reminds him that she helped him get into the evening academy, but isn't obligated to pay for his education. On the coffee table by the fireplace lies a letter the witch asks to be delivered to the boy from the whole family, and she also insists that he must come to her for a talk. The witch looks at him sharply, her gaze as sharp as a blade, and says this is not a request, but an order. If her granddaughter is displeased, she will without hesitation withdraw all support, and he won't be able to stay at the academy. During a lecture, with all the students seated and Yurko among them, he is troubled by doubts, realizing that the letter holds nothing good and his friend is likely to get into trouble. In the end, he makes his decision. He says he has a letter addressed to Yuri, and he's surprised and wants to pick it up. But at the last moment, just as the second guy is about to touch the paper, the boy suddenly changes his mind, says there's nothing important there, and hides it somewhere far away. He says he has no interest in it, which only makes Yuri more suspicious about his curiosity regarding the letter. Suddenly, he loudly tells everyone in the room that Arnold is running strangely, distracting the guy, and when he turns around curious, Yuri quickly snatches the letter from him. After carefully reading the letter, the young man nods, realizing it's very bad news and that big trouble is coming his way. Yuri reads the start of the letter, which says it's from Luida, head of the Gutenvier family, a powerful witch clan, and Milo's grandmother. The boy is invited to their home, and if he refuses, Milo's financial support will be cut off. The young man says this is just an attempt to take a piece of his business, and the witch has set terms he can't refuse, which is why his friend brought him this letter. Although he doesn't understand how Milo, who hates his family so much, can calmly hand him this letter, it's hard to resist when his education is also being threatened. The witch threatens to expel the child from the academy, manipulates and controls her, and Yuri decides that since his friend is in a similar situation, he will make sure to look out for him. Milo, sitting pale and confused like a blank canvas, heard his friend say there was nothing to worry about, and that everything should be left to Yuri. The young man, filled with gratitude and joy, gently covers his hand with his own. The night fight training continues as young men in armor, spears in hand, follow the orders of a burly man. Yuri quietly approaches from behind and asks if anyone here trains train guards. He says yes, and adds that tomorrow he'll return to the main house because they've asked him to lead their training. Yuri asked Soem to keep him company and mentioned he wanted to see him dressed as a butler, not as a regular warrior, which caught him completely off guard that night. A young man said seriously that he was going to fight at the Gudanvier estate and needed help. We thought for a moment, then suddenly raised our sword quickly, showing we were ready to protect the boy, even if it meant risking our own life. The cart slowly rolled through the forest, and here she stopped at the gates of the residence. At that moment, a guard with a drawn sword ran up to her, saying this was the home of Gudanvier, and asking what the travelers were looking for here. The curtain in the carriage slid aside, and Yuri loudly announced that the master himself had invited him to the estate, then confidently ordered them to verify this and open the gates. Within minutes, he was almost shouting, urging them to hurry and not keep the guests waiting. The gates opened, and a young woman, the manager's chief assistant, dressed in a black suit, appeared, politely bowed, and greeted the guests. She waved warmly and showed the guests where to go, as Yuri and the knight, dressed in a butler's outfit, walked past her in that direction. The witch, as always, sat alone in the empty hall, staring at the vacant chairs, thoughtfully holding her fingers near her lips. Yuri and Soem confidently entered the hall, scanning everything around them with sharp eyes. The young man looked into the old witch's eyes, quietly repeating her name to himself, sensing that not just their conversation, but the whole encounter promised nothing good. Luida gestured for him to sit, and Yuri, handing his cloak to the maid, showed he had no respect for her. Even if she hadn't asked, he would have sat down anyway. The witch ignored his sharp remark and turned to the butler standing behind Yuri, who didn't seem to be planning to sit down at all. The young man impatiently urged the witch to get to the real reason for her visit, mentioning he wanted to be home by dinner, to which the witch only smiled slyly and hinted that they might not make it out alive. Yuri said it's best not to visit someone who uses their grandchildren to blackmail you. Luida said that poisoning the son and heir in Ho's house was a much more foolish act. In any case, the food served at a place like this can't really be called tasty. The witch asked with a smirk if the best solution was really just to eat with the grandchildren, to which Yuri replied that any meal tastes better when shared with your best friend. The witch, hardly believing her ears, started talking about her best friend, while the guy, tired of the chatter, suggested they get down to business. For the first time, a smile appeared on her lips. She realized he had already figured it all out. Sol explains what he does, and the witch offers him protection if he sides with her in both good and bad deeds. She knows this might offend a great knight, but the capital has its own customs and traditions. Yura thought customs were called customs, not laws, just for convenience, to hide everyone's selfish habits. And he has no intention of paying the gangsters for protection. He refuses to deal with such practices. He asked how much she wanted him to pay. The witch says that now, since her grandson's fate depends on him, she offers 20%. This amount will help protect his business and allow his friend to finish academy, and she believes it's a good deal. But Yuri came here to protect Milo, and this witch has nothing human left in her. The guy suddenly stopped her, saying he was tired of empty talk and had a better idea. He settled comfortably into the chair and casually crossed one leg over the other. A young man offered her 30 sheets of his paper per month, adding that this could be seen as his generosity. The witch suddenly dug her claws into the couch pillow. Her face twisted as she said that this guy was definitely out of his mind. Louis de Gros, remember, if you trust too much and aren't careful in this house, you can easily get into serious trouble. The young man rested his chin on his hand and said he was as confident in himself as he was in his strength, without a doubt. And the witch leaned forward, saying his confidence would serve as a lesson to others. A sly smile appeared on her face as she leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes with pleasure, and clapped her hands twice. She said that at their age, people didn't speak so harshly, and back then there were only two of them. Yuri and Noch exchanged a glance. There weren't enough of them to talk to a witch like that. Two enforcers appeared in the doorway, and Soim, still with his hands behind his back, simply turned around. They acted recklessly, and the bandits were barely holding back. Their fists itched for a fight, ready to strike at any moment. One of the biggest and fiercest creatures suddenly charged at Su-Ima with a wild scream, but he just waved his hands swiftly and effortlessly. The thug's fist flew right past. Meanwhile, the hand of Night struck the first one right on the nose. He quickly grabbed him, twisted his arm, and in an instant, the first guy was already on the ground. The Knight slightly turned his head toward the other man, who slipped his hand inside his cloak and grabbed a dagger. But I still knocked him out with just a simple flick of my hand. In this funny kid's quarrel, they used everything they could grab, even a vase with flowers. But she looked at it with surprise, clearly not expecting such a strong reaction. Within minutes, all the thugs were lying unconscious on the floor, drenched in their own blood. The witch looked down on them, maybe even with contempt. But Yuri, leaning forward with his hands on his knees, told her not to think she could handle them with some street thugs, because they were on a whole different level. The Hao family is one of the 5 most famous military families, for whom war is not just a matter, but a true profession. That's why they're better than witches. Mira sat in front of the chessboard, folding her arms as she thought best. Suddenly, Princess Carol approached him holding a chessboard and asked why he was sitting alone. She said she wanted to play chess with Yuri but hadn't seen him in a while, and asked Milo if he knew where Yuri might be. The man said Yuri's name again and grew quite upset. Meanwhile, in the witch's living room, amidst complete chaos and discord, Yuri calmly sat opposite an equally unshaken witch. Leaning back in her chair, the witch said it seemed this guy had some guts. He said he was struck by her calmness in that situation and found it quite intriguing. The witch said it seemed the negotiations were over, and Yuri added that he had no intention of making deals with bandits threatening to cancel his grandson's education. Milo is a good person who does his job well and doesn't deserve to be treated this way. The witch admired this boy's determination, but said she didn't care how talented he was, and that they didn't have to pay for his education. The young man exclaimed that they were the ones who helped him get into the academy, and asked if it wasn't selfish to behave that way. If a person doesn't graduate from the academy in this country, they won't be seen as a true aristocrat. In a family of witches, women are favored, making it hard for men to build a career, which is why he wasn't sent to the Knight Academy, to keep him from becoming an officer in the Royal Guard, because you can't ruin a nobleman's life just because no one needs him. She frowned angrily, knitting her brows all the way down to her nose, and said she hadn't given it to him here, and all of this was entirely his own initiative. Meanwhile, Milo sat down next to Carol and explained what was happening. She sat lost in thought, unable to shake the idea that Yuri had gone to the witches, and she was also curious why Grandma Milo was paying for his education. Suddenly, she remembered it wasn't her business at all, apologized, and the guy replied that it was all okay. He said he still can't forgive his grandmother for what she did, and added that he shouldn't have studied there. He tricked his grandmother into sending him here. Carol, clearly intrigued, said that if he didn't mind, she'd like to hear the whole story from start to finish. She asked why he was so eager to join the academy. To explain this, he had to share his life story, starting with how his mom met his dad while she was still in school. His mother came from the line of witches, and his father was a knight. After they parted ways, the woman became pregnant with their first child. That's when Milo found out his mom had been lying to him. Mom was small in stature, something everyone noticed right away, and Dad took responsibility by marrying her as soon as he finished school. But sadly, the first child was never born. This event was a disgrace for both families. One of the members of the 7 famous witch families got pregnant while still studying at the academy, causing a major scandal. After that, the father was left alone as his family abandoned him, forcing him to give up his nightlife. The witch family no longer needed him, so he just wandered while their marriage slowly grew cold. 15 years have passed since then, but why did his mother suddenly give birth to him right at that moment? His mother seemed indifferent to him, so his father was always there and taught him how to read and write. His grandmother and other relatives never thought these losers could have a child, so they just abandoned him. The father was overjoyed at the birth of his first child and loved them deeply. But when Grandma found out Milo had a special gift, she pushed his father away and started preparing Milo to be the heir. And on that very day, Milo continued his story, saying that when his parents were on their way to a dinner party, their carriage was suddenly attacked by bandits late at night, under a pale moon barely lighting the narrow path through the dense forest. The bandits, many armed with spears, surrounded the carriage, His father fiercely defended his mother, bravely holding the line against many attackers, trying to block every strike and keep the enemies from advancing. He fought back bravely despite being tired and wounded until the guards arrived and rushed to help the family. He suffered a serious injury, and only his son could care for him during that difficult time. One evening, looking his son straight in the eyes, the weary father quietly spoke heartfelt words full of wisdom that the boy would remember for life. The man always took pride in his knightly title and believed that a true warrior must have honor and dignity. Dying without even trying to defend these would be a disgrace and an unworthy end to the path of a noble knight. With the words, "It's a pity, but I regret nothing," the father took his last breath. His gaze grew dim, and the hand holding his son slowly fell. Those final moments by his side were the hardest of his life, yet they taught him to value life and duty. Milo believed that his father, who fought a deadly battle with bandits, was defending not so much his mother as his own honor. For a true knight, duty comes first, and if you fail to uphold it, you lose respect for yourself. After his father's death, he was so heartbroken and desperate that he locked himself in his room and refused to talk to anyone, until one evening his mother, quite drunk, came in and said something that deeply affected him. She screamed hysterically and with resentment, claiming the boy was never truly her husband's child, admitting she had relationships with other men, and the child was an accident since her husband was infertile and couldn't be the father. Carol, who was there during the conversation, watched everything with wide eyes, tense and scared as her mother confessed. So, the man Milo truly believed to be his father and loved dearly was not actually related to him, and his mother's confession completely changed his understanding of his origins, making him question everything he thought he knew about his family history. But he was always there and still considers him his father. The young man can never forgive his mother for betraying both his father and himself, and his anger eventually turned into resentment toward her. So he decided to tell his grandmother everything. Grandma believed it didn't matter how her grandson came into the world. She reminded him not to dwell on the past or those who are gone, but to focus on the future, work on himself, and strive to be a worthy heir to their proud family legacy. Milo couldn't accept that his mother had hidden the truth about his birth and so easily left his father, whom he loved deeply, while his grandmother remained calm about his worries, seeing such family secrets as mere distractions from life's real goals. After that, he grew to really dislike his family's views, which valued personal ambition and status over true feelings and family values. As the young man delved deeper into the true nature of magic, he grew increasingly doubtful, gradually losing faith in the traditional teachings and long-held beliefs passed down through generations. Until he was 10, the boy completely lost interest in his family history. Feeling like an outsider among his relatives, he focused on his own passions and dreams, striving for independence and freedom to choose. A young man always dreamed of living like his beloved father, and to fulfill his dad's last wish, he forged documents and convinced his family to send him to evening academy, even though he originally wanted to go to art school. And so, on exam day, the young man met Yuri, a future classmate, and their simple introduction quickly grew into something meaningful, as Yuri turned out to be from the well-known Hao family, famous for their great achievements. Milo hoped to use Yuri's powerful family to protect himself from the witches chasing him. But Yuri turned out to be kind and thoughtful, never once abusing his power for personal gain. On the contrary, the young man enjoyed studying and valued his time with classmates, feeling sadness and anxiety at the thought of leaving the academy where he had found friends, mentors, and goals important for his future. He couldn't even bring himself to burn the unpleasant letter from his grandmother and let Yuri go meet her. Carol sincerely thanked the young man for sharing important information with her, recognizing that telling the truth took courage, and she deeply appreciated his honesty and openness. She suggested keeping this important secret just between them, not telling anyone, and holding it deep in their hearts, worried that if the truth got out, it could cause fights and misunderstandings in the family. The girl asked Milo to calm down and explained that Yuri sees him as just a regular classmate and has no idea about any hidden agenda, trying to ease his doubts by emphasizing that true friendship is built on trust and honesty, without any selfish motives. But Carol decided to take a serious look at the situation, wanting to make sure every decision was fair to everyone involved. Meanwhile, Yuri met with the lady right after the fight. Yuri believed that even if Milo decided on his own to enroll in a certain school, no one has the right to interfere or set their own rules, because freedom of choice should be the most important thing for everyone, especially when it comes to choosing a career and life path. He also pointed out that if his friend truly had such remarkable abilities, he could be a great guardian of the kingdom, and showing him coldness just because he was a man seemed petty. But suddenly the woman burst out laughing loudly. Yuri didn't see what was funny about it at all, but Luista was clear that she understood why their conversation seemed so strange. She honestly admitted that Milo had always been a girl. Yuri was shocked. Now he understood why his friend looked so thin and weak. And if Aris had joined the academy against her grandmother's wishes, it explained the bias against her. But for Yuri, it didn't matter since he came at the owner's request and decided it was time to go home. Luisa saw Yuri coming home as a good sign that he was responsible, but she immediately said she wouldn't keep paying for his friend's studies at the academy. However, Yuri himself said he didn't care about those words at all. If the girl decides not to continue her studies, he promised to ask his father to officially adopt Milo, giving her full financial and legal freedom from her controlling grandmother, and effectively freeing her from the family's control. A young man believed that if it happened, Mila would surely be happy and grateful. After finishing the conversation, he sincerely wished the lady health and happiness, then left the office, leaving Luita to ponder the arguments she had heard. Turning back to the dormitory of the Night Academy, he saw his girlfriend standing still in the middle of the room. The girl hesitated as she tried to explain, but the boy quickly interrupted, saying he was back. His calm and gentle voice instantly eased the tension, bringing a sense of comfort and peace. Yuri asked her not to worry and said the meeting went well, confidently adding that they would definitely stay together as they always had, and that tomorrow, the day after, and every day after that, they would be side by side, because nothing would stop friends from finishing their studies at the academy together. Mila shyly asked her friend to forgive her, admitting she felt ashamed for causing trouble and worry with her problems. Seeing Yuri, Carol happily said she had been waiting all day to play chess with her friend, but he shyly admitted it was hard to think about chess when his stomach kept growling with hunger. Milo decided to look out for the guys and went to the cafeteria to see if there were any plates left. Entering the spacious room, she saw a half-empty table in the middle with fresh buns on it. Apologizing to her friends, she shyly mentioned that only a simple dish of bread with butter and salt was left in the dining room. But Carol responded positively, saying that such a humble meal was perfectly fine and even tasty. She gently reminded everyone of an old folk wisdom. Even the simplest food tastes better when shared with loved ones, and true enjoyment of a meal comes from sharing it with those dear to you. Yuri took a careful bite of the bread and happily said the dish turned out surprisingly delicious. Carol said that after a hearty dinner, everyone could enjoy a good evening playing chess. But Yuri didn't like the idea because the game kept him from relaxing and unwinding after meeting his lover. While working on the production line, Yuri was suddenly called away because of a cough. They proudly announced that their experiment was a success. They created a new raw material for paper production using specially treated animal leather, making the paper much higher quality. Yuri was thrilled to see the project completed, knowing the team had brought his idea to life, and their new technology eliminated the need to collect fluff from the fabric, solving the raw material shortage and significantly boosting the factory's efficiency. The calf caught a nasty smell, frowned, and asked what exactly he was doing here. Yuri apologized and explained that he just wanted to try cleaning the oil, admitting he hadn't considered the consequences or taken proper safety measures. Calf asked if crude oil was that strange black liquid he had never seen before and wondered what it was used for, and his companion explained that if processed correctly, it could become a versatile material for many purposes. The employee asked again if this substance was on the list of materials needed to start the new business, intrigued by the product's novelty and the potential benefits of a successful technical breakthrough. Yuri confirmed that this substance would be needed to create new books from the storm, and asked a senior academy student named Lily for help to make special tools for working with the unusual mixture. In this world, all books were handwritten and copied by professional scribes, but Yuri decided to use mimeography, a technique borrowed from another dimension, to enable mass production of books. This paper is made from a special wax that doesn't absorb ink. Letters are carved with an iron brush and ink is applied with a roller. And though the young man thought this tool seemed pointless in this world, Lily still managed to bring her idea to life. Kelf claimed that all the tools she made were of the highest quality, and that her skill was what made the work possible. She believed the listener should thank the expert sincerely, given the importance of the help provided. Yuri argued that since he had already paid the craftsman enough money, there shouldn't be any financial issues, but Kov clarified that he wasn't talking about monetary compensation. He reminded her that Lily is still studying and has a lot on her plate, while Yuri keeps asking her for favors, taking up her time, and advised occasionally supporting Lily in other ways to balance out the effort and hours she spends. Irie thanked him for the good advice and realized the importance of considering others' interests and responsibilities, being mindful of their work and capabilities. This lesson taught him to value mutual respect and cooperation, which helped build a strong team. At the cafe, he sincerely thanked the girl for agreeing to meet, as they sat across from each other at a small wooden table, with the boy struggling to find the right words. At that moment, Lily calmly sipped her hot coffee, sitting comfortably in her chair and lost in thought. Yuri sincerely thanked her for the work she had done and invited her to feel free to try the treats on offer. The young man happily told her he had booked a private room at the cafe to ensure a cozy meeting, and Lily replied that she would gladly treat him to hot tea and traditional sweets, but mentioned there was one problem. Stopping and glancing at her boyfriend sitting beside her, the girl looked at him thoughtfully, as if making sure she had chosen the right path. She thought it would be best for them to be alone in that situation and gently asked the guy if he felt the same. Yuri, noticing her look, felt a bit awkward but agreed it was a reasonable idea. Lily, smiling slightly, admitted it was a joke, and since Shalom and I shared a room, it didn't really matter. She added that they had spent the whole day enjoying each other's company, discussing various math ideas, and stargazing. The girl really wanted to understand why she was there. She guessed Yuri had come up with something new and unusual, and the boy confirmed it by praising her intelligence and quick thinking. He had hoped she would do something special for him and Shamu, but Lily politely asked him to wait a little longer. The girl confidently said she couldn't neglect her studies since she recently finished 4 Sugigeto. Schoolwork is heavy and extra tasks could hurt her grades and overall performance. Lily also shared that she built a printing press to speed up making books and documents. Yuri agreed she was truly invaluable and said he could always count on her in tough situations, and the room fell silent. The singer suddenly said she couldn't do anything if the most popular guy at the academy was offended, so she had to agree to his terms, while the guy wondered if he was really as popular as everyone said. Yuri clearly stated his request. He wants to create a special device for navigating by the stars, and the two of them exchanged glances, admitting they had no idea what kind of device that was. A young man explained that to navigate the open sea, where the horizon blends with the sky and directions are hard to tell, you need a precise method, and the new navigation technique uses the positions of stars as reference points to find your location. Sailboats move by the wind and can't always sail straight. In the open sea with no landmarks, it's easy to lose your way, but since celestial bodies are always in fixed positions, you can navigate by using astronomy. If we create a maritime almanac based on these calculations, sailors won't need to do complex math anymore. They'll just watch the stars and compare their positions to find where they are. Yuri asked Sham to create a detailed catalog of solar phenomena related to the passage of time and syzygy phases, when the sun, earth, and moon align, and his partner agreed, understanding the importance of the task and the need for precise measurements. Lily thought there might be challenges because the telescope's metal body was well made, but crafting the glass lenses and mirrors required a special workshop with the right tools and materials. The girl asked in surprise what Yuri had given her, and the boy, a bit shyly, admitted that he had learned about her vision problems and noticed she struggled to read small print and see things from afar, then explained he had prepared a surprise for her. These were special glasses that a merchant bought in another country. The guy agreed that these glasses perfectly suit the girl and beautifully highlight her eyes, but he pointed out that everyone's vision is different, so lenses need to be customized individually, and to get the best result, lenses must be made separately for each person, taking their unique eyesight into account. Yuri added that the girl could contact the glass factory to request lenses once they start making such devices, explaining that the experts there will assist her because it's crucial to have optics tailored individually. GM asked if there was anything for him, but his partner promised to give him a gift next time. Lily was touched by the thoughtfulness and the fact that the gift was meant just for her, which made her feel special. The girl figured the guy probably wouldn't notice the little details of what was happening. Shem Worley asked why Lily wasn't asleep yet. Lily apologized to her neighbor and said she had just finished her last task and would be going to bed soon. A dorm student asked her to fix a pocket watch, and the craftswoman was always busy with repair orders since watches were popular among students who often came for repairs and maintenance. Shem realized she loves making things by hand, while Lily admitted she started crafting just to earn money for school and housing. Her family, the Amias, are knights who pay heavy taxes to the lords to avoid fighting in wars, and they survive only by making clocks for the lords since they have no other way to earn a living. From childhood, she was forced to tinker with these clocks and knows their workings well. Although a relative sent Lily to study, her family can't afford the tuition, so she pays for everything herself and can't relate to wealthy women who wear expensive watches and flaunt their status. Thanks to working with Yuri, the girl stopped worrying about money for a while. But what matters most to her is seeing people happy with her work. She loves hearing positive feedback and knowing her efforts make a difference. Sham thought that if a girl was offered a job at House, it would be worth trying her luck. But her neighbor admitted she had already been rejected and feared her mother would be very angry if she found out she tried to get into such a big company. The guy remembered how the girl once asked Yuri why he worked so much and hardly ever rested. Lilia recalled that conversation and wanted to understand what really drives her friends. while Sham admitted that his partner said the country might soon disappear. Yuri wasn't sure if it would happen in 5 years or sooner, but he was certain it would come soon enough, knowing that success comes to those who keep working hard and never settle. Lily believed that with the kingdom of Kirchner's protection, everything should be fine now, but the young man disagreed, explaining that 6 out of 9 Shan states have already been destroyed, so the situation is very serious. The young man kept insisting that the kingdom of Kirchner was in decline, with thousands of wounded soldiers and refugees fleeing war and destruction, forced to choose between fighting or accepting their fate, knowing that the outcome of this battle would decide the future of the entire continent. The young man added that there is still hope if someone initiates real revolutionary change, but conservatives in this country are very powerful, so those seeking change face huge challenges breaking old systems and bringing in the new. Yuri believed the country's biggest problem was that the royal family held almost no real power. Even if Carol became queen and tried to push reforms, conservative forces would resist, making all efforts pointless. Besides him, all the generals are cowards who won't dare stage a coup, and even his own family back home is busy rebuilding the army, which is already exhausted and shattered from the campaign, so they're not ready for decisive action right now. The young man emphasized that besides the witches, who can be seen as supporters of the old ways, the country could face a serious crisis if the corrupt elite continue to hold power. Lily wanted to know exactly what steps her partner planned to take, as it was important for her to hear his strategy and vision for the future. Simply waiting for change without taking action was unacceptable to her. Yuri emphasized that they are moving into a new phase of development, and the tool they've created will play a key role in this progress, as changes in science and technology impact society, requiring modern approaches and the latest innovations. The only option left after the destruction of their homeland was to become a slave to the enemy, as fleeing to new lands seemed like a completely different path, sparking an inner struggle between voluntary submission and escape into the unknown. Lily was sure that Yuri was doing everything he could to make his family feel comfortable. Even if his country is destroyed, he has enough knowledge to escape to a place without discrimination. Yet he still works hard to gather tools, build a boat, and find a new home where he can protect his family and loved ones. But Lily understood that if the Cranes attacked, the future Queen Carol wouldn't leave her country or run away, and her father, Luke Howe, along with her school friend Dora, would want to fight too. In her opinion, Yuri would never have abandoned his family or fled to unknown lands. If he had to choose, he would have stayed in his homeland and fought alongside those who decided to remain. Lily wondered what to do next. Stay and face the threat, risking her life and health, or run away and endure the pain of leaving her homeland and loved ones behind. Meanwhile, in the 7th-year dorm of the Night Academy, the teacher announced that the winner among the students would represent the dorm in Duke University's prestigious tournament, and to decide the first opponent, the teacher suggested rolling the dice. Mila confidently told her friend Yuri that she wouldn't give up a single point in the upcoming game, and Yuri encouraged her, saying it was the perfect time to show the whole faculty an exciting round. The judge solemnly announced that the first move would be entrusted to Milo from Goodenville. The teacher announced loudly that the exciting new round of the tournament would begin with a special match, a battle between two best friends whose skills and friendship would set a shining example of sportsmanship and mutual respect for everyone. The hour passed swiftly, and finally, the special day arrived. Yuri turned 16 and was set to take part in the Night Academy's showcase performances and the university's traditional doubles tournament. Every year, the Knights Academy holds a big tournament to find the best fighter among all the students, and the winners earn respect and the title of the Academy's top knights. The annual tournament brings together representatives from 2 universities, the legendary Academy of Knights and the Creative Academy of Arts, where rivals compete in the art of Duki, creating an intense atmosphere and giving the audience a true show. Yuri gave up his spot as a representative at the 9th Dori Academy, but couldn't resist joining the Duki competition, where he was named the best among dorm residents this year, ultimately facing off against the equally talented Milo in the final. The board strategy game, Duki, is a unique game inspired by the ancient Chinese chess art of Shangqi, where the main goal is to break through the opponent's army by crossing the river that divides the playing field in half. On each side there is a king and a main bird, the royal eagle, which can jump over both its own and opponent's pieces to reach the enemy king directly. And unlike shogi, this game doesn't involve setting traps around the king. Yuri was thinking about how to arrange a loss so that it would look like a fair fight, and he realized that even if he deliberately made a strange move to lose the game, it would look suspicious and unbelievable, arousing surprise and distrust in everyone around, and ruining the impression of a fair contest. The young man decided to act very carefully, gradually weakening his position in the most natural way, so that if he lost, the audience would think his opponent was just lucky, never suspecting his true intention. But this task proved incredibly difficult for him, as any wrong move could raise suspicion. Still, summoning all his willpower, he carefully made his move, hoping to carry out his plan and maintain the calm demeanor of a true master. But to everyone's surprise, even Yuri's, Milo suddenly announced that she was giving up. Although she had confidently led and held the advantage at first, the girl unexpectedly told the judges and audience that she had to admit defeat. The judge solemnly announced the tournament winner, Yuri Ho, who could hardly believe he had won, and was completely stunned by the unexpected victory. Carol approached him and genuinely praised the game for being interesting and exciting, admitting she didn't understand it at all. But her friend doubted her sincerity and thought Milo had just planned everything one step ahead. Milo agreed that everything happened as it should. Yuri won, and the boy admitted he felt confused and like he'd lost control, while the girl gently squeezed his hand. She quietly added that she was eagerly looking forward to the finale at the Grand Castle, and asked her friend to make sure to reach the final match and claim a brilliant victory right before the queen. Eric sighed deeply, realizing that Milo had noticed his indifference to winning and had given up on it himself, even though he didn't care at all. But the girl's action reminded Eric once again that true friendship and responsibility are complex things. The young man realized that if they started a dispute with the Academy of Arts, they would definitely face the witches, and it seemed his friend was avoiding such situations, likely because of complicated family issues. Students were informed that tomorrow, the 2016th Duke Academic Tournament will begin in the hall of Vansk Castle. The organizer asked all the students to give a round of applause to the 16 lucky ones chosen to represent the academy in the tournament. At that moment, Yuri felt a bit nervous and started closely studying the faces around him, trying to gauge their reactions and mood. He noticed that the tournament participants lined up following special rules. Men alternated with women, and usually the first round featured competitors from the renowned Knight Academy and the creative masters of the Academy of Arts and Sciences. And then the young man realized he was about to face a serious challenge. The tournament was single elimination. One loss, and you're out for good. In the second round, it was his turn to perform, and Yuri fully understood his role. Representing the entire dorm, he had to give his best and stay completely focused, eagerly looking forward to facing new opponents to test his skills. He successfully passed the first 2 rounds, and when the judge announced that Yuri Hao had reached the semifinals, he felt mixed emotions, both satisfaction and a touch of boredom, since he hadn't yet faced any real opponents who could truly challenge him. The judge addressed the participants, announcing that an important stage of the tournament had arrived, the transition to the semifinals of the second game block, raising the tension as everyone felt the anticipation hanging in the air, soon revealing which finalists would continue competing for the grand prize. Yuri Ho stepped onto the field against Lilika Kursen, and the referee immediately blew the whistle to start the game. Lilika was pleasantly surprised by her opponent's quick reaction. He instantly sized up the situation and made a decision. The guy replied that his father had taught him from a young age to be a gentleman, respect girls, and never keep them waiting. Yuri had almost accepted that the duel's outcome was decided. But suddenly the girl made a bold, unexpected move, swiftly crossing the front line with her pawn and threatening a key piece in the boy's army. The young man felt anger welling up inside as he realized this girl far outmatched all his previous opponents, who usually just passively shrugged off even the harshest attacks. And suddenly he recalled his recent clash with Milo, understanding that she still remained his toughest rival. Lilika gracefully lifted her head, looked Yuri straight in the eyes, and calmly admitted her defeat in a quiet, composed voice, her words dignified and free of any hint of resentment or disappointment. She sincerely wished the winner success in the final, and hoped he would claim the tournament's top prize. Then the judge loudly announced that Yuri Ho had won the semifinal, followed by cheers from an unknown voice congratulating him on his victory. A young man anxiously asked Milo if she had been watching the tournament the whole time, hinting that she might have quietly supported the participants while most of the audience didn't even notice. Milo confirmed she was at the tournament the whole time, and explained she came specifically to see him in the final. Her support boosted his confidence and motivated him even more to perform well and meet everyone's expectations. Carol came over and briefly congratulated Yuri on reaching the finals, praising his determination and willpower. Yuri was surprised to learn she had come to watch the tournament too, and her support really lifted his spirits. Finally, the moment arrived. Yuri appeared before the princess, the future queen, who invited him to come closer. Gathering all his courage, he respectfully knelt, addressed Her Majesty, and sincerely thanked her for the trust. The young man gently took the princess's small hand in his large palm and softly kissed it, showing deep respect and gratitude, while Carol stood nearby, watching the scene with mixed emotions and a hint of confusion. Suddenly, she was overwhelmed by a strong feeling of shame. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Her heart raced faster than usual, and she froze, silently staring at Yuri with wide-open eyes, unable to find words, wanting to hide or run away, but her feet felt glued to the cold marble floor. Despite her confusion, the girl managed to pull herself together, briefly wished him luck, and quickly left the room while the young man watched her go. The young man turned to Milo with a question that troubled him. Had he made any mistakes that might have spoiled the impression he made on the princess? His friend laughed cheerfully and reassured him, saying Carol just wanted to quietly place her hand on Yuri's shoulder to show support. But his sudden and unexpected reaction caught her off guard, making her feel confused and awkward. The young man froze in confusion, realizing the consequences of his reckless behavior in front of an important person, and as he desperately tried to calm down and figure out what to do next, doubts and guilt kept gnawing at him. Hiding behind the large wooden door, Carol quietly laughed, thinking that Yuri could sometimes be a bit too sensitive and strict about manners. In the carriage, friends chatted lively, reminisced about past adventures, and enjoyed each other's company. Milo noticed that today's semi-final opponent of Yuri was a true talent, and one of the strongest masters of his time, with skills that impressed and strategies that amazed with their depth and originality. Yuri agreed that winning against such a strong opponent wasn't surprising, as his strength and experience made him nearly unbeatable. But after some thought, Yuri added that even this outstanding player couldn't match his friend's skill. Yunak felt pleased to hear Milo's praise. She grew curious about his sincerity and gently asked if he truly believed his words or was just trying to keep the mood light. To clear things up, Milo changed the subject and suggested talking about tomorrow's final and Yuri's potential opponent. The girl explained in detail that her friend's future opponent belongs to one of the 7 famous witch families. The Lacrimanis family, yes, the very Lacrimanis. The young man thoughtfully considered what he had heard, weighing all the facts as he imagined how events might unfold, taking into account the enemy's traits and his own strengths. Yuri remembered that Shura Lacrimanis is the granddaughter of the current head of a famous family, and her mother leads a powerful parchment guild. There were also rumors that the young sorceress had a strange temper. Once, she threw a rotten fish right on the street in the town of Bor, right outside several bookstore doors. Shura is also known for hiring people to deliberately sabotage small traders' goods, disrupting their work through simple harassment and provocations. Mila reminded Yura that the final was at stake, so her opponent might use any trick to win, and she needed to stay sharp and ready for anything, since a girl from a noble family was unlikely to give up easily. Despite her fears, the girl believed in the boy's strength and was sure he could overcome any obstacle to win. Her support warmed his heart, boosted his confidence, and fueled his determination to prove her faith was not misplaced. Yuri sincerely promised to do everything he could to finish the tournament with honor and make his friends proud, his eyes burning with determination as he aimed to win the championship and restore the justice broken by the enemy's treacherous actions. But before heading back to the dorm, the guy really wanted to stop by a place called How to chat with his colleagues about work. A young man promised the visit would take very little time, and Mila said she was ready to wait for him in the carriage as long as needed. Yuri walked over to the table where Telya was sitting, with a bottle of strong liquor standing nearby. A young man was very worried about his friend, remembering that he had promised to quit drinking. Kaf admitted he had just poured a drink but hadn't drunk it yet, and Yuri asked anxiously if something had happened to make him reach for alcohol again. Telya shouted loudly, blaming the witches for all the new troubles, recalling how he used to find bloody messages on his workshop door, but this time it hit him especially hard because the witches had poisoned the river water used in production by adding ink to it. You saw a liquid that looked like crude oil, the same kind Yuri was handling. A friend mentioned that a few workers in the workshop oversee safety, but warned that it could be dangerous here. The danger was that a group of enemy witches tried to take over their workshop and cut off their income. The calf looked helplessly at Yuri and asked directly what they should do to protect their business and avoid disastrous consequences from this conflict. The final day of the great tournament had finally arrived, and the entire academy team, students and teachers alike, were busy preparing, setting up chairs and decorating the hall to ensure everything was perfectly organized for such a grand event. The servants carefully decorated the chairs for the royal family with flowers, while special seats adorned with symbolic hourglasses were prepared for the judges to highlight the importance of time and wisdom in making fair decisions. Yuri looked thoughtfully at his everyday clothes, wondering if they were suitable for such a formal event. He wondered if his academy uniform was suitable for the award ceremony. The stylist suggested a dressier option but noted his uniform was quite worn and dirty, and he also learned that the young man came from a very noble family. The man firmly asked for permission to tidy up the young man, explaining that appearance is very important for how people perceive him. And without hesitation, he sat the young man down on a chair. Yuri nervously asked what exactly the stylist was going to put on his hair. But the stylist smiled kindly, told him not to worry, assured him he would be careful, and calmly opened the jar of styling oil, confident in a great result. The young man tried to explain to the barber that he was completely happy with his hair and asked him not to change anything. The student finally agreed to just trim the ends. Despite the client's wishes, the stylist boldly transformed Yuri's haircut, turning a simple trim into a stylish look that catches everyone's attention, thanks to professional tools and care products. A young man, frustrated by the changes in his appearance, was eager to get back to his usual routine. He headed toward the entrance of the hall, where servants ceremoniously opened the heavy oak doors for him. As Yuri walked past the excited crowd of students, he realized it was just a regular school competition, but their joy and enthusiasm quickly rubbed off on him, and his irritation slowly faded away. The judge sternly asked him to take his place on the podium among the finalists, but as soon as the young man saw the queen majestically seated on her throne, he immediately knelt down, showing his respect and honor to the monarch. Sitting before Yuri were representatives of the monarchy. Her Majesty the Queen and her daughter Princess Kura. His friend, Princess Carol, sat beside him, laughing at him. He wondered why she was laughing, and even more why her hairstyle looked so strange. Upset about his situation, Yuri returned to his seat, but suddenly a sharp voice from another high-ranking official broke the silence, and everyone immediately turned to him. The young woman stepped forward confidently and addressed the royal family directly, her manners, elegant speech, and flawless appearance clearly showing she came from a noble background. Only now did Yuri realize it was Shura standing before him. Lacrimanus, the daughter of a powerful noble family, was dressed in lavish clothes, and he half-joked to himself whether she planned to claim the throne right away, with such a flashy display of her status. Mila quietly wished her friend good luck with an encouraging look, while Lily stood nearby and shyly asked if Shem would be supporting his friend at the tournament. Sham looked at the worried Lily and assured her that Yura would overcome any challenges and come out a winner, while Lily modestly added that she had complete faith in Yura's strength and abilities. The judge solemnly announced the main event of the tournament, the final doubles chess match, which will be played in 3 rounds, with the winner being the first to win 2 rounds in a row. She respectfully addressed Her Majesty the Queen to request permission to start the tournament. The Queen, sitting majestically on her throne, confidently announced that the tournament was starting right now. Yuri was surprised that the match was about to start. The pieces were already on the board, but it wasn't clear who would make the first move until the referee held a draw and decided who would begin the game. The judge solemnly announced that Shura would go first, and his move was Lacrimanus. Yuri felt a bit uneasy when he learned the judge made the decision alone, without consulting the players, which rarely happens at tournaments, and made him nervous and anxious. After making her first move, she smiled with satisfaction, clearly pleased with how well her deal with the judge had gone. The young man realized she had used her connections and money to gain an advantage, but despite this unfairness, he remained calm. A gloomy-looking guy said his rival was a real witch who gathered evil and lies around her, noting that she had no intention of playing fair, and immediately started scheming and manipulating everyone in the tournament. Yuri was confident he had enough experience and skills to outsmart his clever opponent, clearly spotting the weaknesses in her strategy and ready to strike at the right moment. The big scoreboard displayed the results of the first stage of the competition. Shura bit her nail nervously and quietly admitted defeat, while the judge solemnly announced the winner. Yuri Ho, who had turned the tide and secured a decisive victory. Now the young man clearly understood why he had advanced to the next stage of the championship, and after a brief pause, the referee announced the start of the new round. Yuri was determined to make the next meeting a real show, with an ambitious plan in mind to win not just technically, but emotionally, captivating the hearts of fans and critics alike. Lily introduced herself as Yuri's close friend, while Milo, standing beside her, mentioned they also knew each other and emphasized the importance of support and trust, creating a warm atmosphere of unity and harmony. Lily modestly admitted she wasn't very confident at shogi, but offered to explain the basic rules and moves to her new friend if she wanted. The girl thought Yuri's focus had clearly dropped after the second round, though she wasn't sure if she was reading it right. Maybe he was tired, underprepared, or maybe she was just mistaken. A young man announced he had lost the round, shocking the audience. Mila was stunned and couldn't believe it, her face showing sympathy since she had bet everything on him. The judge loudly announced the winner of the second round, after which Shura Lacrimanus suggested a short break before the third and final game, asking the participants to move to the waiting room to prepare for the tournament's final stage. Mila wondered what really made her friend act that way and why he let his opponent win, but she hoped he could overcome this tough situation, prove his weakness was only temporary, and soon start winning again. She openly expressed her doubts, asking if Yuri was planning to let his opponent win again, and if he was really losing on purpose. The young man calmly confirmed he was doing it on purpose, willingly sacrificing his win. while the upset girl demanded to know why he was giving up easy victories and risking his spot in the tournament. Jiri explained that the Lacrimanus family runs a powerful parchment guild supplying most businesses in the kingdom, so it's best to avoid open conflict with them and instead seek a compromise to prevent major losses. Milo looked at him carefully, openly curious if he was afraid of the witch's power and influence. She knew her friend had already stood up to her formidable grandmother, so she doubted it was just about money. The girl was sure the odds were even, and the boy could keep fighting using his experience and skills. Yuri emphasized that the tournament is a minor thing compared to his bigger goals. He admitted that she might see him as a hero, but he doesn't seek that title, preferring to act in his own interest rather than for others. From the start, Mila realized the tournament wasn't her top priority, and all her efforts to help her friend were in vain, leaving her feeling disappointed and changing how she viewed such events. The girl was disappointed in her past actions, so she decided to change and focus her energy on achieving important goals. Yuri tried to understand what his friend meant and supported her with kind words. His friend always gave him helpful advice and supported him during tough times. He truly appreciated it and never got annoyed by her help. But he wasn't the person she wanted him to be, and he realized she wasn't interested in someone who just adjusted to her and did everything her way. Yuri, having received confirmation from Milo, finally breathed a sigh of relief. But their peaceful moment was suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw his friend approaching and calling him. The maid angrily told the guest he wasn't allowed in that room and sharply asked what he thought he was doing. Kaf wasn't offended, sincerely thanked her for the tip, and explained he had only come in to find Yuri. Seeing their friend running towards them, the young man asked in surprise why he was in such a hurry, and what news he had. And after a short rest, the friend began to explain what was happening outside the palace. Kef knew this was the tournament's crucial moment, but the news he brought was too alarming to delay the conversation. Milo, standing unnoticed by the wall, overheard part of it and realized immediate action was needed. Yuri looked seriously at his friends, assured them he understood everything, and asked them to follow his orders exactly as given. His friend agreed and asked if everything was all right with Yuri, who calmly confirmed that everything was stable and under control. Everything was decided in the final match, and the audience held their breath in anticipation as the referee solemnly announced the start of the third game, which would determine the tournament's outcome. With both players focused and ready to showcase their skills and mastery, the judge loudly announced that Shura would go first. Lacrimanus gave the signal, and the decisive duel began, with both sides frozen, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, while the spectators watched every move with rapt attention, as if the fate of the world depended on it. Lily was shocked by the judge's decision, since her best friend Yuri usually went first, and this unusual break in the order filled her with doubt and anxiety. She tried to figure out why her friend was silent, her mind frantically running through different possibilities. The rival confidently made the first move, starting the final battle, while Yuri watched closely, calculating his options and searching for the right response. Of course, she gently asked how he was feeling, saying she was worried something might have happened, but he assured her he was fine and had no problems. The girl decided it was best for Yuri to focus on his small business, a little shop called How, that he currently runs. Shura warned him firmly, and with a touch of irony, that very soon he would face serious problems requiring quick decisions and creative solutions. She gave an example, asking us to imagine a fire breaking out in his store, destroying goods and damaging the building, which would cause serious harm to the business and require a significant investment to recover the losses. Something else could have gone wrong, threatening his mission. The young man frowned, realizing the situation was tough, but stayed calm, knowing the best approach was to keep a clear head and think things through carefully. The audience held their breath, watching every move on the board closely, eager to see how this intense battle would end, as the final showdown promised to be thrilling and unpredictable, stirring a wave of emotions in everyone. Carol couldn't calm her mind, wondering if the danger was real, and if Yuri's workshop had truly been damaged by the fire. Anxious images of destruction and loss kept swirling in her head, and with every passing minute waiting for news, her fear for her loved one and his work only grew stronger. She quickly realized her suspicions were unfounded, and wondered why Shura was making up such stories. Analyzing his intentions, determined to clear her doubts and restore peace, she decided to find out the truth. The princess suddenly jumped up, shouting that something was wrong with the tournament and insisted it be stopped immediately. But the queen calmly advised her to take a closer look and try to understand the situation before jumping to conclusions. Mom calmly pointed out that the daughter's interference only distracted her friend from focusing on developing a winning strategy, and that advice and request to stop the game were distracting and reducing their chances of winning. So it was better to support and trust her friend without interfering in the process. Ares sighed with frustration, struggling to shake off a nagging anxiety and exhaustion, his mind swirling with thoughts of a future hanging by a thread. He said he heard about the fire that damaged 4 buildings, but luckily no one was hurt, so the damage was minimal. Shura, clearly worried by the news, asked if it was true. The young man never expected his opponent to bring up such a personal issue during a public event just to make him look bad in front of everyone. And he found the move both inappropriate and unfair, feeling a mix of irritation and disappointment. Shura firmly denied the accusations, insisting she never said anything like that, and that it was all just Aparnia's imagination, then leaned back in her chair, clearly unwilling to continue the conversation. Yuri agreed that there was no evidence, and added that he never intended to share the details of the event, so all information will remain secret until the truth is fully uncovered. He truly believed she was to blame for everything, and that her actions had cost her the respect of those around her. Her behavior and constant provocations made everyone see her as unreliable and a rival. Yuri explained that if she hadn't noticed, he deliberately lost the second game to give her the championship. He thought he could delay the fight by gaining the support of local witches, but had no intention of siding with those who burned down the workshops. A young man spoke disdainfully about his rival, calling her a bad person undeserving of gifts or privileges, emphasizing that victories won through deceit and low actions mean nothing and only earn contempt. Shuri felt a surge of anger inside when she heard Yuri's harsh words. She pressed her lips tightly, her eyes flashing with hatred, hurt, and despair, emotions that only grew stronger because she had to hide her true feelings. She held back her emotions as she addressed the judge, hoping for a fair verdict, while the young man watched closely, ready to stand his ground and defend his interests, as the tense courtroom awaited the outcome. The judge sternly warned Yuri to watch his words and behave properly, and as punishment, she limited his extra time for making decisions. The young man wasn't scared of punishment at all, and sarcastically asked his rival if she really thought a time limit would help her win, while Shura glared at him angrily, realizing her tricks hadn't worked. Yuri took the bait and firmly declared he would no longer tolerate the girl's attacks and provocations, his steady, confident voice instantly capturing the attention of the audience and judges, as the room grew tense and all eyes turned to the center stage. Taking a confident step forward, he declared he would use every chance to defeat his opponent and warned that if she lost, she would come across as pathetic, cowardly, and mean. The young man warned her loudly that no tricks or deceit could save her from inevitable defeat, and the girl, overwhelmed by a bad feeling, realized the odds were against her, and all she could do was hope for a miracle. Shura stared at the board in confusion, not understanding what Yura was saying, when suddenly her pieces started falling one by one as her opponent moved quickly and confidently, breaking down her defense step by step and closing in on victory. The girl desperately tried to hold her pieces and maintain her position on the chessboard, sweat dripping down her forehead, fingers trembling from the tension. But every move ended in failure, pushing her closer to defeat. Shura was on the verge of total defeat. He made one last attempt to stop Yuri, but time had run out, and there was no point in fighting on as his opponent had secured strong positions, with pieces forming an unbreakable wall, firmly guarding all the key points on the board. The girl froze in fear, as if an invisible spear had touched her neck and could strike at any moment. A chill ran down her spine. Her breath caught, and panic, despair, and terror overwhelmed her mind, shrinking her world to a tiny cage filled only with helplessness and the dread of the inevitable end. She realized she couldn't win and bravely admitted defeat, while the audience greeted her with loud applause and cheers, celebrating the new star of the tournament. Shura firmly told her that due to unacceptable behavior during the match, she wanted to speak with her privately in a special room, and depending on what she learned, appropriate disciplinary actions might be taken. One of the attendants politely asked her to follow him to the designated meeting room. The girl hesitated for a moment but decided to follow her companion, realizing there was no way to avoid the meeting. Realizing the great achievement he had made, Yuri took a deep breath, feeling the anxiety lift from his body like a heavy weight off his shoulders. As the nervousness faded, his muscles relaxed, and peace returned to his soul. Carol approached him and reproachfully asked when he would finally learn to behave properly, since he had caused a big commotion again. Yuri noticed that nothing could be done. Sometimes problems arise suddenly and quickly spiral out of control, so he tried to calm his friend by reminding him that the past can't be changed, but the future depends on the choices we make. The girl angrily called him a show-off, but then admitted that despite all his flaws, he had won. Her voice showed frustration, yet beneath her words was a quiet pride in her friend's achievement. Carol appreciated the game, sincerely praising Yuri for his skill and strategy, and as she shook his hand, she added that she was proud of his achievement and saw great potential for his future success. Yuri theatrically dropped to one knee, gently took the princess's hand, and kissed it tenderly. Suddenly, joyful cheers erupted in the hall. The audience was thrilled by what they saw, and the applause was so loud it drowned out all other sounds and filled the entire room. A young man suddenly jumped up and rushed out into the street, completely ignoring the excited crowd and official greetings. As soon as Yuri stepped into the palace, he heard a familiar voice calling his name. Milo quickly nodded toward the majestic bird waiting patiently beside its owner. Yuri quickly turned to the girl and sincerely thanked her for her timely help and support. Milo hesitated as if he wanted to say something more important. She bowed politely and whispered a quiet apology. The girl said she hadn't thought about the consequences and truly regrets her mistake. Yuri gently hugged his friend and soothed her with a calm voice, assuring her that he didn't blame her and understood that everyone makes mistakes. And even if she did something wrong, he wasn't angry and would always support her because friendship meant everything to him. A young man swiftly jumped onto the back of a huge bird, gripping the sturdy saddle straps tightly. Yuri smiled warmly and thanked Milo for his help, then confidently said he was setting off, sure he had made the right choice. Suddenly turning around, the young man saw a man running towards them with his mouth wide open, shouting loudly for them to wait for her, his voice echoing across the entire square in front of the palace. Lily, barely catching her breath after running, eagerly asked Yuri if he was heading to his workshop. She shyly asked if her friend could take her with him to the workshop. Lily added that her own works are also stored in the studio, so she wants to check how much they were damaged after the fire. The young man nodded in agreement, showing he understood, and together they set out to assess the damage and take the necessary steps. Yuri reminded her to hurry and asked Lily to put on her coat quickly. The guys immediately rushed to the workshop to see the damage caused by the fire, eager to assess the destruction and figure out how to restore the workspace. But it looked like the flames had destroyed all the equipment and tools, leaving only ashes and charred remains. Milo watched her friends walk away, feeling a gentle sadness and emptiness inside as their figures faded into the distance, leaving behind silence and loneliness. The workers shouted to each other, urgently urging everyone to move away from the crumbling building, fearing the unstable walls could collapse at any moment. Above their heads, dangerous wall fragments loomed, ready to collapse and pose a deadly threat to everyone nearby, sparking fear and panic that made people flee to save themselves. The calf warned his partner that putting out the fire was becoming very dangerous, so they needed to act quickly, gather the most valuable tools, and leave the danger zone fast, while there was still a chance to avoid disaster. The young man noticed Yuri arriving at the scene, marking the start of the damage assessment from the fire, a crucial step in deciding what to do next and how to restore the destroyed property. Lily watched with a heavy heart as her beloved instruments, which she had carefully kept for so long, were at risk of being damaged or lost, and the thought of having to start all over filled her with despair. The girl screamed in anger as she charged at the witches who had started the destructive fire, cursing in her mind everyone who dared to cause such harm. Kaf sincerely apologized to Yuri, feeling truly sorry and uncomfortable that it took so long to put out the fire, and Yuri's face showed confusion and sadness because the delay caused significant losses and damage. He sighed deeply and admitted that the watermill building, which served as the workshop, had completely burned down and was almost entirely destroyed along with all the tools inside. Yuri emphasized that material losses are less important than saving lives, and despite serious damage to buildings and the loss of valuable tools, the health and safety of workers remained the top priority. Lily agreed that her colleagues were right, but it hurt her deeply to lose the tools she had made herself. Losing someone else's property might have been bearable, but losing something she crafted with her own hands was especially painful. Despite the heavy losses, she felt immense relief knowing that none of the employees were hurt. This news warmed her heart and gave her strength to move forward, as losing property was painful, but knowing her colleagues were safe brought peace and hope for a better future. Koff suddenly saw his friend confidently enter a burning building despite the danger, and overwhelmed by fear and worry, he shouted loudly, begging him to stop and come back. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed and the building's walls began to crumble rapidly. It was clear a collapse was imminent. Seeing this, his friend was terrified, knowing Yuri was inside, and he started to panic for his life. The friends froze in fear, unable to move, their wide eyes fixed on what was happening. Their faces went pale, hands trembled, and hearts raced as they silently watched the building slowly but surely collapse, silently praying and hoping for a miracle. Kaf stood in the middle of the chaos, calling out to Yuri with his last bit of strength, his voice anxious and full of worry, sweat covering his face, eyes desperately searching for any sign of movement among the ruins, his whole body tense, hoping to hear even the faintest sound proving the boy was still alive. Suddenly, a friend spotted his companion emerging unexpectedly from the smoke, carefully stepping forward while clutching a lost folder to his chest, his face and clothes covered in soot. Kef couldn't understand why Yuri left the half-ruined building and put himself in danger, but moved by his friend's stories, He sincerely apologized. Their friendship proved stronger than fear, and mutual support became the key to surviving any situation. The young man carefully handed Lily the valuable folder, his fingers trembling slightly from the tension, while gratitude and admiration shone in her eyes. Yuri said she made this piece especially for them. It was her first work. Tsukigata. Lily's robots formed the basis for unique tools used by the group, kept in reserve for emergencies. But despite this foresight, much of the stock was still lost in the fire. Yuri felt relieved when he saw that at least one unit of the device had survived. Lily, overwhelmed with emotion, angrily pushed Yuri in the chest and called him a fool, not understanding why he would risk his life for a simple tool, as she just wanted to protect her beloved husband and keep him safe from reckless actions that could end in tragedy. Despite her anger and frustration, the girl deeply respected her friend's brave act, understanding how important it was for him to save the instrument she had created. And she sincerely thanked him, even though she was very upset inside. Kaf gave Yuri an encouraging pat on the shoulder, assuring him that now, with a prototype of the tool in hand, they could restart mass production, and memories of past successes restored their confidence in the future. A friend confirmed the Taurus's words and added that the new workshop will be built in a safe place, protected from enemies and natural disasters, creating perfect conditions for creativity and work where no harm can reach them. And they will also build a brand new watermill. Lily gently asked to join the workshop restoration, feeling responsible and eager to help the team, fully ready to give her best knowing everyone needed support. The girl genuinely dreamed of becoming a real part of the How Company, taking part in restoring the workshop and growing the business, always wanting to contribute her skills and experience to help build a successful enterprise to be proud of. The guys gladly accepted Lily's offer, smiling as they said they were happy to have her on the team, and with shared laughter, they jokingly invited her to stay with them forever. Yuri soared boldly through the sky, riding atop a majestic royal eagle whose powerful wings spread wide, effortlessly cutting through the clouds and leaving a trail of wind behind, while the sun's rays danced on its feathers, highlighting the beauty and strength of his winged companion. The man calmly addressed the workers, saying the landing was near and urging everyone to prepare carefully, while a huge eagle began to slow down, gently descending and slowly approaching the ground. Soon, massive claws nearly touched the ground, bringing this thrilling flight to an end. Yuri took off his helmet, and the fresh air refreshed his flushed face. He sighed with relief as his fatigue faded, replaced by pride and joy at being home. And now, free from carrying his gear, he could finally rest. The young man turned to his friend and said he would be back soon, leaving his loyal companion, the royal eagle Stardust, to rest and regain strength. As they said goodbye, he thanked his friend for the support and help, both knowing their paths would part for a while, but their friendship would remain strong despite the distance and challenges. It's been 6 months since the workshop was burned down at the Dookie tournament. A new workshop has opened on the Gauff family's land, with no ties to the witches, and after a thorough inspection, Yuri decided to visit the nearby port city of Swami. This city became Haral's trading hub for business with the Republic of Albion, and at first, it grew rapidly thanks to trade with other cities, boasting strong shipbuilding and various crafts. Now that the cultist Lily has a physical body, Yuri set off for the port city of Suomi to find a sturdy ship capable of enduring a long ocean voyage, with the mission to choose a vessel strong enough to withstand the harsh conditions of the open sea. A young man accidentally noticed someone lying still on the stone pier and, looking closer, heard the stranger's quiet murmurs filled with fatigue and weakness. The stranger spoke mysterious words in a strange language, quietly whispering something like, "What came from the sea must return to the sea. What appeared in the mountains must go back there." Then sighed deeply and added, "If you don't want to lose the way to Yofu, where I came from." Yuri guessed that this was an ancient language of horror, written in a special Ados script, and judging by the man's accent and way of speaking, he definitely wasn't from the Quran tribe. He quickly drew his knife and sternly demanded to know who the stranger was and why he was there, the blade gleaming in the sunlight, showing he meant business. A young man was very surprised when he realized that Harold himself was standing before him, asking him to look at his rather scruffy appearance. The man looked him over carefully and asked with interest what he wanted, and why this unexpected meeting had caught his attention. Gerald admitted it had been ages since they last met, and now, standing face to face again, they both felt a bit awkward but were happy their bond was restored. Yuri asked him worriedly why he was lying right on the pier, looking tired and confused, and his friend replied to be patient and keep quiet because things were much more complicated than they seemed at first. Peril insisted on being left alone, saying he needed time to rest and sort out his thoughts, but his friend, worried about him, persuaded him to come along, promising support and help. The group entered a cozy bar by the port. and Yuri said tonight was the perfect night to forget all their troubles and relax with a drink, even offering to pay for everyone's drinks without a second thought. Gerald ordered a mug of delicious, fragrant sake and some dried meat from the friendly waitress, who gladly accepted his order, while the young man sitting nearby offered to put the bill under his name. Yuri directly asked his friend what had happened in his life to bring him to such a state, wanting to understand why he had changed so much after seeing the tiredness and despair in his eyes. Harold paused for a moment to gather his thoughts before sharing the story of the past few months, filled with challenges and trials, explaining why the once energetic and strong man had changed so much and what had caused these shifts in his character and behavior. The young man began his story in tears. Their boat was tossed violently, a wooden beam snapped, and everyone was thrown into the open sea. Yuri thought it meant the ship had sunk, the crew had mutinied, and they were simply thrown overboard. He realized that setting out across the sea without celestial navigation was a bad idea. When supplies ran low, the crew blamed the captain and navigator, who were then thrown overboard, and the young man became curious about how they survived, with his companion admitting they were cast into the water with a spear, which is what saved them. Yuri believes that if Geralt is still alive, then the old man who died really did know where the land is. Besides, their boat couldn't reach shore at first, and is probably still drifting in the ocean like a ghost ship carrying weapons. He believed such a challenge deserved a good reward, and half-jokingly advised Harold to find a girl, explaining that as a Notushan, their customs strictly forbid using women just for fun. He honestly admitted that he had spent all his savings on boat equipment, and now had nothing left to start over, feeling trapped without money or support, and losing faith in himself, deeply afraid of complete failure. Yuri was impressed by how seriously he stuck to his faith, just as the waitress returned to the table and politely apologized to the guests for the long wait. A young man said it would be better to just have dinner, drink, and forget all their problems today. If Harold refused the food, he would take it for himself, but Harold immediately objected, insisting the food belonged to him alone, and no one had the right to use it without his permission. Harold, completely drained from exhaustion and alcohol, laid his head on the table and fell into a deep sleep. The evening ended unusually but gave a new chance to rebuild their relationship and realize the importance of supporting each other. The waitress who came to clear the dishes noticed the customer had fallen asleep, and gently informed Yuri with a tone full of sympathy and understanding. Yuri politely apologized to the girl, explaining that he would have to leave Harold here until morning, as his tired friend looked completely exhausted and Yuri didn't want to disturb his rest. Suddenly, the young man pulled a knife from under his clothes, and the waitress immediately grew visibly nervous. The cold blade gleamed in the dim lamplight, and the tension in the room only thickened. Yuri told his girlfriend that nothing bad would happen and explained he just wanted her to look good. Asking for a broom and dustpan seemed strange, but the worker immediately understood what he meant. A young man and a waitress smiled happily as they looked at the results of their work. The employee asked the guest with concern if everything was really okay, and Yuri assured him there was nothing to worry about, adding jokingly that Harold's new haircut suited him very well. He decided to take matters into his own hands and arranged with the waitress to stop by in the morning to check on his friend, and she agreed as the visitor requested. In the morning, Yuri smiled as he noticed Harold's funny hairstyle, which surprisingly suited him well, while Harold, running his hand through his hair and looking a bit puzzled, couldn't figure out how his hair had suddenly changed. He grimly warned that anyone who ruined his appearance would pay dearly, promising to tear the culprit apart as soon as he saw them, showing no tolerance for such actions. Yuri tried to calm his upset friend, explaining that everything happened by accident due to a series of silly coincidences, and in the end, it turned into a funny story. His calm friend was safe and unharmed, which meant the worst was over. A young man genuinely wished his friend success in all his endeavors and was happy for him, but then he stopped him, asking for a moment of attention. Harold asked Yuri to lend him some money, and Yuri was surprised, reminding his friend that he had many expenses himself, as he was about to buy a new ship, which left him confused because he had already planned to spend his money on important future purchases. He also wanted to keep some money aside in case the ship sank and he couldn't lend any, but his partner insisted they sail together instead, pointing out that he had been to Albio Island many times and knew it well. Yuri leaned closer to his friend and asked what qualities made him an experienced and reliable helper, patiently waiting to hear how competent the future team member could be. The guy couldn't trust a drunk sailor to steer the ship, but the new vessel was equipped with modern gear, so now they could easily pinpoint their location out at sea. A technology was developed that allows royal families to quickly evacuate in case of a threat to their country's destruction. But if he gets drunk and reveals this secret, everything will be lost, as the Kura people will immediately master the technology and start terrorizing the lands they recently fled from. Harold was an experienced sailor who had traveled many sea routes, but when making his decision, he honestly admitted he wasn't ready to take this person on board yet. A young man realized that to succeed, you must keep secrets. So he made sure everyone on his team knew and strictly followed confidentiality rules to guarantee security and protect the secret. Yuri promised to destroy anyone who leaked the secret to outsiders. His serious, determined gaze made it clear he was resolute. Then he turned to Harold to confirm if he agreed to keep quiet and tell no one. Before his trip to the capital, the young man suddenly decided to help his friend by giving him some silver, showing that he still cared for and respected him despite their differences. Finally, he suggested Harold think about how he wants his future life to look, as this choice would shape his career and personal happiness. A few days later, in the dormitory for 7th-year students at the Night Academy, he was informed that a man named Harold was waiting for him at the dorm entrance and wanted to meet him. Hearing the news, Yuri briefly said he'd be right out. He wondered why his friend was looking for him here, but he was ready for anything, prepared to listen carefully and make a wise decision. A boy appeared on the porch and politely asked how he could help the guest. Harold took off his cap, calmly apologized for his behavior that evening, and said he was determined to join Yuri's crew as a sailor. Yuri glanced wearily at his friend and noticed a stranger nearby eyeing the entrance suspiciously, so he asked who the guy was and what connection he had to Harold's request to join the service. Gerald introduced a young guy named Gora Benjam, who was only 16 but already qualified as a skilled navigator. My friend concluded by saying that despite Benjamin Gora's young age, he had already earned the approval and recommendation of a late comrade whom everyone fully trusted. Yuri agreed to take Harold and Gora on the expedition, but made it clear that trust wouldn't come easily at first. Over time, they need to prove their skills and dedication to become true team members and earn the captain's respect. The young man looked at them seriously and earnestly asked for the strongest promise, to swear an oath in memory of their teacher Issa, a ritual that ensured everyone would keep their word and feel true responsibility. Issa warmly welcomed Yuri and Harold, thanking them for their visit, while a modest third participant named Gora Beniam joined the conversation, expressing pleasure at meeting the new colleague. The teacher invited the guests into the room and continued the conversation in a more private setting. During the talk, she noticed Harold made a strong impression on her, but he quickly asked not to discuss it any further. The woman smiled softly and said he looked especially charming and friendly today. And hearing the compliment, the young man blushed and instinctively tried to hide his embarrassment. Issa learned that the guests had arrived for an important vow exchange ceremony, meant to confirm the participants' commitment and honesty, an event requiring special attention and strict adherence to the rules. In Aitusian culture, a sacred ritual is a special religious ceremony. While there are many oath-taking rituals, this one always includes a priest who acts not as a representative of the gods, but as a witness to the agreement. The teacher stressed to Harold that breaking this vow was like offending God, something not to be taken lightly, and she looked at him closely, waiting to see if he truly understood its importance. The young man confirmed he fully understands how important and serious it is to take this oath. And Issa, closely watching the guest's reaction, offered to explain in detail the responsibilities the candidates are ready to accept. Yuri asked if he should tell the teacher all the details he's willing to share. The woman confirmed that complete honesty is crucial. Without it, she can't perform the ritual properly, comparing it to confession where priests must keep all sins secret, even if it goes against church rules. Yuri and Harold exchanged glances and immediately realized the teacher was right. They understood the importance of honesty, knowing that any attempt to hide something could affect the ritual's outcome. So after gathering their thoughts, they decided to follow the woman's advice and trust her experience and knowledge. Yessa sincerely thanked the students for their openness and honesty, assuring them she had carefully reviewed the promises they made and emphasizing how important the path they chose is. The woman decided she needed to start the ritual immediately. She opened the drawer of the nightstand and took out a clear glass cup prepared for the ritual, the lamp's soft light gently flickering on its smooth surface, highlighting its purity and symbolic meaning. A woman slowly poured clear water into a glass, which shimmered faintly with a silvery glow. Once all preparations were complete, Issa turned to Garel and invited him to be the first to drink the blessed water, solemnly handing him the glass and reminding him that this sip symbolized his readiness to take responsibility for all his promises. A young man grabbed the glass with both hands without hesitation, took a deep breath, and drank all the water in one gulp. Then Issa declared that once your lips are blessed, you can no longer speak lies, and Patella Harold, named at birth, solemnly made his promises and swore to speak only the truth, confirming he would keep his word. Garel began his oath by promising not to betray Master Yurigo, to take responsibility for keeping the secret, to serve while using these methods, and not to use them after leaving. And he was asked to confirm this in the presence of Issa Order Head Kosalinka Wichita. Breaking this vow means betraying not only yourself but also turning away from God's love. Such an act is seen as a serious moral and ethical crime, punished both in this life and beyond. So, if people don't keep this oath, they risk damaging their reputation and losing respect in society. Harold realized the importance of this moment, fully accepted the oath's terms, and devoted himself to the Lord, promising to follow all the established rules and codes of conduct. Isa listened carefully to the young man, felt pleased, and said that his words had been heard in heaven and approved by God. She joyfully exclaimed, "Hallelujah!" genuinely happy and truly satisfied with the ceremony she had just experienced. Isa sincerely thanked Sir for his dedication and hard work in preparing and conducting the ritual, praising him in a way that highlighted his professionalism and commitment, which was a rare and meaningful recognition. A woman approached Lord Gerald with a firm reminder to honor his oath and a warning that breaking his duties would have serious consequences, emphasizing the importance of following established rules and standards. Yuri, curious about the consequences of breaking an oath, directly asked what punishments await those who violate it. Isa solemnly declared that if she broke this oath, she would surely die, shocking everyone into a fearful silence as they realized they had made the most dreadful vow of all. Yuri asked what she meant, and the woman admitted she had stretched the truth a bit. If Harold didn't keep his promise, she would have to spend a month living in the forest, surviving only on water and meditation. A kind of vow that ensures students stick to their word under a mentor's watch. Isa confirmed that this practice was mandatory for her, and a young man well-versed in Kosorik School's history was surprised to learn that such strict rules still apply today. The woman explained that the staff at Kosorik School are no longer subjected to corporal punishment and now just pay fines instead. But she still follows the old rules because she believes they are the best way to teach students self-discipline and responsibility. Harold firmly refused to agree, explaining that they had no right to put the manager in a difficult position, and suggested forgetting the previous arrangements to focus on discussing other terms of cooperation. But before he could finish, a stern teacher's voice cut him off, having noticed the disruption. She believed that once you make a promise, you shouldn't worry about the consequences of breaking it. You just need to make a choice and stick firmly to your word. Isa gave him a stern look and asked if he came to the ritual planning to break his promises later, her voice full of disapproval as she stressed that such behavior was unacceptable and could lead to the harshest punishment. Harold firmly denied the accusations, emphasizing his honesty and commitment, while Yuri, watching the conversation, noted that even a teacher can feel hurt if treated with disregard. After listening to the young man, Isa said that in this case, the circumstance no longer mattered. She understood him and agreed with his decision, but set one condition. He must not tell others about his refusal to take part in the ritual. Harold realized how serious the teacher's demands were, so he promised to take the feedback into account and keep his opinions to himself from now on. Stepping outside after the intense and demanding ritual, the guys felt a welcome relief as they left the confined space behind. The fresh air refreshed them, and their built-up stress slowly faded away. Errol had no idea that Yuri would involve Lady Isa in all this, and that he himself would have to take part in a complex ritual, facing ancient traditions and making serious decisions for the first time. Yuri honestly didn't understand why it couldn't be done. He explained that without the necessary knowledge, the oath was meaningless, as navigation skills were essential for a successful sea voyage, and without them, the expedition was doomed to fail. Harold suddenly interrupted the conversation and firmly disagreed with his friend, emphasizing that once he makes a promise, he must keep it because he sees himself as a responsible person. Yuri was glad to hear such confidence from his partner and openly showed that he trusted and believed in him. He was also counting on Gora, the third member of their small team, whose skills and experience were essential for successfully completing the mission. Yuri suggested teaching the guys modern navigation techniques and how to use the latest technology, and they gladly agreed, knowing these skills would greatly boost their chances of success on the upcoming trip. A month later, following Harold's advice, he rented a ship in the city of Swami, but soon realized renting was only a temporary fix, so he decided to buy his own ship in the Republic of Albion, known for its advanced shipbuilding technology. Yuri exclaimed that he would definitely sort things out with his friend once he returned, meaning he would clarify the situation and possibly discuss any mistakes made, showing that he values quality work and is ready to take responsibility for his actions. Harold emphasized the captain's words, adding that he would return only after mastering all the instruments, showing just how seriously he takes his professional growth and personal responsibility. The ship spread its bright white sails and boldly sailed into the salty wind, ready for new adventures. The long-awaited moment has finally arrived. A close-knit group set off on a sea voyage. Yuri stood gazing into the distance and suddenly realized he hadn't seen anything like this in a long time, just like his grandfather used to do. An elderly man spoke slowly and seriously, saying he was an economist and didn't know much about this. But in physics, he said, there's a certain principle of uncertainty. It's impossible to know everything about particles. In other words, getting a perfectly accurate picture of the world is simply unattainable. He explained that if the tiniest subatomic particle can't be seen exactly, then nothing that makes up matter can be studied with perfect precision, and the same applies to economics. Grandpa worked on a model that accurately describes the movement and development of human society. The smallest unit of the economy is a person, but each of us is unique and unlike anyone else. The man continued, explaining that to accurately track the movements of a large crowd, you need to understand each individual, then turned to Yuri and asked if he thought that was possible. He realized that after all these years living with this elderly woman, he still didn't know everything about her, which means it's impossible to fully understand another person. Grandpa asked him to throw away what he had put in his hand, and added that he never understood his wife, so he couldn't imagine understanding a society of 8 billion people. The man realized he had made a mistake as a scientist, understanding that he was trying to explain something that would forever remain a mystery, something even the greatest minds could never reach. These were the last words Yuri heard from him. He later died, just like his grandmother. The young man realized he hadn't dreamed of his grandfather in a long time. The girl looked at him closely and asked again what exactly he meant when he mentioned his grandfather. The boy suddenly opened his eyes wide as their faces were unexpectedly close, filling the air with a tense mix of nervousness and curiosity. Yuri suddenly let out a loud scream, pouring out the emotions from deep within his heart, his cry echoing around and sharing the wild excitement and anxiety that overwhelmed him. He admitted that Korea's sudden appearance really scared him. The guy realized the girl had been quietly following him the whole time and asked her not to come so close. Karia said she had been watching him for about 30 minutes. Yuri was surprised, since she was of royal blood and unlikely to have time for such things, but she explained she was bored and just waiting for the right moment to ask him out. The young man was surprised that the princess seemed so carefree and asked if she had done anything unusual while he was asleep, to which she replied that she hadn't, because she wasn't that foolish. Yuri apologized, saying he didn't have time to talk because he needed to eat and get back to work. Kurt suggested they go eat together since she, like her sister, lived in the same dorm, and he didn't understand why she didn't want to go with him. The girl felt it was unfair that Yuri spent all his time with his sister, and Yuri admitted he couldn't take her along without permission. A young man quickly ran out of the field, saying on the go that they would meet again. Karia asked him to wait, and Yuri realized his grandfather was right. It was hard for him to understand what others were feeling. The port city of Suomi actively boosted trade by opening new routes and inviting merchants from abroad, with ships arriving daily carrying diverse goods that enriched the local market and fueled the region's economic growth.